Chapter 1: The billionaire president became my wife, or is he a vegetable? Boom. 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 The rough banging sound almost tore down the broken wooden door of my rental house. I climbed out of bed irritably, with my hair all messy like a chicken coop, cursing under my breath. Who is it? It's so early in the morning, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? I worked overtime until midnight last night on a crappy planning proposal. I just lay down a few hours ago, and my mind is still a mess. Outside the door, the banging stopped. Instead, there was a cold male voice without any emotion. Excuse me, is this Mr. Goofan? Wow, that is quite polite. I slipped on my slippers, opened the door in a bad mood, and was about to say something. But the person standing outside the door made me swallow back the swear words that were about to come out of my mouth. Two burly men in black suits and sunglasses stood at the door like two iron towers, exuding an aura of keep away from strangers. And among them stood a man about 50 years old, wearing a custom-made suit, with sleek hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked at me with an undisguised look of contempt, as if he was looking at a cockroach in a trash can. This scene doesn't seem like they are here to check the water meter. It seems more like, they are here to raid your house? My heart skipped a beat and I subconsciously wanted to close the door. But the man with gold-rimmed glasses just raised his hand slightly, and a bodyguard beside him stretched out a hand and lightly held up the door panel. The broken wooden door groaned in pain, and no matter how hard I tried, it didn't budge at all. Mr. Goofan, we have no ill intentions. The man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed his glasses up. His tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable sense of oppression. There is something I want to discuss with you. Believe me, you will be interested. 1,000 horses were galloping through my heart. With this attitude, can I say I'm not interested? Do I dare? Okay, then come in and talk. I tactfully let go of his hand and stepped aside to let them in. The man with gold-rimmed glasses walked into my rental house of less than 20 square meters, frowning slightly, obviously extremely uncomfortable with the environment here. The other two bodyguards stood outside the door like door gods and closed the door behind them. In the small space, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. The man didn't even sit down. He just looked down at me and took out a document and a photo frame from his briefcase and gently placed them on my coffee table, which was piled with instant noodle buckets. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Luo, and I'm the chief legal advisor of the Sky Dome Group. Sky Group? My eyelids twitched. This is Shanghai City's leading enterprise, a trillion-level commercial aircraft carrier. The Sky Group he mentioned has only one owner, and that is the legendary goddess of Shanghai City's business community, Su Qingying. I subconsciously looked at the photo frame. The photo shows a woman who is breathtakingly beautiful. She was dressed in a smart professional suit, with a cold temperament and sharp eyes, like an unclimbable iceberg, but she had a peerless beauty that could captivate everyone. It's Su Qingying. I was confused. Why would this girl of fortune, who only exists in financial news and in the fantasies of countless men, come to my shithole with her company's chief lawyer? Are you trying to collect the Huabei loan I owed last month? But Tianxiong Group doesn't do online lending. Lawyer Luo, I. Before I could finish my words, Lawyer Luo raised his hand to interrupt me. He pointed at the photo and calmly threw out the first bomb. Mr. Goofan, half a year ago, at the rooftop cocktail party at the Hyatt Hotel, you had sex with our president, Miss Su Qingying. Boom. My brain went blank in an instant. 6 months ago? Hyatt Hotel? I tried hard to recall, and the fragmented fragments of memory began to piece together. That day was the day I was dumped by my money-worshipping ex-girlfriend, Chen Lu. She was arm in arm with a rich second-generation guy and publicly mocked me for being a poor idiot who would never be able to buy a house. I was devastated and went to a bar alone and got drunk. It seemed like I checked into a room with an equally drunk woman. When I woke up the next day, there was no one around me. There were only messy sheets and a faint smell of perfume. I always thought it was just a ridiculous dream. Could it be? Could it be that the woman that night was actually Su Qingying? This is even more outrageous than fiction. Looking at the look of astonishment on my face, Lawyer Luo was obviously satisfied. A trace of imperceptible contempt flashed across his eyes behind the lenses, and then he threw out a second, even more powerful bomb. Not long after the reception, President Su unfortunately suffered a serious car accident. His voice was low and filled with a hint of sadness. After all-out efforts to save her life, she was saved, but she became a vegetable. Vegetative? My heart was shocked and I subconsciously looked at the incredibly beautiful photo. Such a stunning woman, actually. Although I only had that one ridiculous, fleeting romance with her, when I heard the news, I still felt an inexplicable sense of regret and complexity in my heart. However, what Lawyer Luo said next completely petrified me. He took a deep breath, as if he was saying something extremely important, and said word by word. During a comprehensive physical examination of Ms. Su, we discovered that she was pregnant. After DNA comparison, we confirmed that the child is yours. I was stunned. Completely dumbfounded. It felt as if 100,000 thunderbolts were exploding in my head at the same time, blowing my thoughts, my rationality, and the worldview I had built up over 20 years into flying catkins. A billionaire CEO, a ridiculous night, a car accident, a vegetative state, a pregnancy, the child is mine. These words combined together formed a terrifying torrent of information, madly impacting my poor CPU. I opened my mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Lawyer Luo saw my reaction clearly and seemed to enjoy the feeling of being in control of everything. He opened the file in front of him and pushed it towards me. Then, he took out 3 more things from the bag and placed them on the table one by one. A cash check for 10 million. A property donation agreement, which stated a single-family villa located in No. 1 Courtyard, the top wealthy area in Zhanghai City. And a villa key with a shiny metallic luster. Mr. Gu Fan. Lawyer Luo's voice was filled with irresistible magic at this moment. The Su family needs this child. President Su also needs a nominal husband to ensure that this child can be born legitimately. He pointed to the things on the table and said lightly, "This check is your betrothal gift. This villa is your wedding house. In addition, after marriage, you will receive 1 million yuan in living expenses from the Su family every month. All you need to do is marry Mr. Su and play the role of a good husband until the child is born safely. Of course, you have to abide by the agreement." He added, his tone becoming cold. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't touch what you shouldn't touch, and don't covet any of the Su family's property. Otherwise, we have 10,000 ways to make you disappear from this world." Quiet. Deathly quiet. I stared at the check, property deeds and keys on the table, and my breathing almost stopped. 10 million in cash. 1 million a month. A villa worth at least hundreds of millions. Marry a stunning goddess who is a vegetable but the dream lover of countless men. I admit, my heart was beating wildly and my blood was boiling. As a recent graduate who was struggling to raise money for my mother's medical expenses, this amount of money is an astronomical figure that I can never earn in 10 lifetimes. This is an opportunity to reach the top in one step. However, my reason tells me that there is a bottomless vortex behind this. Marry into a wealthy family? Become a live-in son-in-law? Or become the husband of a vegetative person? If this gets out, my spine will be broken. Living off others? Even dogs want to eat it. I suddenly raised my head, took a deep breath, and used all my strength to make myself appear more resilient. I looked straight into Lawyer Luo's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Lawyer Luo, I admit that the conditions you offer are very tempting. But, although I, Gu Fan, am poor, I also have dignity. Marriage is not a business, I can't." "Mr. Gu." Lawyer Luo interrupted me again. He seemed to have anticipated my reaction and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "As far as I know, your mother, Ms. Wang Huimin, is still in a ward at the 3rd Municipal Hospital. She needs dialysis 3 times a week for uremia and is waiting in line for a suitable kidney donor, right? The surgery fee and subsequent treatment costs, when added together, are not a small amount." In an instant, all the courage and dignity I had just mustered were shattered by these words. Yes, my mother's illness. That is the heaviest stone in my heart. I was silent. He clenched his fists and then slowly released them. Lawyer Luo saw my struggle and knew that I had no choice. He placed a Parker gold pen on the agreement, his tone calm, but like a final verdict. "Mr. Gu, my time is precious, and the Su family doesn't have that much patience. Sign it, your mother will get the best treatment, and your life will change forever. Or, you refuse, continue to cling to your ridiculous dignity, and watch helplessly." "I sign." Before he could finish, I grabbed the pen as if it were a life-saving straw. I opened the agreement and signed my name on the last page without even reading the densely packed terms. Fuck dignity. Dignity means nothing when it comes to a mother's life. Living off others? Dogs want to eat it? Woof. It smells so good. After watching me sign, Lawyer Luo finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. He put away one agreement and left the rest on the table. Very good, wise choice. He stood up and straightened his suit. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, bring your household registration booklet and ID card and wait at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. We will send someone to pick you up to handle the paperwork. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. I looked at the check worth tens of millions and the bunch of villa keys on the table and felt like I was dreaming. All of this is so unreal. I just sold myself out? Just as Lawyer Luo's hand was about to touch the door handle, he suddenly stopped, looked back at me, as if he remembered something, and added a sentence. By the way, Mr. Gu, I forgot to tell you something. The ultrasound shows that President Su is pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. Chapter 2, I'll eat the free lunch that even dogs want to eat. Woof. The door was closed from the outside with a click. The heavy weight on me almost made me unable to straighten my back. But this is the weight of happiness. I even stood straight in the middle of the rental house like a wooden stake burnt by lightning, and I could still smell the unique fragrance of ink from the canvas bag, which belonged to banknotes. This smell is even more lingering than Lawyer Luo's light-hearted words: a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Twins, boy and girl? Any perfume smells good. Sir, would you like a taxi? A taxi stopped on the side of the road. Not only did the boy become a father, he also had both a son and a daughter in one go? This efficiency is even worse than riding a rocket. The driver stuck his head out. Without saying a word, I opened the car door and stuffed my wallet into the back seat with great effort. Go to the 3rd Municipal Hospital, please hurry up. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the huge canvas bag so fast. I turned my head woodenly, my eyes fixed on the table piled with instant noodles, then looked at my outfit that cost no more than 200 yuan, and curled my lips. Little brother, escape to the coffee table. A thin check. A thick agreement. It's so cold, right? Is there a quilt inside? I smiled and said nothing. Master, you don't understand keys at all. They just lay there quietly, as if carrying a deadly magic, sucking all my reason and dignity into the bottomless abyss. The air still seemed to linger with the air of Lawyer Luo's sophistication. What you were pulling in your car was not a person, but a mobile treasury. City 3rd Hospital, inpatient department. The smell of disinfectant hit me in the face, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. The smell of Qian's cologne mixed with the cheap air freshener in my room formed an extremely absurd bag, and I walked to the payment window on the 3rd floor as if I knew the way. In the window, there was the scent of a nurse in her 40s. In those short 10 minutes, my life was forcibly turned 180 degrees. I was playing with my mobile phone with my head down, not even bothering to lift my eyelids. Q. I looked behind me and saw a sharp turn. From a corporate slave struggling to make a living, he became a Hao who was about to take office, with no one left. Hello, I'm here to pay for my mom, Wang Huiman, bed 302. A son-in-law? He is also a son-in-law whose wife is a vegetable. I walked to the coffee table, and the trembling nurse finally raised her head, glanced at me impatiently, and tapped a few times on the computer. Wang Huiman, right? You owe 13,600 yuan in fees, and the 200,000 yuan deposit for the kidney source hasn't been paid yet. Jia reached out and took the check. The numbers above, as clear as a knife, were engraved in my eyes. What's going on? If you don't pay up, I'm going to stop taking the medicine tomorrow. Her tone was full of disdain, on the retina. 10 million yuan exactly. After 1, there are 7 zeros. I've lived for over 20 years and never even seen a million in cash. Now, 10 million is just floating in front of me. If I have time to waste here, I might as well go get some money. If I don't have money, forget about treatment and go home and wait. Harsh words pierce my ears like needles. If it was yesterday, what would I be facing? I pinched my thigh hard. Hiss. The severe pain told me that I had no choice but to blush and humbly beg her for a few more days. But today, it's different. I dream. Then, my eyes fell on the villa donation agreement. John Heischer took a deep breath and slammed the huge canvas bag behind him against the payment window with a bang. Yard number 1, Building A, Room 01. I gasped. Courtyard number 1. That S on the surface. The loud noise scared the nurse. What do you want to do? This is the real top wealthy area in Jianhai City. Rumor has it that the people living there are either the richest people or high-ranking officials. Any villa? She stood up and pointed at me, shouting fiercely, "If you want to cause trouble, you have to calculate it in units of billions. And now, one of them has become my wedding house? Anything else?" I called security. I ignored her shouting. I just slowly. 1 million per month for living expenses after marriage. That's 12 million a year. 10 years means more than 100 million. He unzipped the canvas bag. Crash. Bundles of brand new red banknotes, still with bank seals, poured out of the bag like a landslide, instantly filling the entire windowsill. I don't have to do anything, just lie down every day, and I have endless money to spend? My breathing started to become heavy. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. There was blood in the blood vessels, and a lot of it even fell to the ground. The entire payment hall fell into silence in an instant. Everyone's blood was rushing wildly, washing over my limbs and bones, bringing waves of dizzying pleasure. Everyone's eyes were focused on the small mountain of banknotes. The nurse's eyes suddenly widened like yen? Backbone? A man's face? At this moment, there were only 4 things in my mind as big as 4 copper bells. The finger she was pointing at me froze in mid-air and kept shaking. Her word. Fuck you. Who said before that even dogs wouldn't eat free food? That must have been the expression on his face, which went from anger, to shock, to horror, and finally to a daze. That's how it feels to be a gigolo. How is this considered free rice? This is fucking nectar, a panacea, and a diamond-encrusted banquet. Today, I, Goofan, will open my mouth, which was so mean just now, so wide that an egg can be stuffed into it. I leaned on the counter, picked my ears, and spoke slowly in a calm tone. I don't know how much is here. Eat this bowl of rice forever. Woof. So delicious. After a brief moment of ecstasy. That should be enough for my mom to stay until she recovers, right? The nurse made a gurgling sound in her throat, and an idea suddenly popped into my mind. Inspect the goods. What if this is a scam? The voice seemed to be stuck and could not utter a word for a long time. The whole scene was eerily quiet. What if the check was fake? I grabbed the check and ID card on the table, along with my clothes. I ignored her and turned to walk into Ward 302. On the hospital bed, Mother Wang Huiman was so weak that she didn't even have time to change her clothes. She rushed out the door wearing slippers, a vest, and shorts. Half an hour later, Jiang was lying there weakly. When she saw me coming, a kind smile appeared on her face. Xiaofan, how come you are in the VIP room of Haishur Commercial Bank head office? You're here in a professional suit and with a professional smile? Didn't I tell you to work hard? Looking at my mother's pale face, my nose felt sore and I almost cried. The account manager handed a black bank card to me with both hands, with an attitude as respectful as if he was treating his own father. Come. I walked over and held her cold hand. Mom, I quit. From today on, your son doesn't have to go to work. Wang Huiman was stunned, her eyes full of worry. Mr. Gu, your 10 million yuan has all been deposited into this golden sunflower card. You are the highest ranking official in our bank? Then where did you get the money to treat your mother's illness? Silly child, don't do anything wrong. If you have any business in the future, you can come directly to me. I took the card, which was still slightly warm, and said, "It's a legal matter." I shook my head, took out a bank card from my pocket and put it in her hand. Mom, don't worry. Your son has climbed up the social ladder. I grinned, looked at her smile that could almost kill a mosquito, and then looked at my own outfit that cost no more than 50 yuan in total, and felt that I had a big white tooth. In the future, there will be plenty of money to treat your illness. It was magical to comfort my mother. Just an hour ago, the balance in my bank card was less than 500 yuan. I went to the attending physician's office again and, with the strongest possible attitude, demanded that my mother be given the best medicine, that the best experts be hired, and that a kidney source be arranged immediately. Money is not a problem. Faced with the 1 million cash I threw out, the attending physician patted his chest and guaranteed on the spot that there would be results within 3 days. When we came out of the hospital, it was already dark. The neon lights of Jianghai City dyed the entire night sky into brilliant colors. I stood on the busy street, feeling more relaxed than ever before. The biggest burden on my mind right now is that I have 10 million in my card. Walking out of the bank and basking in the sunshine, I felt that the whole world had become different. the sky is especially blue. The wind is particularly fragrant. Even the stone on the roadside was finally moved away. This feeling is so fucking great. Although the prices, the square dancing of the aunties all look so pretty. The feeling of being rich is so fucking great. I took out my cell phone, excitedly found the phone number of my mother's attending physician, and was about to call. But my finger stopped on the screen and I hesitated again. No. We can't be so careless. I took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in my heart, and went straight to Jianghai City Third People's Hospital. In the hospital, the smell of disinfectant still feels like that of a live-in son-in-law. But so what? I took out my cell phone and was about to call my only good friend, Fatty Wang, to share this bizarre experience. But before I could dial, a strange number rang in my nose. I walked to the inpatient department with ease. At the payment window, a nurse wearing glasses said without even looking up, "First register to see a doctor, then go to the payment queue." I called in. I picked up the phone in confusion. "Hello, who is this?" "I'm not here to see a doctor, I'm here to pay my mother's hospital bills," I said calmly. "Which ward? What's its name?" The nurse still looked indifferent. "Ward 302, Wang," a cold and pleasant female voice, but with a hint of weakness and shame. That voice seemed to come directly from Huiman. The nurse typed a few times on the computer and said impatiently, "I still owe 10,000. The sound in my mind is ringing. "Gufan, you bastard. How long are you going to stay in my dream?" Chapter 3: The most awkward marriage agreement in history. "Gufan, you bastard. How long are you going to stay in my dream?" That voice, ethereal, cold, and with a hint of exasperated shame, exploded like thunder deep in my mind. I shuddered all over and the phone in my hand fell to the ground with a bang. Who's talking? I turned around suddenly and looked around. The streets were deserted, with only the whizzing traffic and noisy voices coming from afar. There were no women at all, and no one spoke to me. Hallucination? I was stunned by the 10 million and the villa, and I was hallucinating? That's right, no normal person can withstand such an impact. I bent down to pick up the phone. The screen was cracked, but it was still usable. The screen still showed the unfamiliar caller number. I calmed myself down and called back. "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service." "No number available?" Damn it! I instantly got goosebumps all over my body. It's the middle of the night now, did you see a ghost? I didn't dare to think about it anymore. I put my cell phone in my pocket, hailed a car as if I was escaping, and headed straight for my shabby rental house. That night, I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep at all. In my mind, there was Lawyer Luo's poker face, then a string of glaring zeros, and then that inexplicable sentence, "How long are you going to stay in my dream?" It was a mess, a complete mess. It was not until the next morning when the sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains that I climbed out of bed with dark circles under my eyes. Looking at the black sunflower card in the villa key on the bedside table, I was convinced that everything that happened yesterday was not a dream. I, Gufan, am getting married today. And a goddess worth hundreds of billions who I had only seen in financial magazines and had become a vegetable. At 8:50 in the morning, as agreed, I showed up at the Civil Affairs Bureau on time with my household registration booklet and ID card. I deliberately changed into my best suit of clothes, a washed-out shirt and a pair of trousers that cost 99 yuan with free shipping. Even so, standing in front of the magnificent Civil Affairs Bureau building, I still felt out of place. At exactly 9 o'clock, a black Audi S6 stopped silently in front of me. The car window rolled down and a young man wearing glasses stuck his head out. "Is this Mr. Gufan? Lawyer Luo sent me to pick you up." I nodded, opened the car door and got in. In the car, besides the driver, there were two men in suits who looked like legal staff of the Su family. From the moment I got in the car, they never looked at me directly, there was zero communication throughout the entire process, and the atmosphere in the car was terribly depressing. I thought that for a wedding, the woman must be present, right? Even if Su Qingying is a vegetable, at least she should be pushed over in a wheelchair, just as a token of her appreciation, right? However, I was wrong. I seriously underestimated the efficiency of the wealthy families and their set of rules that disregard everything. The car did not take me to the queuing hall, but drove directly through a special passage into an independent reception room. In the reception room, Lawyer Luo and a deputy director of the Civil Affairs Bureau were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. When he saw me come in, the deputy director put on a warm smile and stood up to shake hands with me. Lawyer Luo simply nodded indifferently, his eyes still showing the indifference of someone looking at a tool. Mr. Gu, Mr. Su's situation is special, so we have to make special arrangements today. Lawyer Luo pointed to a pile of documents that had been prepared on the table. We've already taken care of all the formalities for you. You just need to sign a few more documents here and take a photo, and that's it. I was stunned. Take a photo? With whom? Lawyer Luo pushed his glasses and spoke in a calm tone as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. Ms. Su is unable to come over, so we've provided a digital copy of her ID photo, which will be synthesized later. Rest assured, everything complies with the law. Technology synthesis? Fuck. I felt like someone had slapped me hard in the face. How can this be called a marriage? This is clearly a complete deal. I, Gu Fan, am the commodity with a clear price tag in this transaction. My fists were clenched tightly at my sides. The nails dug deep into the flesh, causing a stinging pain. Lawyer Luo seemed not to notice the pale expression on my face. He took out another document from his briefcase and pushed it in front of me. Mr. Gu, this is the last agreement you need to sign before getting the marriage certificate. We call it the Supplemental Agreement on Marital Property and Behavior. I looked down. Beneath the title of the agreement are lines of shocking clauses. Article 1, after marriage, without the permission of the Su family, Party B Gu Fan shall not represent himself as Su Qingying's husband in any public or private occasion. Article 2, Party B has no right to interfere with any treatment plan or private affairs of Party A Su Qingying. Article 3, Party B has no right to visit, raise, or educate children born during the marriage, and only retains the legal status of father. Article 4, in the event of divorce, Party B voluntarily gives up all property division, leaves the house empty-handed, and must return all property previously gifted by the Su family. Article 5, the final right of interpretation of this agreement belongs to the Su family. One after another. Each one was like a knife, stabbing fiercely into my dignity and cutting my pitiful face until it bled profusely. This is no longer an unequal treaty. This is a fucking slave contract. I raised my head, my eyes bloodshot, staring at Lawyer Luo. You are going too far. There was no expression on Lawyer Luo's face. He just looked at me calmly, as if he was looking at an unreasonable child. Mr. Gu, you can also choose not to sign. His voice was soft, but it carried great power. The door is behind you. There's still time to leave now. Of course, the check for 10 million, as well as all subsequent treatment for your mother, will be terminated immediately. With just one sentence, I was strangled by all my lifelines. I was deflated. Like a punctured balloon, it collapsed instantly. Yeah, do I have a choice? From the moment I signed the first agreement yesterday, there was no turning back. My life no longer belongs to me. I picked up the pen, my hands shaking violently. I signed the two words Gu Fan crookedly, like an earthworm struggling in the mud. Very good. Lawyer Luo nodded with satisfaction and put away the agreement. The following process was so fast that it was like a farce. When taking the photo, I forced a stiff smile at the green screen. Stamp, and with the sound of the red seal falling, everything was settled. A brand new red book, still smelling of ink, was handed to me. On the marriage certificate, next to my photo is Su Qingying's cool and beautiful ID photo. The two of us were P.ed together. She still looked like an icy aloofness, and I was smiling like a fool. Okay, Mr. Gu. Lawyer Luo stood up and told me to leave. My mission is complete. The address and password of the villa will be sent to your phone later. From today on, you will move in. Remember, watch your mouth and do your duty. I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau in a daze, holding the marriage certificate. The sun is shining brightly outside, and it hurts my eyes. I felt like a clown who had just performed a ridiculous one-man show. I just got married like this? I took out my phone to check the time, but found an app on the screen that I had never seen before. It was a blue icon with a very technological design, and 4 words were written below it: emotional resonance. What the hell? Virus software? I frowned and was about to uninstall it. But just as my finger was about to touch the icon, a crisp, emotionless mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Byte. Detected that the host has completed the legal marriage relationship binding. Bound target, Su Qingying. Emotional resonance system, officially activated. The newbie gift pack has been distributed. Host, would you like to open it immediately? Chapter 4 Ding. Your emotional resonance system has arrived. I stood at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau like an idiot. The glaring red marriage certificate in my hand seemed to be mocking me silently. I just sold myself like that. It was sold out completely, without even a trace of dignity left. Just when I was immersed in self-contempt and endless frustration, the cold mechanical voice in my mind exploded again without warning. Bite. Detected that the host has completed the legal marriage relationship binding. Bound target, Su Qingying. Emotional resonance system, officially activated. The newbie gift pack has been distributed. Host, would you like to open it immediately? A series of prompt sounds, like dense drum beats, hit my nerves hard. My brain buzzed and went blank. System? Emotional resonance system? What the hell is this? I shook my head violently, wondering if I had gone insane due to excessive humiliation. But the sound was so clear and so real that it didn't seem like an illusion at all. I subconsciously took out my phone and fixed my eyes on the new app called Emotional Resonance on the screen. Could it be that all this is related to it? I swallowed, and with trembling fingers, I clicked on the blue icon. No loading animations, no pop-up ads. The icon disappears, replaced by an interface that is extremely simple yet full of futuristic technology. At the top of the interface, there is a line of eye-catching words. Emotional Resonance System. Below is my personal information. Host, Gu Fan. Bound target, Su Qingying. Current emotion value, 0. Below the information is a wave bar similar to an electrocardiogram, with 4 words marked next to it, target emotional state. At this moment, the line was fluctuating smoothly, almost a straight line. Above the line, 2 words are displayed, calm. Fuck. I cursed in my heart and my eyes widened. Is this real-time monitoring of Su Qingying's emotions? Isn't she in a vegetative state? Do vegetative people have emotions? Just as I was shocked, the smooth line suddenly jumped slightly. The text above also changed to weak fluctuation. Although calm was quickly restored, I saw it clearly. This thing is real. I'm not dreaming. I'm not crazy. I felt like my heart was about to beat out of my chest. As a veteran online literature enthusiast, I certainly know what this means. This is the golden finger. It is the ultimate cheat for every ordinary protagonist to change their fate. My breathing became rapid and my fingers slid across the screen quickly, looking for more information. Soon, I found a question mark icon in the corner of the interface. I clicked it. A virtual instruction manual popped up. System description. 1. Core function. This system aims to collect emotional value through the emotional resonance between the host and the bound target. 2. Emotion value acquisition. When the bound target Su Qingying experiences any emotional fluctuations such as joy, anger, sadness, happiness, surprise, fear, etc., the system will automatically collect and quantify them into emotion values. The more intense the emotional fluctuations, the more emotion values are acquired. 3. Interaction method. Because the bound target is in a special coma, the system has opened a unique, spiritual link channel for the host. Through this app, the host can consume a very small amount of emotion value and inject a trace of consciousness into the target's spiritual world, i.e., dreams, engaging in limited interaction and thus triggering emotional fluctuations. 4. Emotion points usage. Emotion points are the sole currency of this system. Hosts can use their emotion points to participate in the lucky wheel draw. The prize pool contains everything from a bottle of mineral water to a planet. Boom! After reading the instructions, my brain was completely blown. So that's how it is. As long as I can make my vegetative wife Su Qingying have emotional fluctuations, I can gain emotional points. Then use the emotion value to draw a lottery and get everything. This is simply a plug-in tailor-made for me. Su Qingying is a vegetative person and cannot be contacted in real life. But I can enter her dream through this system. In her dream, she can do whatever she wants. I instantly remembered the strange phone call last night. Gu Fan, you bastard. How long are you going to stay in my dream? Could it be that wasn't an illusion? Was it Su Qingying's consciousness roaring at me in her spiritual world? But when have I ever been in her dream? I slapped my thigh. Half a year ago. That night at the Hyatt Hotel. We were both drunk at the time, and God knows what happened. It is very likely that under the influence of alcohol, my consciousness has inadvertently broken into her spiritual world. That's why she has such a strong grudge against me, a stranger. After figuring all this out, I felt like the blood in my body was burning. What a bullshit supplementary agreement. What about not being able to interfere, not being able to support, and being kicked out of the house? With this system, do I still need to care about the Su family's attitude? I can completely rely on myself to create a business empire bigger than the Su family. Even. I looked at the sentence in the manual, the prize pool includes everything in the heavens and the universe, and a bolder idea came to my mind. Since you can win anything, can you win a magic pill that can cure a vegetative state? Can you draw the future technology that can wake Su Qingying up? Of course. I clenched the phone tightly, and my knuckles turned white from the force. Humiliation, depression, unwillingness. All the negative emotions that had been accumulated in my heart were burned away at this moment by a flame called hope. I am no longer a puppet at the mercy of others. From today on, my destiny, Gu Fan, will be controlled by myself. And the starting point of all this is? My gaze fell back to the system's main interface. The newbie gift pack icon that kept flashing with attractive lights seemed to be waving to me. In my mind, that cold mechanical voice sounded again at the right time. The novice gift pack contains the host's first chance to reverse his fate. Host, would you like to activate it immediately? Chapter 5, I was given a god-level massage skill in my first lottery draw? Turn on. Must be turned on. Now. Immediately. Immediately. I was so excited that my heart almost jumped out of my throat. Without thinking, I shouted wildly in my heart. As I thought about it, the newbie gift pack icon on the mobile phone screen exploded into a brilliant golden light with a bang. The light dissipated, and a huge and gorgeous virtual roulette appeared in the center of the interface. The roulette wheel was divided into countless fine grids, each of which flashed with a different light, making it impossible to see what was written on it. And in the center of the roulette wheel, there is a bright red button with two big words written on it, Lottery. Byte. Newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for winning, Lucky Roulette Draw Chance X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Initial Emotion Value X 100 points. 100 emotion points. One more chance to win a prize. I stared at the lottery button and felt like my saliva was about to flow down. According to the system instructions, the prize pool includes everything in the universe. It was my first time drawing a lottery, and it was a gift package for newbies. According to the rules of online literature, the prize must be some amazing god-level technique, or a magic pill that can make one reach the sky in one step, right? Whether it's the supreme art of chaos or 9-turn golden pill, any one of them will do. I rubbed my hands, bowed to the sky, and muttered something. The Jade Emperor, Buddha, Jesus Christ, and the Virgin Mary. May all the gods bless me. I, the believer Gu Fan, am here to ask for a grand prize. After praying, I took a deep breath, and with an extremely pious heart, I pressed the lottery button hard. Buzz. The huge roulette wheel started spinning rapidly in an instant. Countless grids transformed into dazzling bands of light before my eyes, so fast that I couldn't see them clearly. My heart rose to my throat as the roulette wheel spun. Stop now. Stop at the grid with the brightest golden light. After about 10 seconds, the speed of the roulette wheel began to slowly decrease. My eyes were fixed on the pointer without blinking. Getting closer. Getting closer. The pointer slowly moved across a gray area flashing, "Thank you for your patronage," which made me break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it didn't stop. Finally, as I eagerly anticipated, the pointer clicked and stopped steadily on a grid emitting soft white light. The light in the grid dissipated, revealing 3 clear large characters. Massage. The smile on my face froze. The whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment. Massage technique? Fuck. Is this my newbie gift pack? Is this my first step to changing my destiny? Where's the promised Chaos Supreme Art? Where's the promised 9 transformation golden pill? Can you just give me a fucking massage? It is still the most common one, without even a prefix of god level or immortal level. I felt like a kid eagerly waiting to unpack a Ferrari model, only to discover a 4x4 inside. The huge psychological gap made me almost spit blood on the phone screen. Byte. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, God level massage. Skill description: through specific massage techniques, it can effectively relieve muscle fatigue, promote blood circulation, repair damaged tissues, and even have a slight repair effect on neuron and soul damage. Note: because it is God level, it is very awesome. Just when I was about to start cursing, the system prompt sounded again. But this time, the content of the prompt left me stunned. God level? There were only 3 words written on the roulette wheel just now: massage. Does this system also have hidden features? And it has a slight repair effect on damage to neurons and soul? My eyes suddenly widened, and a thought flashed through my mind like lightning. Su Qingying. Didn't she become a vegetable because of brain damage caused by the car accident? Isn't that essentially damage to neurons and the soul? This skill, this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat funny, God-level massage technique, could actually be used to treat Su Qingying? Oh shit. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. This is not 4-wheel drive brothers at all. This is clearly a real Ferrari in a 4-wheel drive shell. System, you are awesome. At this moment, a huge stream of information suddenly flooded into my mind. Countless knowledge about the human body's acupuncture points, meridian directions, muscle and bone structure, as well as various unheard of mysterious massage techniques were instantly mastered by me, as if I were a peerless master who had been immersed in this art for thousands of years. I even feel that I can tell where a person has hidden injuries and which acupuncture points are blocked just by looking at them. I just need to stretch out my hand and I can help a paralyzed patient stand up again. Is this the feeling of having God-level skills? So awesome. The huge ecstasy made all my previous frustration and depression disappear. What a bullshit slave contract, what a high and mighty Su family. I'm dead now. I have a way to wake Su Qingying up. When I cure her, she will be my Gufan's legitimate wife. When the time comes, I'll see who dares to look down on me. Just when I was having a great time fantasizing, my cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. I picked up the phone and a cold female voice came from the other end. Is that Mr. Gufan? It's me, who are you? I asked puzzledly. I'm President Su's chief secretary, Lin Wei. The woman's voice carried a professional aloofness and a subtle hint of contempt. I'm at the gate of the Su family manor now. I'm here to pick you up on the orders of the chairman and his wife. Have you packed your luggage? Su family manor? Then I remembered that I would be moving there from today. I looked at my clothes and the few tattered belongings in the rental house and smiled at myself. There's nothing to clean up, just come over. No. Lin Wei hung up the phone decisively, as if saying any more words to me would be a waste of her time. I don't mind. She's just a secretary. When I become the real master of the Su family in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to let her know why the flowers are so red. I took a taxi straight to the address that lawyer Luo sent me, Hentaying Highlands. This is the top wealthy area in Jianghai City. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers and is heavily guarded. Only those who can live here are rich or noble. The taxi was stopped at the foot of the mountain. I paid and walked to the entrance of the manor. It was a magnificent carved iron gate, with security guards standing upright on both sides. A red Porsche 911 was parked at the door. A tall woman with a delicate face and gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a high-end custom-made business suit, was leaning against the car door, looking at me impatiently. It was Lin Wei. When she saw me, her frown deepened. He looked me up and down, and his eyes were exactly the same as lawyer Luo's, full of undisguised contempt and disgust. Are you Gufan? I nodded. Get in the car. She spat out 2 words coldly, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat without even looking at me. I touched my nose and got on the car. The space inside the car was filled with the scent of high-end perfume. Lin Wei stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche roared and drove into the manor. Along the way, she didn't say a word, and the 4 big words, "keep away from strangers," were written all over her delicate profile. I could feel her hostility and disdain towards me. No wonder. In her eyes, I am just a poor loser who relies on the fat in his belly to get to the top, and a toad who comes to defile the perfect goddess in her heart. I'm too lazy to argue with her. There's plenty of time for us to communicate slowly in the future anyway. The car stopped in front of a villa that was as luxurious as a palace. Arrive. Lin Wei unbuckled her seatbelt, turned around, and looked at me straight in the eye for the first time. Her eyes were cold and sharp. Gufan, I know why you came here. Money, or the status of the Su family. But I warn you, don't be wishful thinking. The Su family is not something that someone like you can climb up to. The chairman and his wife only let you in for the sake of their children. You'd better behave yourself and do your duty. She paused, her tone full of menace. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make you get out. Chapter 6, Sneaking into my wife's spiritual world, here I come. Lin Wei left. The red Porsche 911 disappeared at the end of the tree-lined avenue in the villa area like a proud flash of lightning. Before leaving, she didn't even look at me, as if I was just a piece of trash she threw away. I stood there, looking at the extremely luxurious palace-style villa in front of me, and smiled at myself. Get out? Beauty, you may not know this yet. It is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. From the moment I stepped in here, it wasn't easy for me to leave. An old man with neat clothes, gray hair and vigorous spirit walked out of the villa. When he saw me, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sir, you are Mr. Gufan, right? I am the housekeeper here, Uncle Zhang. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and was many times better than that of the arrogant Lin Wei. Hello, Uncle Zhang. I nodded as a greeting. The chairman and his wife went to the group to handle an urgent matter and will be back later. Uncle Zhang took the symbolic backpack in my hand, which only contained a few sets of clothes. They told me to take you to see the young lady first. From today on, taking care of the young lady's daily life will be your main job. Main job? To put it bluntly, it means being a senior caregiver. I know exactly what's going on. But that's exactly what I want. I was just worried that I couldn't find an opportunity to test out my God-level massage technique. Under the guidance of Uncle Zhang, I walked through the hall that was as magnificent as a palace and took the elevator to the second floor. The entire north side of the second floor has been converted into a top-notch private medical room. Various expensive instruments, the names of which I could not pronounce, had their indicator lights flashing quietly. Several medical staff in white coats are busy recording data. And in the center of the medical room, on the large bed covered with white sheets, a woman was lying quietly. My wife, Su Qingying. This was the first time I saw her so close in real life. Even when she is asleep, her beauty is still so breathtaking. Her skin is whiter than snow and her facial features are as delicate as God's most perfect masterpiece. The long eyelashes, like two small brushes, cast a quiet shadow under the eyelids. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest and the steady heartbeat curve on the instrument next to her, I would even think that this was a lifeless and beautiful statue of sleeping beauty. Is this my wife? The business goddess that countless men in Zhanghai City dream of? The woman who is pregnant with my twins? It feels so fucking unreal. The chairman has instructed that, apart from the professional medical team, only you can enter this room at any time. Uncle Zhang whispered behind me. Master, miss. I'll leave everything to you from now on. After saying that, he quietly retreated with other medical staff and closed the door gently. In the huge medical room, Su Qingying and I were the only ones left. And the slight beeping sound made by those instruments. I walked to the bed, sat down, and looked at her quietly. Is this all my future life will be about? Facing a speechless and motionless vegetative person every day? If it were yesterday, I might have felt that this was a torment. But now, my heart is filled with anticipation and a hint of inexplicable excitement. Because I know that beneath this sleeping body, there is a living soul imprisoned. And I am the only one who can communicate with her. I took out my phone and skillfully opened the Emotional Resonance app. On the interface, Su Qingying's emotional state is still a flat straight line, calm. And my initial emotional value is still 100 points. I found the Spirit Link button. The instructions state that each entry requires the consumption of emotional points. I just don't know how much it will cost. Who cares? 100 points, that should be enough, right? I took a deep breath, stopped hesitating, and pressed it down hard. Bite. Detected the host's request to enter the bound target's spiritual world. This link will cost 10 points of emotion. Link is being established. 1%. 10%. 50%. As the progress bar read, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit me. I felt as if my soul was being pulled out of my body by an invisible force. The scene before my eyes began to twist and spin, transforming into a bottomless whirlpool. I lost control of my body and felt dizzy, like I was on a runaway roller coaster. This feeling only lasted for a few seconds. When my consciousness regained clarity, the scene before my eyes had completely changed. It is no longer the high-tech medical room. I found myself standing in an endless, pure white space. There is no sky, no earth, no reference point here. Up, down, left, and right, it was all white with no end in sight. The whole world was eerily quiet, without even a trace of wind. Is this Su Qingying's spiritual world? Is her heart so empty and lonely? I looked around, trying to find any trace of her. Soon, not far away, I saw the only color in this pure white world. It was a woman in a white dress, curled up and sitting there alone. She buried her face deeply in her knees, her long black hair hanging down like a waterfall, covering her figure. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, I recognized her familiar figure instantly. Su Qingying. It's her consciousness. I was delighted and was about to go up and say hello. But at this moment, a cold, angry, and terrified voice suddenly sounded in this pure white space. Why are you here again? Su Qingying suddenly raised her head, and her breathtakingly beautiful face was now filled with vigilance and hostility. Her eyes were like two sharp ice picks, piercing me. Didn't I warn you? Get out of my world. Chapter 7, First Meeting in a Dream. The first thing that makes the cold CEO angry is that he is smoking. Get out of my world. The cold rebuke echoed in the pure white and silent space, carrying with it undisguised disgust and rejection. Su Qingying's consciousness stared at me vigilantly, like a hedgehog with spikes all over its body. That beautiful face was filled with the determination of, if you dare to come any closer, I will fight you to the death. Really? It was really her who made the call last night. No, it should be said that it was a warning to me from her spiritual world. If it were the old me, facing such goddess-level disgust, I would have been ashamed and wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately. But now. Hey. Instead of running away, I put my hands in my pockets and walked towards her leisurely. My purpose is to collect emotional values. The angrier you are and the more you hate me, the happier I am. Don't come over here. Seeing me approaching, Su Qingying's reaction became even more intense. She stood up suddenly and roared in a timid manner. Unfortunately, her consciousness seemed very weak, and she was shaky when she stood up. I stopped and kept a safe distance from her, with a harmless smile on my face. Don't be nervous, Mr. Su. I won't eat you. How dare you say that? Su Qingying's voice trembled slightly with anger. She pointed at me, gritting her teeth. Half a year ago, you bastard, you did that to me. And now you dare to break into my world. What the hell do you want? Remember what happened that night? It seems that she is not completely blackout. I touched my chin and said in feigned surprise, Boss Su, you're really wronging me. What do you mean I did that to you? That night, it was clearly you who took the initiative, okay? You hugged me and cried and said you were under a lot of pressure, and also said, shut up. Before I could finish my words, Su Qingying interrupted me with a sharp voice. Two abnormal blushes appeared on her cheeks, and she couldn't tell whether it was from anger or embarrassment. That's nonsense. I didn't. Seeing her look of shame and anger, my heart was filled with joy. At the same time, a virtual panel that only I can see quietly unfolds before my eyes. On the panel, lines of data are jumping wildly. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, anger. Emotional value plus 10. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuation detected, shy. Emotional value plus 15. There's hope. It's so dramatic. So, it's so easy to make her mood swings? I feel like I have found the code to wealth. Whether you have or not, you know it in your heart. I spread my hands and continue to add fuel to the fire, but, considering that we are so destined to be together, I won't hold it against you for what happened in the past. I came here today mainly to announce something to you. Su Qingying looked at me warily. What's the matter? I cleared my throat, grinned, revealing my big white teeth, and said word by word in a tone that was extremely provocative. From today on, I, Gu Fan, will be your legal husband, Su Qingying. To put it simply, we are married. Here, we've got the marriage certificate. As I said this, I solemnly took out the red book that didn't exist at all from my pocket and shook it in front of her. Su Qingying was stunned. Her beautiful big eyes suddenly widened, as if she had heard some fairy tale. That delicate face was filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, shocked. Emotional value plus 30. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, ridiculous. Emotional value plus 20. After more than 10 seconds, she suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. You're talking nonsense. This is impossible. Her voice was a little cracked because she was too excited. How could I possibly marry someone like you? What about my parents? They would never agree. Oh, you mean our parents? I deliberately emphasized the words our parents. They are the ones who begged me to marry you. I counted on my fingers and started to calculate the bill for her. As for the betrothal gifts, they're not much. 10 million in cash, plus a villa in number 1 courtyard, and 1 million a month for my living expenses after we get married. TSK, to be honest, I refused at first. I pretended to be heartbroken and said, think about it, how can I, a man who stands tall and proud, live off a gigolo? If this gets out, how will I even be able to maintain my dignity? Su Qingying's face had turned from red to ashen. Her chest was heaving violently, and it was obvious that she was very angry with me. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, anger. Emotional value plus 25. Ding. Detecting the target's emotional fluctuation, humiliation. Emotional value plus 30. I looked at my rapidly rising emotional level and felt so happy. Make persistent efforts. But, our parents are so sincere. And, most importantly, I paused deliberately, moved closer to her, lowered my voice, and said in a mysterious tone. They told me that you already have my child in your belly. Or, a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Boom. This sentence, like the last straw, completely crushed Su Qingying's psychological defenses. Her body shook violently, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with despair, humiliation, and collapse. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, despair. Emotional value plus 50. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, collapse. Emotional value plus 50. Oh shit. Big bang. This time, I gained 100 emotional points. Including the previous ones, I made almost 200 points in just a few minutes this time. It's faster than robbing a bank. No. Impossible. Su Qingying sat on the ground in despair, shaking her head and muttering to herself. This can't be true. You must have made this up to trick me. Her eyes gradually turned red. A crystal teardrop slid down her perfect cheek. Seeing her like this, I suddenly felt a sense of pity. Damn, am I taking this a little too far? It seems a bit unkind to make a poor woman who is trapped in her own mental world so angry. Forget it, let us quit while we're ahead. Today's KPI has been exceeded. Moreover, my consciousness began to become a little fuzzy, as if the time for spiritual connection was approaching. I coughed lightly, breaking the dead silence. Well, believe it or not, this is the truth. I just came to inform you. I looked at her and that cynical smile returned to my face. Okay, my dear wife, take some time to digest this good news. Husband, I will withdraw first. After saying that, I felt the white space around me begin to twist violently. A powerful pulling force acted on my consciousness, trying to drag me away from this world. Just before my figure was about to disappear, Su Qingying suddenly raised her head. Her red eyes stared at me intently, and she used all her strength to let out a heart-wrenching roar. Gu Fan! You devil! Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. Chapter 8, Emotional values soar, and system rewards are plentiful. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. Along with Su Qingying's roar filled with endless resentment, my consciousness was suddenly pulled back by a huge force. My eyes went dark, then bright again. The dizziness wore off and I returned to the real world. I was breathing heavily and a thin layer of cold sweat was oozing out of my forehead. Everything that happened in that pure white space just now is still vivid in my mind. Su Qingying's face, which changed from shame to anger, from anger to shock, and from shock to despair, kept flashing in my mind. Finally, it stopped at her eyes, which were red as if they were about to bleed. Call. I let out a long sigh, and actually felt a little guilty. It seems a bit inhuman to make a girl, who can't move her body and can only move in the spiritual world, so angry. Bite. The spiritual connection has been disconnected. The duration of this connection is 5 minutes. Emotional value calculation in progress. Just as I was reflecting on myself, the cold mechanical voice in my mind rang again. I suddenly came to my senses, and all the feelings of guilt and being inhuman were thrown out of my mind in an instant. Here it comes. The most exciting moment is coming. Settlement. I quickly opened the app on my phone. A virtual settlement panel popped up on the interface. On it, my previous results are densely listed. Anger, +10, +25, total, +35 points. Shyness, +15 points. Shock emotion, +30 points. Absurd emotion, +20 points. Humiliation, +30 points. Despair, +50 points. Emotional breakdown, +50 points. Congratulations to the host. The first spiritual connection was a great success. Thanks to the host's series of brilliant operations, he successfully detonated the target's multiple high-intensity negative emotions, triggering the system's hidden emotional storm reward mechanism. In this settlement, all emotional value gains will be doubled. Final emotional value, 35 plus 15 plus 30 plus 20 plus 30 plus 50 plus 50 times 2 is equal to 460 points. 460 points. Double. I looked at the bright red number and was so excited that I almost crushed the phone. Fuck. It turns out that she was so angry that she collapsed, but there is such a hidden benefit? This system understands me so damn well. I looked at the emotional value in my account, which suddenly became extremely abundant, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and accomplishment arose spontaneously. Host, Gu Fan. Bound target, Su Qingying. Current sentiment value, 90 initial plus 460 income equals 550 points. 550 points. Sent. This time it's completely successful. If we calculate 100 points for each lottery draw, I can directly draw 5 times in a row. Is there anything more enjoyable than this? That is. I turned my head and looked at Su Qingying, who was still lying quietly on the hospital bed. At this moment, the sophisticated instruments connected to her body suddenly made a rapid beeping sound. The heart rate curve, which was originally as smooth as a straight line, began to beat violently. On the brainwave monitor, the waves representing thinking activities were also fluctuating wildly as if they were going crazy. What's going on? The door was pushed open with a bang, and Uncle Zhang rushed in with several medical staff, their faces full of nervousness. When they saw the data jumping wildly on the instrument, everyone was stunned. Oh my god. The young lady's vital signs are fluctuating violently. Look at the brain waves. This level of activity, it's like a normal person. How is this possible? Quick! Go call Professor Zhou. The entire medical room was instantly in chaos. And I, as the instigator of all this, stood aside, keeping my achievements and fame to myself, with a slight smile on my face. Little guy. Where are we going now? Later, there will be times when you are excited. Soon, an old man with gray hair, wearing reading glasses and looking very authoritative, came hurriedly accompanied by Uncle Zhang. He is Su Qingying's attending physician, the country's top brain expert, Professor Zhou. As soon as Professor Zhou came in, he rushed to the instrument, holding up his reading glasses, and stared at the data on the screen. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Incredible, simply incredible. He muttered to himself as if he was looking at some rare treasure. The patient was clearly still in a deep coma, so why did the activity of the cerebral cortex suddenly reach the peak of a normal awake person? This is completely contrary to medical common sense. He turned his head and looked at me with sharp eyes. Just now, what did you do to the young lady? Uncle Zhang and the medical staff all focused their attention on me. I spread my hands, looking innocent. What can I do? I'm just here with her and I said a few words to her. Say? Professor Zhou frowned, obviously not believing it. What did you say? I touched it, thought about it, and decided to tell the truth. It's nothing, just tell her that we are married and she is pregnant with my child. Oh, yes, they're twins, a boy and a girl. The whole room fell into dead silence again. Professor Zhou's mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to fit a light bulb. Uncle Zhang and the medical staff had a frustrated expression on their faces, as if they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and their faces turned the color of liver. Using such words to stimulate a vegetative person? This new son-in-law's way of thinking is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Professor Joe adjusted his glasses and looked at me as if I were a monster. That's all? Yes, that's all. I nodded. Then the instrument started beeping. Professor Joe was silent. He looked at the screen again, and the data on it, after experiencing a period of violent fluctuations, began to slowly return to stability. Although it is still more active than before, it no longer has the scary peak it had just now. He pondered for a long time, a thoughtful expression on his face. Could it be emotional stimulation therapy? Using strong verbal stimulation to stimulate the patient's subconscious mind? That makes sense. He clapped his hands excitedly as if he had discovered a new world. Mr. Gu, you are simply a genius. You have provided us with a completely new treatment idea. I just want to earn some emotional points. How does that make me a genius? Mr. Gu, from today on, I hope you can spend more time talking to Miss. Professor Joe grabbed my hand as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, with excitement flashing in his old eyes. Anything you say will do. It's best if it can continuously stimulate her emotions. This might do wonders for her brain's recovery. I was so happy in my heart, but I nodded calmly on the surface. Don't worry, Professor Joe. For my wife's speedy recovery, I will definitely stimulate her. After sending away the excited Professor Joe and a group of medical staff who looked like gods, I was the only one left in the room. I looked at the huge amount of 550 points in my account and felt like a king sitting on a mountain of gold. It's time to test my bloodline. System. Draw the lottery for me. I clicked on the gorgeous lucky wheel and muttered to myself. 5 consecutive draws. Bite. Emotional value 500, lucky draw begins. The huge roulette will begin to spin wildly again. This time, there are 5 chances. My heart also rose to my throat. Let us have something good. Please don't give me any more postpartum care for sows. The pointer slowly stopped. 5 rays of light of different colors exploded before my eyes. A series of system prompt sounds, like the sound of nature, rang wildly in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won a cash reward of 1 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the consumable item, Gene Repair Fluid Basic X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill, God Level Cooking. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained. Just as I was looking forward to what the 4th reward would be, an unexpected voice suddenly came from the door. It was a majestic and cold voice, with a hint of undisguised disgust. You are Gu Fan? Chapter 9, Mother-in-Law's Show of Force. If you don't spend 1 million in a month, you can get out. You are Gu Fan? That voice was majestic and cold, like a piece of poison ice, which instantly cooled my fiery mood after 5 consecutive draws. I turned around suddenly. There was a man and a woman standing at the door. The man, about 50 years old, was a burly figure with an air of authority. Even his well-tailored black suit couldn't conceal the domineering aura of someone who had long held a high position. Just standing there, he gave off a sense of overwhelming pressure. It was the chairman of Tianqiang Group, Su Qingying's father, Su Xinghua. A business tycoon who truly emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Next to him was a lady who still had some charm. She was well-maintained and looked to be no more than 40 years old. She was wearing a Chanel suit, which made her look elegant and graceful. Her facial features are 70% similar to Su Qingying's. When she was young, she must have been a stunningly beautiful woman. She should be Su Qingying's mother, my mother-in-law, Xiaolan. However, at this moment, there was no trace of the joy that a mother-in-law should have when looking at her son-in-law on her face. Her eyes were colder and more harsh than Su Xinghua's. It was an undisguised contempt and disgust that came from the very bones. It was like watching a bedbug that had accidentally crawled into your living room. It was obvious that she had said that just now. I quickly put away my phone, stood up from my chair, and thought quickly in my mind. Here he comes, the real boss is finally here. Judging from the situation, he is here to intimidate me. Uncle, aunt, hello. I tried to force out an honest smile and took the initiative to say hello. Uncle? Aunt? Xiaolan looked like she had heard a huge joke, with a sarcastic arc on the corner of her mouth. Mr. Gu, I think Lawyer Luo should have made it very clear to you. You and Qingying only have an arranged marriage. So, put away your pretentious attitude. It makes me sick. One sentence left me speechless. Good man, it turns out that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same house. This venomous tongue skill was exactly the same as her daughter's in her dream. Sujingwa didn't say anything, but just looked me up and down carefully with his sharp eyes like an eagle. That look didn't seem like he was looking at his son-in-law, but more like he was examining a piece of merchandise. In the end, he seemed disappointed and shook his head imperceptibly, with a little more contempt in his eyes. Professor Joe called us just now and said that you used verbal stimulation to cause drastic fluctuations in Qingying's vital signs? Sujingwa finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse, full of majesty. Yes. I nodded. I just told her that we are married. Sujingwa responded without comment, walked to the bedside, looked at his sleeping daughter, and a rare trace of fatherly warmth flashed in his eyes. No matter what method you use, as long as it helps Qingying's condition, the Su family will not treat you unfairly. He paused, then changed the subject, his tone becoming cold again. But you also have to remember who you are. Don't think about what you shouldn't think about. Don't touch what you shouldn't touch. Otherwise, the Su family can make you rise to the sky, but they can also make you fall into the abyss. A naked threat. I sneered in my heart, but still looked honest on the surface. Don't worry, uncle. I know the rules. My obedience seemed to make Xiaolan even more contemptuous of me. She walked up to me in high heels, took out a black bank card from her Hermes bag, and threw it on the table in front of me. The posture was like giving alms to a beggar on the roadside. Here is your 1 million living expenses for this month. Her voice was full of a sense of superiority. Although our Su family is not short of money, we never keep idle people, let alone useless people. So, I set a rule for you. Xiaolan stretched out a finger painted with exquisite nail polish and tapped the card. From today on, you must spend the 1 million every month on me. Not a single cent can be left. I was stunned. What the hell? Spend 1 million in 1 month? What kind of weird rule is this? Is there such a good thing? Xiaolan seemed to enjoy my shocked expression of inexperience, and the sarcasm on her face became even stronger. What? Can't do it? I've researched you. You've lived frugally since you were little. Your monthly living expenses are probably less than 1,000 yuan, right? For someone like you who's used to being poor, even if you suddenly become rich, you're still poor at heart. Asking you to spend money would probably be more painful than killing you, right? I just want you to know that you and we are not from the same world. You will never be able to fit into our lives. Xiaolan raised her chin slightly, like a proud peacock. After 1 month, if there's even a penny left on this card, you'll pack up and get out of here. Our Su family can't afford to lose this person. I see. I instantly understood her intention. She wanted to use this method to humiliate me, make things difficult for me, and make me give up. In her opinion, a poor boy like me doesn't know how to spend money. Spending 1 million in a month is definitely an impossible task for me. By then, she would have enough reasons to kick me out of the Su family like trash. What a vicious yet caring mother-in-law. He was afraid that I was having too much fun as a son-in-law, so he found ways to give me money. I looked at the black card on the table and my heart was filled with joy. Spending 1 million in a month? Is it difficult? This is a free-point question for me. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, an idea suddenly came to my mind. Etc. If we agree to this, wouldn't it be too easy for her? Doesn't she want to laugh at me? Don't you think that I, a poor guy who has suddenly become rich, will be stingy with my money? Then I will. Show her. My face showed an extremely embarrassed expression, with a hint of greed and entanglement. I rubbed my hands, looked at the black card, my Adam's apple rolled up and down, and I swallowed. My eyes were full of desire for money, but also with a hint of the uneasiness of a small person. Auntie, this is not good, right? I stammered, 1 million is too much. I'm afraid I can't spend it all. My lifelike performance obviously pleased Xiaolan. The contempt on her face almost overflowed. Can't spend it all? That proves that you don't deserve to stay in our Su family. Get out. That's your only fate. No. I can do it. I seemed to be stimulated by her words. I suddenly raised my head, grabbed the black card, and held it tightly in my hand, as if I was holding the whole world. There was a greedy and determined light in my eyes. Don't worry, Auntie. Don't even mention 1 million. Even if it's 10 million. I promise to spend it all for you. Not a penny left. Okay, that's what you said. Xiaolan sneered, her goal had been achieved. She was too lazy to waste any more words with a bug like me. Su Jinghua, let's go. Looking at him, I feel like the air here is dirty. After saying that, she walked away in her high heels without looking back. Su Jinghua looked at me deeply, his eyes were complicated and incomprehensible. In the end, he said nothing and turned and left. The room was quiet again. I looked at the black card in my hand, and the poor look on my face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a playful smile. Spend 1 million in 1 month? Mother-in-law, oh mother-in-law, how is this a show of power? You are clearly giving me ammunition. Just wait. In a month, I will give you a big surprise. At this moment, the system prompt sound that was interrupted by Su Jinghua and his wife finally rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special item, Good Guy Card X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill, Immunity to All Poisons. Chapter 10, I used a sack to carry money to pay for my mother's surgery. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special item, Good Guy Card X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill, Immunity to All Poisons. In my mind, the belated system prompt sound brought my thoughts back. I looked at the lottery results and raised my eyebrows slightly. Nice guy card? What's the use of this thing? There's no manual in the system store. But this, invulnerability to all poisons, seems to be a good thing. Skill description, the host's physique becomes immune to all known and unknown toxins. P.S. This includes the mother-in-law's poisonous chicken soup. Hey, this system is pretty cool. However, I don't have time to study this right now. I looked at the black card that my mother-in-law had rewarded me with, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Spending 1 million in a month? Do you really think I have no place to spend money? I took out my cell phone and called Director Lee, my mother's attending physician at the 3rd Municipal Hospital. Hello, Director Lee? I'm Wang Huiman's son, Gu Fan. On the other end of the phone, Director Lee sounded a little impatient. Oh, it's you. I've already urged you to get a kidney, but there's no rush. You? Director Lee. I interrupted him directly, my mother's illness can't be delayed any longer. I'm going to perform surgery on her now. Director Lee was stunned for a moment, then he sighed, and his tone became somewhat sympathetic. Xiaogu, I understand how you feel. But surgery requires money. The deposit for the kidney alone is 200,000 yuan, and the subsequent surgery and treatment fees, combined, will cost at least 500,000 yuan. I understand your family's situation. You should. Money is not a problem. I interrupted him again, my tone calm but with an undeniable power. Right now, immediately, arrange for the best nephrologist in the country to assist me, using the best medications and activating the fastest kidney matching channel. I only have one request, that my mother recover and be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. As for the money. I paused and smiled. I'll go to the hospital now and give you the money in person. After saying that, I hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Director Lee was stunned for a long time, and finally shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young people nowadays are really, sigh. He just thought I was a young man who cared about his reputation and said a few nonsense, and didn't take it to heart at all. And the first thing I did after hanging up the phone was to take the black card and walk out of the Su family manor. Instead of going to the bank, I went straight to a hardware store on the side of the road. Boss, give me one of the biggest and strongest sacks you have. Half an hour later, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Zhonghai City. It's the same VIP reception room and the same beautiful manager as last time. When she saw me in the huge sack behind me that was almost half my height, the professional smile on her face froze noticeably. Mr. Gu, you're here again? I nodded and pushed the black card in my hand and the 1 million check withdrawn from the system in front of her. Do me a favor. There's 1 million in this card, and there's 1 million in this check. 2 million in total, all in cash. Then, help me put them all into the sack. Beautiful manager. Her mouth slowly opened into an O shape, and her beautiful big eyes were filled with fear that this person must be a fool. Finally, at my strong request, the bank mobilized 2 security guards to help me lift the huge sack filled with a full 2 million in cash into a taxi. "Master, go to the 3rd Municipal Hospital." The driver looked at the bulging sack on the back seat in the rearview mirror, then looked at me, his eyes becoming extremely vigilant. He calmly pressed an inconspicuous emergency button next to his seat. The 3rd Municipal Hospital, Inpatient Department, Payment Hall. Today, the nurse in her 40s with a harsh attitude was still on duty. She was sitting with her legs crossed, eating melon seeds and chatting and gossiping with her colleagues. She ignored the family members of the patients waiting in line in front of her. "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Can't you see I'm busy?" When it was my turn, she didn't even raise her eyelids. "Name: Wang Huiman, bed 302. I gave the name calmly. When the nurse heard the name, she finally raised her head with a sarcastic smile on her face. "Hey, it's you again? What, have you collected enough money?" She glanced at me and said sarcastically, "I'm telling you, if you don't pay the money today, even a god can't keep your mother's bed." The people queuing around me all looked at me with sympathy. I didn't say anything. I just silently dragged the huge sack behind me to the front. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, I untied the rope of the sack. Crash! A loud bang. Brand new red banknotes still with bank seals poured out of the sack like a flood breaking through a dam. In an instant, the small payment window was completely flooded. Countless banknotes piled up like a mountain, and quite a few even squeezed directly through the gap in the window into the nurse's station and fell at the feet of the nurse. The entire payment hall fell silent in an instant. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Everyone's movements were frozen. They were all stunned, with their mouths wide open and their eyes bulging, staring at the hill of money in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief and horror. The sound of cracking melon seeds has stopped. The sound of gossip is gone. The impatient urging voices also disappeared. The only sound in the whole world was the rustling of banknotes scattered on the ground. The nurse who had been so arrogant just now was now completely dumbfounded. She froze in place, like a petrified statue. The melon seed shells fell from her open mouth to the ground without her noticing. Her eyes were fixed on the bundles of red banknotes at her feet, and her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. I leaned against the counter and picked my ears, breaking the dead silence. I pointed at the pile of money and looked at the frightened nurse with a playful smile on my face. "That. Let's count. There should be 2 million here. That should be enough for my mom's surgery, right?" Chapter 11. I drew invulnerability to all poisons in the lottery. What's the use of this thing? My voice is not loud. But at this moment, in this payment hall where you could hear a pin drop, it was like a thunderclap, booming in everyone's ears. 2 million in cash. It piled up into a small hill. Just like that, a young man wearing street goods threw it at the payment window with a torn sack. This scene brings unparalleled visual impact and psychological shock to everyone. Gudong. I don't know who it was, but he swallowed hard. The nurse who had been so arrogant before was now pale as a ghost. Her legs were shaking like sieves and she could hardly stand. Looking at my smiling face, her eyes were full of fear and horror, as if she was looking at a devil. I. She was trembling and couldn't even finish a sentence. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Director Lee ran out of the office with several hospital leaders, sweating profusely. Obviously, the emergency button pressed by the taxi driver just now worked. When they received a call from the security center, they thought someone was coming to the hospital to cause trouble or rob. But when they rushed into the hall and saw the scene before them, everyone was stunned as if they were under a spell. What's going on? A pot-bellied hospital leader pointed at the pile of money, his voice trembling. Director Lee's gaze passed through the crowd and finally fell on me. When he saw that it was me, the expression on his face was even more exciting than seeing a ghost. Xiao Gu? He stammered, "Is this money all yours?" I spread my hands, looking innocent. "Yeah. Didn't you ask me to pay? I'm a practical person. I don't like swiping cards. I prefer cash." "Why, your hospital doesn't accept cash." Director Lee. Hospital leader. Onlookers. Damn it. Don't like swiping cards and prefer using cash? Still using sacks? Is this true? This is a blatant display of wealth. It's a dimensionality reduction attack. You have figured out all the Versailles literature. Yes. Of course. The hospital leader was the first to react. His face was instantly filled with a chrysanthemum-like smile. He trotted over and shook my hand enthusiastically. "Sir, please go to the VIP room and rest." He turned around and shouted at the terrified nurse, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call the finance department to come over and use the money counter to count this gentleman's money. If you neglect this distinguished guest, I'll skin you alive." The nurse shuddered all over, as if awakened from a dream, and ran to make a phone call. Soon, 7 or 8 financial staff rushed into the hall carrying 3 money counting machines. A vigorous money counting operation was launched in full view of the public. I was then invited into the most luxurious VIP reception room by a group of hospital leaders. Director Lee personally served me tea and water, and his attitude was as respectful as could be. "Xiao Gu." No, Mr. Gu. "Look, you're here. Why are you making such a big fuss?" He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face full of embarrassment and fear. If he still doesn't understand that I'm a real boss who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, then he has lived in vain for these decades. "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. Your mother's illness is a huge matter for our hospital." The hospital leader patted his chest and made a solemn promise. "I'll contact them right now. I guarantee I'll find the most suitable kidney donor within 24 hours. I will personally supervise the surgery and invite the best specialists in the country to perform it. What do you think?" "Well, thank you for your help." I picked up the teacup, took a sip, and nodded calmly. This is the power of money. It can make the devil work, and it can also make the king of hell bow his head. Cool. It's so fucking cool. After arranging my mother's affairs, I went to the ward to stay with her for a while before leaving the hospital. The $2 million in cash not only paid for the surgery, but the remaining money was enough for my mother to stay in a top-level VIP ward and enjoy the best care. The biggest stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. It was already evening when we returned to the spacious and luxurious villa in the Su family manor. The huge villa was deserted, with only a few servants cleaning. Su Jinhua and Xiaolan did not come back. I guess they just want to out of sight, out of mind, and are too lazy to share a room with me, their son-in-law. That's exactly what I want. I enjoy the quiet. Back in the huge medical room on the second floor, Su Qingying was still lying quietly. The data from the instrument showed that her vital signs were much more stable and active than before I left. It seems that my stimulation this morning had a significant effect. I sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her beautiful sleeping face, thinking in my heart, today's emotional value has been almost harvested. If you use the same routine a second time, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. We have to think of a new way. Moreover, my top priority is to figure out what the things I won in the lottery are used for. I opened the system interface and began to study it carefully. 1 million cash, automatically deposited into the host's bank card. Gene repair fluid primary, can repair damaged genetic chains in organisms, with a certain chance of curing malignant diseases. Note, ineffective for vegetative patients. God-level cooking skills, let you become a cooking god instantly, and the dishes you cook will shine. Good guy card, a special item. Used on a designated target, it forcibly increases their favorability by 50 points. Note, this card can only be used on targets of the same sex and is ineffective against those with malicious intent. Immune to all poisons, automatically integrated. Gene repair fluid, good stuff. After my mother finishes the surgery, I will use it on her. It should be able to make her recover completely and prevent recurrence. God-level cooking skills? This is not bad either. I can make something delicious for my wife, oh no, for myself. A nice guy card? This thing seems a bit useless. It only works on men? Do you think I'm going to try to win over my father-in-law? Forget it, let us keep it for now. Finally, my eyes fell on the invulnerability to all poisons. Immune to all toxins? This skill looks awesome. But now we live in a society ruled by law. Who would poison people every day for fun? It feels like it's useless. Just as I was thinking this, there was a gentle knock on my door. Knock, knock. A maid came in with a bowl of ginseng soup and a professional smile on her face. Sir, this is something Madam specifically ordered the kitchen to stew for you. She said you've worked hard today and this is to replenish your body. Lady? Xiaolan? My mother-in-law, who wishes I would just get out of here, would be so kind as to make soup for me? The sun rises from the west? A sense of vigilance rose in my heart, but I kept a straight face. Oh? Really? Then thank Auntie for me. I took the bowl of ginseng soup. The soup is rich in color and fragrant, and you can tell at a glance that it uses the best ingredients. I was just about to drink it, but just as the bowl of soup was about to touch my lips, the cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind without any warning. Warn! The soup was found to contain high concentrations of aconitine and nerve paralysis toxins. If the host drinks it, he will die within 10 minutes due to cardiac arrest and respiratory failure. The skill immune to all poisons has been automatically triggered. Please drink it with confidence and remember to give it a good review. Chapter 12, The Conspiracy of the Second Uncle of the Su Family, Trying to Poison Me in the Food? The skill immune to all poisons has been automatically triggered. Please drink it with confidence and remember to give it a good review. In my mind, the system's playful prompt sound made my hand holding the soup bowl suddenly stop in mid-air. I instantly broke out in a cold sweat on my back. Poison. This soup is fucking poisonous. I raised my head and looked at the maid in front of me who still maintained her professional smile. Her eyes were calm and peaceful. It was as if what she was holding was just an ordinary bowl of ginseng soup, not a bowl of poison that could kill me instantly. Good job. I really underestimated the dire situation in this wealthy family's compound. This is only my first day here, and I haven't even sat down yet, but someone is already impatiently trying to kill me? Moreover, the method is so cruel that it is a deadly poison that kills instantly upon contact with blood. Who could it be? Mother-in-law Xiaolan? Not like that. With her arrogant personality, although she dislikes me, she prefers to use money and status to humiliate me and make me give up, and she disdains to use such despicable means. Is that Su Jinghua? Even more impossible. Although he is domineering, he is a hero of his generation and acts in an upright manner. He would not use such a shady trick to deal with an insignificant person like me. So, the rest. There are only those who don't want Su Qingying to leave behind any offspring, and don't want me, their son-in-law, to stay in the Su family legitimately. For example, Su Qingying's ambitious second uncle, Su Jinhua, who has always coveted the position of president. I figured out the trick in an instant. Su Qingying became a vegetable, and he was probably the happiest person. Now, not only is Su Qingying not dead, she also has an heir in her belly. Plus me, your nominal husband. All of this became a stumbling block in his attempt to seize the family property. So, he had to get rid of me. As long as I die, a son-in-law who died accidentally will not be able to make any waves at all. And the child in Su Qingying's belly, without a father, will have no legitimate future. What a good move to cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. What a cruel heart, what a vicious plan. Seeing me holding the soup and not drinking it for a long time, the maid's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible nervousness. Son-in-law, what's wrong? Is it not to your liking? She asked tentatively. I sneered in my heart. Play? I'll act with you. I put on a simple smile and scratched my head. No. No. It's just that this soup is so delicious. It's the first time I've tasted something so good, so I'm a little reluctant to drink it. My inexperienced look obviously made her let down her guard. Son-in-law, you're joking. The smile on her face became more genuine. Hey. I smiled foolishly, then raised the bowl of poisonous ginseng soup to my mouth in front of her. Under the maid's gaze filled with expectation and nervousness, I drank it all in one gulp. Not even a drop of soup left. After drinking it, I licked my lips with satisfaction and gave her a thumbs up. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Auntie's cooking skills are just different. Please, thank her for me. A brilliant smile instantly appeared on the maid's face. That smile concealed the pride of having his conspiracy succeeded, and a sense of relief. Okay, uncle. As long as you like it. Then, you should have a good rest, I won't disturb you. She took the empty bowl from my hand and walked out briskly, as if she had accomplished a huge task. As I watched her disappearing figure, the simple smile on my face instantly disappeared. Instead, there was a bone-chilling chill. Su Jinhua, right? Want me to die? Then I'll let you see who will die first. I sat in the chair and waited quietly. The skill of immune to all poisons is really awesome. That dose was enough to poison an elephant, but when it entered my stomach, apart from feeling a little warm, it was no different from drinking a bowl of spicy soup. I could even feel those toxins being rapidly broken down and absorbed by my body, and finally turning into farts. I opened the system interface and looked at Su Qingying's still stable emotional curve, and an idea came to my mind. Wife. Today, your husband will lend you to perform a big show. You have to cooperate with me. I clicked on Spiritual Link. The familiar feeling of dizziness came over me, and my consciousness once again entered that pure white space. This time, Su Qingying's consciousness was no longer curled up in the corner. She was standing in the middle of the space, pacing back and forth, looking restless. Obviously, what I said this morning had a huge impact on her. When she saw me appear again, she was stunned at first, and then, overwhelming anger surged onto her beautiful face again. You still dare to come? Shoo. I made a gesture to her to keep quiet and showed an extremely weird smile on my face. Wife, don't be angry. I came here this time to say goodbye to you. Su Qingying was stunned. Goodbye? What do you mean? I sighed, clutching my chest, a pained expression on my face. My body also began to become illusory and transparent, as if it would disappear at any time. Alas, it seems that our fate has come to an end. I said in an extremely weak voice, just now, I drank the loving ginseng soup that my mother made for me. Someone poisoned the soup. I feel like I'm going to die. Su Qingying's pupils suddenly shrank. Poison? How is this possible? Her first reaction was not joy, but shock and disbelief. Yeah, I didn't expect that. My performance continues. Maybe someone doesn't want me, their son-in-law, to live too long. Honey, I'm sorry. It seems that I can't stay with you until the end. The child in your belly, you must give birth to them safely. My figure became increasingly faint. Remember, the person who poisoned you is most likely. I didn't finish what I was saying. Under Su Qingying's shocked and complicated gaze, my consciousness completely dissipated in her spiritual world with a bang. And in the real world. I suddenly opened my eyes, and the corners of my mouth curled up in a smile of success. At the same time, the door of my room was violently slammed open from the outside with a bang. Su Genua, his playboy son Su Mingzhi, and several collateral relatives of the Su family rushed in with faces full of sadness and shock. Brother! Sister-in-law! Something bad has happened. Su Genua howled at the top of his lungs. I just heard that there's something wrong with the ginseng soup you gave Gufan. Behind him, Su Mingzhi rushed to me first with a gloating look on his face. When he saw me falling to the ground with my face turning black, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing all over, he could no longer conceal his inner ecstasy and almost laughed out loud. Dad! Look! He really seems to be dying. Chapter 13, Unharmed, shocking the audience. Dad! Look! He really seems to be dying. Su Mingzhi's gloating voice sounded particularly harsh in the huge medical room. He pointed at me, who was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching all over, with an undisguised ecstasy and pride on his face. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at an ant that had finally been stepped on to death. Su Genua had a heartbroken expression. He rushed to me, squatted down, and seriously checked my breath. Then, he suddenly sat down on the ground, beat his chest and stamped his feet, and burst into tears. With that kind of acting skills, it would be a waste if he doesn't win an Oscar. Gufan! My good nephew-in-law. Why did you just leave like that? Brother! Sister-in-law! Come out and take a look. Something big has happened. When he howled like this, the group of Su family's collateral relatives who followed him immediately followed suit. Some looked shocked, some looked regretful, and some, like Su Mingzhi, had a hint of gloating in their eyes. Soon, Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were alarmed by the noise here. They walked out of the study quickly, and when they saw the scene in the room, their faces changed instantly. Especially Xiaolan, when she saw me dead on the ground, her face turned pale as paper, without a trace of blood. What's going on? Su Jinghua rushed over, his voice a little hoarse due to shock. Su Genua immediately got up from the ground, pointed at Xiaolan, and showed an expression of sadness and anger on his face. The villain was the first to complain. Brother! You have to do something for this poor child. He said with great sorrow, I just heard from the servants that my sister-in-law personally cooked a bowl of ginseng soup for Gufan. But who could have imagined that the child would die of the poison right after drinking it? Boom! These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Xia Lan's ears. Her body shook violently and she almost lost her balance. No, impossible. She screamed, that soup. I watched the soup being cooked in the kitchen with my own eyes. How could it be poisonous? Sister-in-law, at this point, do you still want to quibble? Su Zhenhua pressed on step by step, his tone aggressive. There's evidence and witnesses. It's you. You killed Gu Fan because you despised him for his humble background and thought he wasn't worthy of our Su family. You wanted to poison him to death so he wouldn't be able to prove anything. He turned around and accused Su Zhenhua in tears. Brother! Qingying has become like this, and she's pregnant with the Su family's only child. How could sister-in-law, how could she do such a foolish and cruel thing? If this gets out, will our Su family still have face? His words were sincere and heartfelt and righteous. The group of collateral relatives behind him immediately began to fan the flames and accuse Xiaolan. Yes, sister-in-law, you are too cruel. No matter what, he is Qingying's husband and the father of your grandchildren. What misfortune for our family. What misfortune for our family. For a time, he was the target of public criticism. Xiaolan was completely confused by this sudden change. She was speechless, her face was pale, she pointed at Su Zhenhua and trembled with anger. Su Zhenhua. You are slandering me. Su Zhenghua's face also turned ashen, and his eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. He looked at me on the ground, then looked at his wife, and finally, his eyes like a knife fell on Su Zhenhua's face. With his intelligence, he naturally would not believe Su Zhenhua's one-sided words so easily. But now, he couldn't find any evidence to refute it. The entire scene fell into complete chaos. Su Zhenhua and his son were so happy seeing this scene. Done. The plan works. Today, not only did he get rid of Gu Fan, the thorn in his side, but he was also able to take down Xiaolan, the mistress of the house. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Just when Su Zhenhua thought he had won the battle and was preparing to take the next step of forcing the emperor to abdicate, a lazy voice with a hint of teasing suddenly sounded from the ground. I say, aren't you happy a little too early? The sound is not loud. But at this moment, in this noisy and chaotic room, it was like a thunderbolt from the sky, striking everyone on the top of their head. Everyone's voices suddenly stopped. The whole world fell into dead silence in an instant. The smile on Su Mingzhi's face froze. Su Zhenhua's sad expression also froze on his face. Everyone stared at the source of the sound with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The me who should have died from the poison. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, I slowly sat up from the ground. I stretched, yawned, and rubbed my eyes, as if I had just woken up. I dusted myself off and looked around at the people in the room who had been completely petrified. Finally, my eyes fell on Su Zhenhua's wonderful face. I grinned, revealing my big white teeth. Second uncle, you are such a whaler. It's a waste of your talent if you don't go to the village to have a feast. You're not dead? Su Mingzhi pointed at me, his voice changing in tone due to extreme shock and fear. He seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in the world and took several steps back in fear. Nonsense. I rolled my eyes at him and said, even if you die, I can't die. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Zhenhua also came to his senses. He pointed at me and roared hysterically. There's clearly something in that soup. He was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized that he had said something wrong and immediately shut up. But his panicked expression said it all. Xiaolan and Su Zhenhua are also smart people. When they saw the scene, they understood instantly. This is a trap. A vicious plot carefully designed by Su Zhenhua to frame the couple. And I, Gu Fan, am just an insignificant pawn to be sacrificed in this plan. Su Zhenghua's eyes instantly became icy cold and murderous. He stared at his younger brother intently, his voice coming out from between his teeth. Second brother, you are very good. Xiaolan was also trembling with anger. She looked at Su Zhenhua with eyes full of disappointment and anger. For the sake of the family fortune, you actually wanted to kill your own nephew and son-in-law. Do you have a black heart? Seeing that the truth was revealed, a trace of madness flashed across Su Zhenhua's face. He knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. He simply tore off his face, pointed at me, and roared like a madman. Brother! Sister-in-law! Don't be fooled by him. He's a monster. He drank poison and didn't die. He's definitely not human. He turned to look at the maid who brought the soup and shouted, "You! Tell everyone. Is that bowl of soup poisonous?" The maid had already collapsed on the ground in fear. Hearing Su Genoa's words, she trembled and took out a small paper bag from her pocket, in which there was still some white powder. "Yes, it was given to me by the second master," he said. "He said that just a little bit can kill someone instantly. There are both witnesses and evidence. Su Genoa, you can no longer deny it." However, just when everyone thought that this farce was about to end with Su Genoa's failure, I did something that no one expected. I slowly walked up to the maid. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, I picked up the paper bag filled with poisonous powder. Then, I raised my head and looked at Su Genoa, whose face looked as pale as death. I laughed. "Second uncle," you said, "this thing can poison people to death?" Without waiting for his answer, in front of everyone, I slowly poured the entire packet of white powder into my mouth. I chewed it and smacked my lips as if I were tasting some delicious popping candy. Finally, I looked at Su Genoa, who was completely dumbfounded, and slowly said something that made him heartbroken. "It tastes pretty good. It's just a little salty." Chapter 14 Su Mingjure's Provocation. Are you a waste worthy of entering the Su family? It tastes pretty good. It's just a little salty. After I said this, I licked my lips with my tongue. The whole world is quiet. If I say that my resurrection just now shocked and frightened Su Genoa and his son. So, my behavior of eating a whole bag of poison as if it were popping candy in front of everyone at this moment, brought them deep-rooted, incomprehensible, and extreme horror. Ghost. I don't know who it was, but someone let out a shrill scream. Then, the group of collateral relatives who followed Su Genoa to watch the fun, all fled out of the room in a panic, pissing and shitting, as if they had seen a ghost. It seemed that if he stayed for one more second, he would be eaten alive by this monster of mine. Su Mingjure's legs went limp with a thump and he collapsed to the ground in fear. He pointed at me, and a yellow puddle of water quickly spread across his crotch. This grandson was actually scared to death by me. As the instigator of all this, Su Genoa undoubtedly suffered the greatest psychological impact. His face was so pale that it couldn't be described anymore. That's the kind of grayness that only dead people have. His body was shaking like a sieve, and his teeth were chattering, making a clacking sound. He looked at me with eyes filled with fear, despair, and a hint of an instinctive awe in the face of the unknown. "Monster. He squeezed out 2 dry words from his throat, then his eyes rolled back and he fell straight back. This scheming and ruthless second master of the Su family was actually scared to death by me. A carefully planned palace coup ended in an extremely absurd and dramatic way. The instigators were both frightened to death, one peed his pants, and the other fainted. It's perfect. The only ones still standing in the room were Su Jinghua and Xiaolan. And the butler, Uncle Zhang, who saw everything from beginning to end. Su Jinghua's face still showed the calmness that remained unchanged even when a mountain collapsed in front of him. But in those hawk-like eyes, a huge wave was set off. He stared at me intently, his eyes filled with inquiry, shock, and a hint of fear, which he himself didn't even notice. He has lived half his life and has seen all kinds of storms. But he swore that this was the first time he had seen someone like me who ate poisonous food and remained calm. This is beyond his comprehension. And Xiaolan, my arrogant mother-in-law, also put away her harsh and contemptuous attitude at this moment. She looked at me with a very complicated look in her eyes. Shock, confusion, fear. All kinds of emotions were intertwined on her face. For the first time, she realized that the son-in-law she had bought with money seemed not a soft persimmon that she could manipulate at will. He is a prehistoric beast in sheep's clothing. In the end, it was Su Jinghua who broke the dead silence first. He glanced at the 2 useless things on the ground, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "Uncle Zhang," he ordered in a hoarse voice. "Drag these 2 disgraceful things out of here. I don't want a 5th person to know what happened here today. Do you understand?" "Yes, Chairman." Uncle Zhang bowed respectfully. There was also a hint of sincere awe in his eyes when he looked at me. He called 2 security guards and dragged Su Genoa and his son out like dead dogs. The maid who poisoned the woman was also taken away. What awaits her will be the Su family's most stringent family rules. There were only 3 of us left in the room. The atmosphere became a little subtle. Xiaolan looked at me and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. For the first time, she felt awkward in front of this poor boy whom she had always looked down upon. And Su Jingwa, after being silent for a long time, finally spoke again. This time, his tone was less condescending and more like an equal dialogue. "Who are you? Here it comes." I knew he would ask that. I smiled, spread my hands, and my face returned to that harmless and honest expression. "Uncle, what you are saying is, I am Gu Fan. A poor student who just graduated and is in debt. He is also the legal husband of your daughter, Su Qingying. As for that one..." I scratched my head and pretended to be embarrassed. Maybe it's because I have a special physique since I was a child. Immune to all poisons, everything I eat tastes delicious. Su Jingguan naturally didn't believe a word of this nonsense. But he knew that I didn't want to say it, and no matter how much he asked, he wouldn't get anything out of me. He looked at me deeply, and the meaning in his eyes became more complicated. "Good." He nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "No matter who you are, you have done the Su family a great favor today. I, Su Jinghua, will remember this favor." He paused and spoke seriously. "From today on, you are the legitimate son-in-law of my Su family. As long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of the Su family, I promise that no one in Jianhai City will dare to touch you." Is this a kind of recognition? Although it still carried scrutiny and warnings, it was a world of difference compared to the naked threats and contempt before. I know that my shocking performance today has successfully earned me a place in the Su family. Xiaolan looked at us with flickering eyes, but ultimately said nothing more. She just snorted coldly, turned and walked out of the room. However, this time, her back looked less arrogant and more embarrassed. A storm has temporarily subsided. And I, because of the shock just now, had consumed a lot of physical energy and felt a little tired. Su Jinghua seemed to have noticed this, so he asked me to have a good rest while he went to deal with Su Genoa's affairs. I lay on the big bed in the villa's guest room, which was so soft that I could sink into it, but I didn't feel sleepy at all. Today's experience was really too exciting. I took out my phone and opened the system interface. After the big scene just now, Su Qingying's emotional value contributed a lot to me. Especially when I died in her dream, her emotional fluctuations were simply epic. Shock, worry, anger, sadness, confusion. All the emotional values added together contributed more than 300 points to me. My total emotional value has returned to over 400 points again. It's time to draw again. However, I don't plan to smoke this time. I'm going to save up for a big one and do 10 consecutive draws to see if I can get anything good. Just when I was happily thinking about it, my door was violently kicked open from the outside with a bang. I frowned and turned over and sat up. I saw Su Mingzhi, the dandy young man who had just been scared to death by me, standing at the door with a resentful look on his face. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 burly bodyguards in black who looked not to be trifled with. At this time, he had changed into clean clothes. Although his face was still a little pale, the fear in his eyes had been replaced by endless resentment and anger. He pointed at me, his voice sharp with anger. "Gu Fan! You bastard! Don't think I won't dare touch you just because you have my uncle's support. I'm telling you, this matter today is not over yet." A bodyguard behind him stepped forward and threw a document hard in my face. "Look what this is." A ferocious smile appeared on Su Mingzhi's face. "My dad has already taken you to court. He's suing you for malicious injury and mental intimidation. Just wait and spend the rest of your life in jail." I picked up the so-called lawyer's letter and tore it to pieces in front of him without even reading it. I looked at him and smiled. "That's it? I thought you were going to find someone to break my legs again. You." My contempt completely infuriated Su Mingzhi. His handsome face was distorted by anger. "You're a fucking gigolo. A parasite who relies on women to get ahead. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think you can be our Su family's son-in-law?" He pointed at my nose and roared hysterically, enunciating each word. Are you worthy?" Chapter 15, Change your posture in the dream, today I am the big devil. Are you worthy?" Su Mingzhi's hysterical roar echoed endlessly in my guest room, which was spacious enough to hold a sports meeting. His face, twisted with anger and resentment, looked particularly hideous under the illumination of the crystal chandelier. The black-clad bodyguards behind him were also rubbing their hands in readiness, staring at me with hostile eyes, as if as long as Su Mingzhi gave the order, they would immediately rush up and tear me into pieces. Faced with this tense situation, I just stood up from the bed calmly. I even had the mood to straighten the collar of my washed-out shirt. My calmness seemed to be a greater provocation to Su Mingzhi. "You son of a bitch. Are you fucking deaf?" he roared in frustration. "Believe it or not, I will destroy you today." "I don't believe it." I shook my head and a big smile appeared on my face. "First, you don't dare." I held up a finger. "Your uncle just said that in Shanghai City, no one dares to touch a hair on my head. If you touch me now, guess what will happen to your father who just fainted from fear?" Su Mingzhi's face turned pale in an instant. "Second, you can't." I extended my second finger, and the smile on my face became playful. "Just relying on these misfits behind you?" I glanced at the bodyguards and shook my head, my tone full of disdain. "Even if they all come together, it won't be enough for me to warm up. You're looking for death." Those bodyguards were all skilled fighters hired by the Su family at great expense. How could they have ever been subjected to such an insult? One of them had a very bad temper and couldn't help but roar. Then he smashed his fist, which was as big as a casserole, towards my face. This punch was powerful and brought with it a fierce gust of wind. If it hits an ordinary person, it would at least cause a concussion. There was even a hint of cruel pleasure on Su Mingzhi's face. He seemed to have seen my miserable appearance with a broken nose and blood all over my face. However, the next second, the satisfaction on his face completely froze. Facing that powerful punch, I didn't even blink. I simply raised my right hand. Then, a second before that fist touched the tip of my nose, I held up two fingers. Index and middle fingers. Just a simple pinch. Buzz. There seemed to be a dull humming sound in the air. The bodyguard's fist, which was powerful enough to punch through a sandbag, was firmly held by my two fingers. Not moving at all. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. You could hear a pin drop in the whole room. The expression on the face of the bodyguard who attacked changed from ferocious to astonishment and then to horror. His eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at my two seemingly slender fingers that were as hard as iron pliers. A layer of cold sweat the size of beans instantly seeped out of his forehead. He felt like his fist was being pressed down by a mountain. Not to mention moving forward an inch, you can't even pull it back. Is this still a human being? The smile on Su Mingzhi's face also completely froze. The bodyguards behind him who were originally eager to try were now stunned. They took a breath and subconsciously took half a step back. The strength is too weak. I looked at the terrified bodyguard in front of me and shook my head. Then, I applied a little force with my fingers. Crack! A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the room. Ah! The bodyguard immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall with a bang. Then he rolled to the ground, holding his completely deformed right hand, and wailed in pain. I shook my hands as if I had only done something insignificant. I raised my head and my gaze slowly fell on Su Mingzhi, who was pale and trembling like a sieve. I gave him a kind smile. "Now, do you still think I am worthy?" There was a gurgling sound in Su Mingzhi's throat, as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck. He looked at me with eyes full of fear, just like his father had before he fainted. He could no longer utter a harsh word. He fled my room in a horrible state, crawling and tumbling, along with the few remaining bodyguards who had completely lost their fighting spirit, not daring to even fart. A farce, ended again. I shook my head and lay back down on the bed. Fighting with such a small character is really a bit degrading. If I have this much time, it would be better to go to my wife's dream and harvest some emotional points. Speaking of my wife, I clicked on the system interface and took a look at her emotional state. It is still a mixture of anger and humiliation. It seems that the stimulation caused by my actions in the morning has not subsided. That won't work. If you want to fleece the sheep, you can't just grab one and pluck as much as you want. Need to change posture. Oh no, let's change the way. Blindly stimulating and suppressing her will only make her resistant. By then, it will be difficult to increase your emotional value. A combination of hardness and softness. Give a slap and a sweet date. Today, I will not be a jerk husband. Today, I change my role. Become the great devil who can make her fear and worship him. I had a plan in mind and a sly smile appeared on my face. Wife, are you ready? Your nightmare, oh no, it's your demon lord, here he comes again. I closed my eyes and skillfully clicked on Spiritual Link. After the familiar feeling of dizziness, my consciousness once again descended into that pure white space. Su Qingying's consciousness was sitting on the ground with its back to me, its shoulders heaving, as if crying. Hearing the noise behind her, she turned around suddenly. When she saw that it was me again, the flames of anger instantly ignited in her red and swollen eyes. What are you doing here again? You bastard! Devil! Oh, you can't say that. I shook my finger and put on a devilish smile. Today, please don't call me a jerk. Please call me. I snapped my fingers. Bang! As I snapped my fingers, this unchanging pure white space suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. Under my feet, the pure white earth turned into scorched earth burning with raging flames. Above my head, the pure white sky was replaced by endless darkness and rolling blood clouds. A huge throne made of piles of bones rose from the ground behind me. And the washed-out shirt on my body instantly turned into a black demon robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns. I slowly walked up to the throne of bones, looking down at the tiny figure on the ground who was completely stunned. My voice became low and magnetic, as if it carried an echo from the netherworld. Today, I am your king. And you, Su Qingying. I stretched out my hand, pointed at her, and gave her a light hook. An invisible force lifted her up out of thin air and slowly floated her in front of me. I pinched her delicate chin, looked into her eyes filled with shock, fear, and a hint of confusion, and smiled. From today on, you are my exclusive maid. Chapter 16, Bullying the Aloof CEO to Tears, the emotions exploded. From today on, you are my exclusive maid. My voice, like a spell, echoed in this demonic realm that I created with my own hands, filled with the breath of sulfur and fire. Su Qingying's consciousness was held up in the air by an invisible force, unable to move. Her beautiful big eyes were wide open and staring at me. That exquisite and beautiful face was filled with shock, horror, and an instinctive fear of facing an unknown force. She was obviously completely stunned by the surreal scene before her. A second ago, this was an empty and silent pure white space. The next second, it turned into a hellish demon king's domain. And I, the shameless and despicable bastard in her eyes, was now wearing the robes of the devil, sitting high on the throne of bones, dominating everything in this world like a god. This double visual and psychological impact is subversive. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, shocked. Emotional value plus 40. Ding! Target's emotion detected fluctuation, fear. Emotional value plus 50. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, confusion. Emotional value plus 30. I looked at the data jumping wildly in front of me and my heart was filled with joy. The effect is outstanding. It seems that all women buy into this? No, everyone falls for this. In the face of absolute power, all anger and humiliation will be transformed into the most primitive awe and fear. You, what the hell are you? Su Qingying's voice trembled slightly because of fear. She could no longer curse words like bastard or devil. Because at this moment, I am 10,000 times more terrifying than the devil she knows. I laughed. I slowly stood up from the throne of bones and walked in front of her step by step, stepping through the void. I reached out and gently stroked her soft, waterfall-like black hair, feeling the unreal yet real touch. My voice is full of magnetic temptation. I said, from today on, I am your king. And you are my possession. Don't even think about it. Although Su Qingying's body was imprisoned, her eyes were still stubborn. I, Su Qingying, will never yield to you, even if I die. Oh? Really? I raised my eyebrows, and the smile on my face became even more devilish. He has backbone. I like that. However, in this world, death is a luxury. And I happen to have many ways to make you worse than death. As I said that, I snapped my fingers. Bang! The pure white dress on Su Qingying disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a set of, beautifully designed, but with very little fabric, a black and white maid outfit. The super short skirt and the perfect lace perfectly outlined her breathtakingly perfect figure. A pair of long, straight legs were exposed to the air without any cover. Ah! Su Qingying let out a scream of shame and anger. She subconsciously tried to cover her body with her hands, but found that her hands were also locked with a pair of invisible handcuffs. She could only watch herself being exposed in front of me, the devil, in such a shameful manner. Her snow-white skin quickly turned an alluring pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the cheeks, it spread all the way to the neck. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, shame and anger. Emotional value plus 80. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, humiliation. Emotional value plus 100. Fuck! It exploded. It fucking exploded again. This wave of emotional values is faster than riding a rocket. It turns out, shame and humiliation are the real answers. You pervert. You hooligan. Su Qingying's eyes turned red instantly. Crystal clear tears were swirling in her eyes, about to fall away. She looked pitiful, yet had a different kind of temptation. At this moment, her self-esteem, which had been so proud for more than 20 years, was torn to pieces by me in the most brutal and direct way. Pervert? Hooligan? I shook my head and corrected him seriously. No, please call me master. You're dreaming. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out 3 words. It seems that my little maid is not very obedient. I touched my chin and put on a kind smile. In that case, I can only accept a small punishment. I snapped my fingers again. Bang! This time, a desk appeared out of thin air in front of Su Qingying. On the desk, there is a math workbook for elementary school students? And a pencil. Su Qingying was stunned. What is going on? None of the tortures and torments she had anticipated occurred. Instead, a mathematics. Chapter 17 rewards God-level driving skills possessed by the god of cars of Akina Mountain. 1 + 1 = what? My voice, filled with the majesty of the devil, echoed in this space burning with the fire of hell. Su Qingying, who was almost crying after being humiliated by me using the maid outfit, was completely stunned. Her big, tearful eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. What's going on? This perverted, scoundrel, shameless bastard, after humiliating me in that way, now. You actually want me to do elementary school math problems? What exactly is the structure of his brain circuit? Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, confused. Emotional value plus 20. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, ridiculous. Emotional value plus 25. I looked at my mood level, which was starting to rise again, and I was so happy. This is exactly the effect we want. If you just bully others, you are a low-level villain. And I want to be a high-level devil who is unpredictable to her, who makes her hate and fear him, and even a little curious. This kind of complex emotion is the best breeding ground for emotional value. What? You can't even do such a simple question? I sat on the bone throne, supporting my chin with one hand, looking down at her condescendingly, my tone full of disappointment. It seems that my little maid is not only disobedient, but also has a poor brain. You're the one with a bad brain. Su Qingying retorted subconsciously, and then her pretty face, filled with shame and anger, instantly fell. Humiliation. What a huge humiliation. She was the president of the Sky Group, a business genius who graduated from Harvard, but one day she was forced to wear a maid outfit and do first-grade math problems. I was even laughed at for being stupid. If this gets out, will she still be alive? It's equal to 2. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out the answer, which made her feel insulted by her intelligence, almost from between her teeth. The crystal tears could no longer be held back and rolled down her cheeks. The look of being wronged, ashamed, and not daring to resist made me salivate. Oh no, it's the emotional value that is fluctuating. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, humiliation. Emotional value plus 80. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, grief and anger. Emotional value plus 70. Another great harvest. I looked at the rapidly rising numbers in my account and felt so happy. It seems that the script of The Devil's Maid was a huge success. You can come more often in the future. Seeing that today's harvest was almost done and my consciousness was starting to become a little fuzzy, I decided to quit while I was ahead. Yeah, that's right, you got it right. I nodded in satisfaction and snapped my fingers. Bang! The maid outfit on Su Qingying instantly turned back into that pure white dress. The hellish scene around him receded like the tide, returning to the empty and silent pure white space. I stood up from the throne, and the Demon King robe on my body turned back into an ordinary shirt. I gave Su Qingying, who was still standing there in a daze, a sunny smile. Okay, my dear wife, today's little fun of husband and wife ends here. Honey, I'm leaving now. You should have a good rest. We'll try something new tomorrow night. After saying that, under Su Qingying's extremely complicated gaze, my figure slowly disappeared. Call. In the real world, I suddenly opened my eyes and let out a long breath. Sitting up from the bed, I felt a little lethargic. It seems that doing whatever one wants in the spiritual world is also a considerable drain on one's mental strength in the real world. However, this expenditure is nothing compared to what I gained. I couldn't wait to open the system interface to check the results of this battle. Byte. The spiritual connection has been disconnected. The duration of this connection is 8 minutes. Emotional value calculation in progress. Total emotional points gained this time: shock plus 40, fear plus 50, confusion plus 30, shame plus 80, humiliation plus 100, confusion plus 20, absurdity plus 25, humiliation plus 80, grief plus 70. Triggered the emotional storm reward, and finally obtained the emotional value, 810 points. 810 points. Another epic explosion. Including what's left in my account, my total emotional value has reached over 1,200 points. I'm fucking rich. With so much emotional value, my back instantly straightened up. What are you waiting for? Lottery. Must draw. I want 10 consecutive draws. System. Give me 10 consecutive draws. I want the best. I roared in my heart. Byte. Emotional value 1,000 points, start 10 consecutive draws. The familiar gorgeous roulette appeared before my eyes again. This time, it spins longer and faster than ever before. It looked like it was going to break through my phone screen. My heart also rose to my throat. Please. Please come up with something good. Finally, the roulette wheel slowly stopped. 10 dazzling rays of light exploded before my eyes. A series of dense, heavenly-like system notification sounds washed over my eardrums like crazy. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won cash, 5 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the item, Rejuvenation Pill X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill, God-level hacking technology. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained. The series of rewards dazzled me and made me overjoyed. Rejuvenating pill. Great stuff. I'll give this to my mom after she finishes her surgery. It'll make her look 20 years old again. God-level hacking skills? This is even more awesome. If anyone dares to hack me online from now on, I'll brick their computer. Among all these rewards, there was one skill that caught my attention. Skill, God-level driving skills. Description: instantly grant you the driving skills and experience of a world-class racer. Any vehicle in your hands becomes an extension of your body. Even Fujiwara Takumi has to offer you a cigarette. Driving skills? This skill seems quite practical. After all, the Su family is so rich, there must be luxury cars in the garage. I can't keep taking a taxi every day when I go out, right? That's too cheap. Just as I was happily receiving the huge flow of driving information in my mind, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a familiar number, but I couldn't remember whose it belonged to. I picked up the phone in confusion. Hello, how are you? On the other end of the phone came a woman's voice so sweet that it made one's bones melt. Hello, is this Gu Fan? I'm Chen Lu, do you remember me? Chen Lu? My ex-girlfriend? The gold digger who kicked me out because I was poor, and then turned around and threw herself into the arms of a rich second-generation man? I frowned and my voice instantly turned cold. What's up? Chen Lu on the other end of the phone didn't seem to notice the coldness in my tone, and continued to speak in that coquettish tone. Oh, Gu Fan, you're being so cold right now. I'm so sad. Look, we're having a college reunion this Saturday. Will you come? Class reunion? I sneered. It's just a boring gathering where a bunch of snobs get together to compete and show off with each other. I was too lazy to go before, and now, I have even less interest. No time. Don't be like this, Gu Fan. Chen Lu's tone suddenly became a little anxious. Everyone missed you so much. And Zhang Wei will be here this time too. Zhang Wei? The rich second generation who was against me in school and later stole my graduation project? In other words, Chen Lu's current boyfriend? I understood it instantly. How can this be considered as missing me? It's obvious that she wants to drag me over and humiliate me in front of her rich second generation boyfriend to show that she made the right choice. What a cliché and disgusting plot. I was just about to hang up the phone, but a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Humiliate me? It's still unclear who is humiliating whom. I touched my chin, and the corners of my mouth curled up in a playful arc. It just so happens that I have no place to display my God-level driving skills. In the Su family's garage, the Bugatti Veyron seems not to have been started for a long time, right? I cleared my throat and spoke slowly into the phone. Class reunion, right? Okay. Send me the address and I'll be there. Chapter 18. The materialistic ex-girlfriend called and wanted to get back together? Send me the address and I'll be there. When I said this, Chen Lu on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. She probably didn't expect that I would agree so readily. In the script written by her and her group of little sisters, I, a poor guy who was dumped by her, should be hiding in some dark rental house, licking my wounds with inferiority and sensitivity. How could I have the courage to attend such a celebrity-filled class reunion? Really? Really? That's great, Gu Fan. After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Lu's tone was filled with an unconcealable smugness and contempt. Well, it's a deal. See you on Saturday night at 7 p.m. at the rooftop garden at Caesar's Palace. She emphasized the words Caesar's Palace very deliberately. That is one of the top 5-star hotels in Shanghai City. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to go in and spend money. I responded calmly and hung up the phone. I feel like I'm wasting my precious life if I say one more word to a woman like this. And on the other end of the phone, in the luxurious living room of a high-end apartment in Shanghai City, Chen Lu put down her phone, and the coquettish expression on her face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a touch of sarcasm and disdain. Done. She proudly raised her cell phone at a young man who was hugging her and touching her on the sofa. Mr. Zhang, your old classmate has agreed to come. The man called Mr. Zhang was Zhang Wei. He was wearing a fashionable Versace suit and a glittering gold Rolex on his wrist. He looked respectable, but his eyes revealed a sense of vanity that had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Hearing Chen Lu's words, he stopped what he was doing and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh? That poor bastard Gu Fan actually dares to come? I thought he was too embarrassed to face people after you dumped him. Of course not. Chen Lu snuggled into his arms and said delicately, they personally called to invite us, how could he not give them face? Besides, people like him are poor and care about face at heart. Even if he has to puff himself up, he still has to pretend to be rich. I guess by then, you'll rent the most expensive suit and take the bus here, right? He. Ha ha ha. That makes sense. Zhang Wei was amused by her and laughed out loud, pinching her plastic surgery face. Lulu, don't worry. At the class reunion on Saturday, I will definitely make you the center of attention. I want everyone to see how wise your choice was. I also need to let that poor, overconfident bastard Gu Fan see with his own eyes how big the gap is between him and me. There was a glint of resentment in his eyes. Didn't he always outshine me in college? He was better at studying and had better relationships with people. Even you fell for him first. This time, I'm going to trample him hard under my feet. Let him know that in this society, money is everything. That's annoying, Mr. Zhang. Chen Lu said she hated it, but her body pressed even closer to him. Now, you are the only one in my heart. Compared to you, that Gu Fan isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. She paused, a calculating look in her eyes. By the way, young Master Zhang, didn't you say that your father's company recently had a cooperative project with the Sky Dome Group? Of course. When this was mentioned, a smug look immediately appeared on Zhang Wei's face. That's a massive project worth hundreds of millions. As long as I can close it, my position in the company will be completely secure. When the time comes, I'll see if my brothers dare to talk nonsense in front of me. Wow! Master Zhang, you are so awesome. Chen Lu immediately gave him an admiring look. Then, will Su Qingying come to this class reunion? When the name Su Qingying was mentioned, Chen Lu's eyes were filled with jealousy and yearning. That is the ultimate goal that all women in Shanghai City dream of achieving. She? Zhang Wei sneered and shook his head. What are you thinking? How could someone of Su Qingying's stature possibly attend a gathering of small-time players like us? He sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. What a pity. Half a year ago, this beautiful girl was in a car accident and became a vegetable. It's really a pity that beauty is envied by heaven. But. He changed the subject and a lewd smile appeared on his face again. Although she can't come, her cousin, Su Mingzhi, is my good friend. I've already invited him. He'll be our special guest and come to support us. Su Mingzhi? Chan Lu's eyes lit up instantly. He is the eldest son of the Su family. Although he is a playboy, his status and position are several levels higher than those of rich second generations like Zhang Wei. If I could catch up with him. How about it? Lulu, follow me, okay? Zhang Wei looked at her money-obsessed look and pinched her face proudly. On Saturday, just wait and see the show. I want Gu Fan to lose miserably. Of course, I was completely unaware of all this. After hanging up the phone, I put this matter behind me. A mere money-worshipping ex-girlfriend and a scumbag rich second-generation guy are not worth my wasting too much energy. My top priority right now is to improve my strength as quickly as possible, and cure my wife who is still lying in bed in a vegetative state. In the next few days, my life was extremely regular. During the day, I went to the hospital and talked to my mother. Her surgery has been scheduled for next week and everything went well. Then, I returned to the Su family manor and stayed by Su Qingying's bedside. I didn't use such drastic means to stimulate her again. Instead, he adopted a gentler approach. I started telling her stories. From Andersen's fairy tales to 1001 Nights. Sometimes, I would read some poetry and prose to her. Even with the help of my god-level cooking skills, I would personally prepare some nutritious meals and have the nurse feed them to her. These actions of mine made everyone in the Su family look at me with admiration. Especially Xiaolan. Although the look in her eyes when she looked at me was still not enthusiastic, it was less harsh and contemptuous than before. She might have thought that I had truly accepted my fate and started to behave myself and play the role of a good husband and son-in-law. Only I know the real reason I do this. Every night, when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, I will enter Su Qingying's spiritual world on time. And in that world, I am no longer that gentle and polite good husband, but a great devil who did all kinds of evil and made her afraid and hate him, but she could do nothing about it. Today, I turned her spiritual world into a gloomy castle. I asked her to wear a gothic Lolita skirt and serve me tea and water. Tomorrow, I will turn her spiritual world into a vast ocean. I asked her to wear a swimsuit and perform a dolphin jump for me. The day after tomorrow. Under my various tricks and fancy bullying, Su Qingying's emotions fluctuate like a roller coaster every day. And my emotional level is soaring wildly at an unprecedented speed. In just a few days, it has broken through the 5,000 mark. Finally, it's Saturday. The day of the class reunion has arrived. In the evening, I walked out of Su Qingying's room and prepared to go out. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Xiaolan sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking afternoon tea elegantly. When she saw that I had changed into clean clothes and seemed to be about to go out, she frowned slightly. You want to go out? I nodded. A class reunion. Class reunion? Xiaolan put down the teacup, and there was a hint of scrutiny and warning in her eyes. Gu Fan, I hope you remember your identity. Don't do it outside. It will bring shame to our Su family. She paused, took out a card from her bag and threw it on the table. Here's 100,000 yuan. It's your pocket money for tonight. Her tone was still so condescending. Buy some decent clothes and take a taxi. Don't let our Su family's son-in-law squeeze into the bus to attend the class reunion. That will become a joke in the entire Zhenghai city. Chapter 19, I attended the class reunion, and everyone was waiting to laugh at me. Don't let our Su family's son-in-law squeeze into the bus to attend the class reunion. That will become a joke in the entire Zhenghai city. Xiaolan's voice was still so superior, full of a sense of superiority like almsgiving. It was as if the 100,000 yuan was not money, but a piece of bone to feed beggars. I looked at the card on the table and smiled. I didn't go to get it. I just raised my head, looked at her, and said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Auntie. But, no need. I have a car." After saying that, I ignored her stunned expression, turned around, and walked straight to the huge underground garage next to the villa. Xiaolan stood there in a daze, looking at my back with a frown on her face. Have a car? Where did he get a car as a poor student who just graduated? Could it be shared bicycles? The Su family's underground garage is as big as a car museum. Parked inside are all top-tier luxury cars rarely seen on the market. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Each one is worth a lot of money. And I walked straight to the deepest part of the garage. There, a silver-gray steel beast was parked quietly. Bugatti Veyron. A top-of-the-line supercar worth 150 million yuan. This is also the most expensive car in the entire garage. According to Uncle Zhang, this car was a gift from Su Jinghua to Su Qingying on her 18th birthday. But because its performance was too violent, Su Qingying hardly ever drove it, so it was parked here gathering dust. And now, it is about to welcome its new owner. I found the car key with the EB logo printed on it from a bunch of keys hanging on the wall. Pressed the unlock button. Drop. The sleeping beast wakes up instantly. Two handsome gull-wing doors slowly rise up, as if welcoming its king. I sat in the sci-fi cockpit, feeling the wrapping sensation from the leather seats, and, in my mind, the instinctive feeling of absolute control over this mechanical beast. God-level driving skills have already made me a real driving god. I gently stepped on the accelerator. Buzz. The W16 engine emits its unique low roar like the roar of a wild beast. The entire underground garage was shaking slightly at the roar. I put the car in gear and gave the steering wheel a slight turn. The silver gray ghost instantly turned into a flash of lightning, rushed out of the garage, and disappeared into the night. And in the living room, Xiaolan, who was holding a teacup and ready to laugh at me, was frightened by the sudden loud roar and her hand trembled. The scalding tea spilled all over her. She didn't care about her embarrassment and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. She only had time to see a silver gray afterimage disappear at the end of the manor. For the first time, an expression of confusion and shock appeared on her well-maintained face. That's Qingying's Bugatti? 7 p.m., Caesar's Palace. Top floor, Sky Garden. This place has been completely booked by Zhang Wei. The scene was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, with melodious music, exquisite meals, and expensive champagne, all of which demonstrated the financial strength of the organizers. A group of brightly dressed men and women, holding wine glasses, gathered in twos and threes, chatting and laughing. They were all my classmates in college. However, just 1 year after graduation, the youthfulness of the past has long faded away. Instead, there is social sophistication and undisguised snobbery. The focus of the topic is always those who are doing well. For example, those whose families own a company or have joined any of the Fortune 500 companies. Those who are not doing well can only huddle in the corner awkwardly and eat in silence. And today, the absolute protagonists of the whole event are undoubtedly Zhang Wei and Chen Lu. Zhang Wei was wearing a Givenchy suit, and the gold Rolex on his wrist sparkled under the light. He held a glass of wine and walked among the crowd, enjoying the flattery and compliments of his classmates, with a look of pride on his face. And Chen Lu was the queen of tonight. She was wearing an expensive Chanel evening gown and a dazzling diamond necklace around her neck. She was adorned with jewels and looked radiant. She was like a proud peacock, holding Zhang Wei's arm affectionately and accepting the envious and jealous looks from her younger sisters. Wow, Lulu, this necklace of yours is the latest model from Cartier, right? It must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Young Master Zhang is so good to you. Exactly, unlike the one in my family, who couldn't even bear to buy me an LV bag. Chen Lu felt sweeter than eating honey when she heard these compliments. She tossed her hair in a pretentious manner and said coquettishly, "Oh, it's okay. Zhang Wei said that as long as I like it, no matter how expensive it is, he will buy it for me." Her eyes, however, glanced towards the door of the banquet hall without leaving any trace. She is waiting. Waiting for the man who can bring her happiness today to its peak to appear. At this moment, a classmate suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think Gu Fan will come today?" When Lulu dumped him and followed young Master Zhang, he was the biggest joke in our department. Another person immediately chimed in, "Who says he isn't? I heard he had trouble finding a job after graduation, and now he seems to be working as an intern at some small, crappy company." "Shoo, keep your voice down." A girl whispered, "I heard his mother seems to have contracted some serious illness, and it's going to cost a lot of money. He's probably worried about the medical expenses right now." "Is this true?" That's too tragic, isn't it? Having said that, there was no sympathy on the girl's face, but instead it was full of gossip and gloating. Chen Lu took in all these discussions. The curve of her mouth corners became higher. Miserable? The more miserable the better. The more miserable he is, the more it proves how wise my original choice was. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the door of the banquet hall. I saw a young man wearing an Armani suit and with an extraordinary temperament walked in, surrounded by a group of people. It was the eldest son of the Su family, Su Mingzhi. Wow! It's Master Su. Oh my god. Young Master Zhang is so influential. He even invited young Master Su to come. Mr. Su. You are so handsome. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. Everyone swarmed over like cats smelling blood, wanting to establish some kind of relationship with this true top young master. A smug smile also appeared on Zhang Wei's face. He hugged Chen Lu and went forward. Brother Zhe. Your presence really makes my humble home shine. Ah Wei, you made it quite grand. Su Mingzhi patted his shoulder, with a hint of arrogance unique to a dandy boy on his face. He swept his eyes around the whole place, and when he saw Chen Lu, who was wearing heavy makeup, his eyes lit up slightly. This is my sister-in-law, right? She's pretty. Hello, Mr. Su. Chen Lu's face turned red with excitement, and she quickly extended her hand to Su Mingzhi. Being praised by Su Xiao is enough for her to brag to her sisters for a whole year. At this moment, the tightly closed door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a creaky sound. A man wearing a washed-out shirt and a pair of cheap trousers stood at the door, looking a little uneasy. He looked at the luxurious scene in front of him and the well-dressed men and women around him, with a hint of inferiority and incompatibility in his eyes. That's me. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on me. The noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone's face showed an expression of watching a good show. When Chen Lu saw me, she was stunned at first, and then the contempt and disdain in her eyes almost overflowed. She just knew it. This man is always so unpresentable. Zhang Wei even laughed out loud. He hugged Chen Lu, walked in front of me, and looked down at me as if he was looking at a stink bug. Hey, isn't this our former university bully, Gu Fan? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for everyone in the audience to hear. Why, you came by bus? You're not late, are you? Su Mingzhi behind him was also looking at me with interest. When he saw my face clearly, he was stunned for a moment, and then an extremely strange expression appeared on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. He rubbed his eyes violently, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. But I ignored Zhang Wei's ridicule. I just looked at him, and then looked at Chen Lu beside him. Finally, my eyes fell on Su Mingzhi's wonderful face. I sighed, and slowly said something that left everyone in the audience confused. Hey, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. But what I got in return was alienation. I'm going to show my cards now. Chapter 20. Sorry, I'm late. I just parked my Bugatti. Hey, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. But what I got in return was alienation. I'm going to show my cards now. My voice is not loud. But at this moment, in this banquet hall where it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, the message was clearly heard by everyone. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and absurdity. What does this mean? Why does this line sound so familiar? Also, what qualifications does Gu Fan, a poor bastard, have to talk about Showdown? What cards can he show? Do I have to tell everyone that he is actually a little brick-moving prince on a construction site? After a brief silence, the banquet hall erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. What did he just say? A showdown? Is this guy crazy because of poverty? Is there something wrong with his brain? Damn, is he trying to say that he's actually a hidden rich second-generation kid? That's too cliché. Zhang Wei laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He pointed at me and said breathlessly, Gu Fan, are you a fucking idiot hired by Monkey? Still showing off? Show me your cards. I want to see what a poor bastard like you can come up with. Chen Lu was also laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She looked at me with eyes full of pity and contempt. This man is indeed crazy. Hit by reality, I started living in my own fantasy. It's really sad and ridiculous. Faced with the laughter of the whole audience, I didn't feel angry at all. I just watched them quietly, as if I were watching a group of clowns. Finally, my eyes fell on Su Mingzhi, who had a strange expression and said nothing since I appeared. I smiled at him. "Cousin, long time no see, I hope you are well." "Cousin?" This call of cousin was like thunder from a clear sky, exploding in the banquet hall again. Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They all looked at me as if I were an idiot. Did I hear correctly? What did he call Master Su just now? Cousin? He's crazy. He must be crazy. Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of being related to young Master Su? Jiang Wei's face turned pale, and he pointed at my nose and shouted, "Gufan. Are you looking for death? Do you think you can just call me young Master Su? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Master Su." However, what happened next made everyone's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Su Mingzhi, the eldest son of the Su family who was high and mighty in their eyes, did not have even a trace of his previous arrogance on his face. His face was as white as paper. His legs were shaking as if they had motors installed. He looked at me with eyes full of fear, just like a mouse seeing a cat. "Cousin, cousin?" A dry laugh uglier than crying came out of Su Mingzhi's throat. He stammered, Why, are you here too?" His voice was trembling because of extreme fear. The whole world is quiet. Everyone's brain has crashed. The mockery on their faces was still frozen, looking extremely funny. Each of them seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, with a look of disbelief on their faces. What is going on? Young Master Su, he actually, really admitted it? Moreover, looking at his frightened expression, his fear of Gufan was not pretended at all. What the hell is going on? Jiang Wei's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. The arrogance on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by endless astonishment and horror. Chen Lu was even more dumbfounded. Her heavily made-up face instantly lost all its color and turned as pale as paper. She looked at me with eyes full of confusion and fear. Is this still the poor Gufan she knew, the one who allowed herself to be humiliated by her? And I ignored these completely stupid people. I just looked at Su Mingzhi, still with that harmless smile on his face. "Oh, I'm here for a class reunion." I paused, then changed the subject, my tone becoming playful. "It's you, cousin. I remember that a few days ago, I seemed to have scared you to death. Why, the scar healed so quickly and you forgot the pain." Boom! These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Mingzhi's heart hard. He made a thump sound, his legs went limp, and unexpectedly, he actually knelt down straight in front of everyone. "Cousin. I was wrong. I was really wrong." He hugged my thighs and wailed with tears and snot. With that miserable look, how could he still have the dignity of the eldest son of the Su family? Even worse than the beggars on the street. I won't dare to do that again. Please be so magnanimous and let me go." This kneeling completely broke the last psychological defense of everyone present. They looked at the scene before them that subverted their worldviews and felt that their own worldviews were shattered. That's the eldest son of the Su family. He actually knelt down before a poor bastard like Gufan? Who the hell is the real top young master? At this moment, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again. The hotel manager of Caesar's Palace ran in with 2 uniformed security guards, looking terrified. He ran straight to me, bowed 90 degrees to me, and his voice was trembling. Mr. Gu. I'm sorry. It's our fault for not recognizing you. Your car, we've parked it in a dedicated space for you. Here are your car keys, please keep them safe." He respectfully handed me a car key with the EB logo printed on it with both hands. Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on the peculiarly shaped car key. When they saw the logo clearly, a rich second-generation man in the crowd who knew what he was doing screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Boo! Bugatti! These are the keys to a fucking Bugatti Veyron. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The entire banquet hall exploded instantly. Everyone stared at me as if I were a god. Bugatti Veyron. That's a top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions. There is only one in the entire Jianhai city. It's actually his? I took the key and casually put it in my pocket. I looked at Jiang Wei in front of me, who was completely dumbfounded, and sighed. I patted his shoulder and gave him an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry I'm late. No way, the car is too big and it's not easy to park. Just parked my Bugatti. Chapter 21, My rich second-generation boyfriend is amazing? My wife is worth hundreds of billions. Just parked my Bugatti. My voice is still so calm and gentle. But at this moment, in this banquet hall that had fallen into deathly silence, it was like a series of heavy bombs, blowing everyone's sanity to pieces. Bugatti Veyron. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. Gufan, this poor bastard who could barely afford to eat in their eyes, actually drove a Bugatti to attend the class reunion. And Su Mingzhi, the eldest son of the Su family, actually knelt down before him? And you still call him cousin? The amount of information is really too huge. It was so big that it was beyond the pitiful cognition of everyone present. Their brains completely shut down. Each and every one of them seemed to have been acupunctured, frozen in place, with a dazed and horrified look on their faces, their mouths wide open enough to fit an ostrich egg. Zhang Wei and Chen Lu, who are at the center of the storm, are undoubtedly the two people who have suffered the greatest psychological impact. Zhang Wei, his face that was so arrogant just now, has now lost all its color and is as pale as paper. His family background, which he was proud of, and the gold Rolex worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on his wrist, seems so ridiculous and insignificant in front of the 5 words Bugatti Veyron. His proud backer, Su Mingzhi, was now trembling like a dead dog, hugging my thigh. All his sense of superiority and self-confidence were torn to pieces by me at this moment in the most brutal and direct way. He looked at me with eyes filled with fear, horror, and endless humiliation. And Chen Lu was struck by lightning. Her heavily made-up face was completely distorted by extreme shock and regret. Bugatti Veyron. Su Mingzhi's cousin. She, back then, what kind of existence had she missed? She thought she had hooked a rich second-generation man and would be able to rise to the top and become a phoenix from then on. But now she realized that what she had thrown away with her own hands was the entire sky. Endless regret, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at her heart madly. Her body was shaky and she was almost unable to stand. She looked at me with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. There was shock, reluctance, jealousy, but more than that, there was insoluble regret. I ignored these foolish people. I just lowered my head and looked at Su Mingzhi, who was still hugging my thigh and crying, and frowned slightly. Okay, stop howling. My snot is all over my pants. You're already a grown man, and you still wet your pants. Isn't that embarrassing? Su Mingzhi shuddered all over, as if he had been pardoned. He crawled to his feet from the ground, nodding and bowing like a waiter, with a fawning smile on his face. Yes, my cousin is right. I'll go change my pants right now. After saying that, he clamped his legs together and fled from this Shura field that he would never forget. After driving Su Mingzhi away, my gaze slowly fell on Zhang Wei and Chen Lu, who looked as pale as death. I looked at Zhang Wei and smiled. Why aren't you talking? Just now, weren't you quite talkative? Zhang Wei's body trembled violently. He looked at me, his lips trembling, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Does he still have half of the arrogance he had before? How could he afford to offend someone who even Su Mingzhi had to kneel down and call him cousin? His father's company is still hoping to cooperate with the Su family. If the Su family knew that he had offended such a great god, let alone cooperation, his father's company would disappear from Jianghai City tomorrow. Gu. Mr. Gu. Zhang Wei struggled to squeeze out 2 words from his throat, and a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. You are so magnanimous, just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard in the face. Bang! That sound is crisp and loud. This slap also woke up Chen Lu, who was still in a daze next to her. As she watched the dramatic scene before her, the last bit of fantasy in her heart was completely shattered. She knew that from today on, she and Gufan were people from 2 different worlds. No, I should say, always. It's just that she is blind. As I looked at Zhang Wei's flattering face, the smile on my face gradually cooled. Misunderstand? I sneered. I don't think it's a misunderstanding. Just now, didn't you ask me if I was worthy? Now, I want to ask you something. I took a step forward, stared at him, and asked word by word. You are so proud of your status as a rich second generation, but in front of me. What the hell? Zhang Wei's face instantly turned the color of liver. Humiliation. What a huge humiliation. In front of the whole class, I returned the words he had just used to humiliate me to me. This would make him 10,000 times more uncomfortable than just beating him up. But he didn't even dare to fart. You can only break your teeth and swallow them. Yes, yes, yes. Master Gu is right. He nodded and bowed, his waist almost reaching the ground. I'm nothing. You. Don't bother with me. Seeing his pathetic look, I instantly lost all interest. It's really cheap to bother with such people. My gaze passed over him and fell on the woman behind him, Chen Lu, who had not said a word from beginning to end. Once upon a time, this woman was my youth for 4 years in college. But now, in my eyes, she is no different from a stranger. I looked at her and spoke calmly, saying the last words. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. What you're proud of is just a boyfriend who's a second-generation rich man with a net worth of tens of millions. And my wife. I paused, a huge smile spreading across my face. Net worth, 100 billion. After saying that, I no longer paid attention to her face, which was completely distorted by jealousy and regret. I turned around and walked out of this banquet hall full of farce in a cool manner under the gaze of my classmates who were looking at me with awe and admiration. Just as I was about to walk out the door, a chubby figure suddenly ran out of the elevator panting and stopped me. Fan, brother Fan. You're finally here. The person who came was my best friend from college, Wang Kai, Fatty Wang. He looked at me, his face filled with anxiety and worry. Brother Fan. Hurry up and leave. Today's class reunion is like a Hongmen banquet. Chen Lu and Zhang Wei, that pair of bastards, just want to humiliate you in public. He obviously didn't know what had just happened inside. He pointed at the banquet hall and said indignantly. Especially that Zhang Wei. I heard he even hired a big shot to back him up. It seems to be some young master of the Su family? Chapter 22 shocked the whole audience. Gu Fan turned out to be the son-in-law of the Su family. It seems to be some young master of the Su family? Fatty Wang was panting, his face full of anxiety and worry. He had obviously just received the news and rushed over without stopping, not even having time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Seeing him worried about me, a warm feeling welled up in my heart. During my 4 years in college, this honest fat guy was the only one who truly treated me as a brother. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Thanks, Fatty. But it's too late. Too late? When Fatty Wang heard this, his face turned pale instantly. Brother Fan. Have you been? He looked me up and down nervously, afraid that I was missing some limbs. Those sons of bitches didn't do anything to you, did they? I'm fine. I shook my head, but the people inside might be in trouble. Ah? Fatty Wang was stunned, looking confused. What do you mean something happened to the people inside? At this moment, several classmates came out of the banquet hall one after another. Each of them looked like they had lost their soul, distraught, with shock and horror still on their faces. When they saw me at the door, their bodies subconsciously trembled violently. That look was filled with awe, fear, and a hint of flattery. They no longer dared to point fingers at me like they used to. Instead, one by one, from a distance, they forced a smile at me that was uglier than crying, nodded and bowed, and then rushed into the elevator as if escaping. It was as if I was not their classmate, but some prehistoric monster. Fatty Wang was completely dumbfounded when he saw this strange scene. He scratched the back of his chubby head, his face full of confusion. Fan, brother Fan, what is going on? Why are they like they've seen a ghost? Also, what about Zhang Wei and Su Xiao? Did they give you any trouble? Oh, you mean them. I said calmly, Zhang Wei, he should be in there right now, busy thinking about his life. As for that young Master Su. I paused and thought about it. He seemed to have knelt down in front of me just now. Puff. Fatty Wang just took a sip of water and it sprayed out. He opened his little eyes wide and stared at me as if he was looking at an alien. Fan, brother Fan, you don't have a fever, right? He reached out and wanted to touch my forehead. The eldest young master of the Su family kneels down for you? You are so arrogant, you are bragging too much. No wonder he didn't believe it. Not to mention him, even I myself would have thought this was a fairy tale a day ago. At this moment, 2 more people walked out of the banquet hall. It was Zhang Wei and Chen Lu. There was still a clear mark of a slap on Zhang Wei's face. He looked like an eggplant hit by frost, with his head drooping and no trace of his previous arrogance. Chen Lu was even more distraught, her face was pale, even her makeup was smudged by her tears, and she looked extremely miserable. When they saw me, they froze like mice seeing a cat. Zhang Wei subconsciously wanted to hide backwards. Stop. I spoke lightly. Zhang Wei's body froze in an instant, and he didn't dare to move at all. He turned his head and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Gu. Mr. Gu, do you have any other instructions? Gu. Mr. Gu? When Fatty Wang heard this name, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at Zhang Wei, then at me, and felt that his brain was no longer enough. What the hell is going on? I ignored Zhang Wei and instead set my gaze on Chen Lu beside him. I looked at her and said calmly, when you broke up with me, you said I would never be able to afford a house in Shanghai City in my lifetime. You're right. Chen Lu's body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. Because. I smiled and said something that broke her heart. The house I live in now is not bought. It was given by someone else. In courtyard number 1. 1. Courtyard number 1? Fatty Wang's scream rang out again. Although he is not a rich second generation, he also knows what the 3 words number 1 courtyard mean in Shanghai City. That's truly a top-tier wealthy area. Those who can live in it are either rich or noble. The price of any villa has to be calculated in billions. Brother Fan, he actually lives in courtyard number 1? When Chen Lu heard the 3 words number 1 courtyard, her body shook violently. Her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. She knew that Gu Fan was not lying. Because, it is not surprising at all that the person who can make Su Mingzhi lives in courtyard number 1. Endless regret, like a tide, completely drowned her. Her rich second-generation boyfriend, whom she was so proud of, was not even worthy of carrying Gu Fan's shoes. She was so blinded by greed that she made such a stupid choice. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice, but with a hint of anxiety, suddenly came from not far away. Gu Fan. I looked back and saw Lin Wei, Su Qingying's beautiful secretary, walking towards me quickly in high heels. There was a trace of panic and anxiety on her face that I had never seen before. Why are you still here? She ran up to me and said hurriedly, the chairman and his wife can't find you anywhere, they're going crazy. Hurry. Come back with me. She paused, as if she remembered something, and added. The old man is here too. Old man? Zhang Wei, who had been in a daze, shuddered all over when he heard this name. In the entire Shanghai City, there is only one person who can be called old man by the chairman and wife of the Su family. That is the mainstay of the Su family, the one who has long since retired to the second line but is still a legend in Shanghai City, the old man of the Su family. Su Wenshan. And Lin Wei, the chief secretary of the Sky Dome Group's president, actually came to see Gu Fan? He also said the chairman and his wife were waiting for him? A terrifying thought, yet one that was closest to the truth, flashed through the minds of everyone present like lightning. Fatty Wang's mouth was wide open enough for a fist to fit in. He pointed at me, then at Lin Wei, stammering and unable to complete a sentence. Fan, brother Fan, who is she? Why did the Su families, chairman and madam, come looking for you? Chen Lu, on the other hand, completely collapsed. Her eyes were gray and full of despair. She finally understood what she had lost. That's not a rich son-in-law. That is, the true god. I ignored these completely idiots. I just looked at Lin Wei and frowned. What happened? Let's talk on the way back. Lin Wei took my hand without saying anything and walked towards the elevator. It's Miss. There was a slight tremor in her voice. Her heartbeat and breathing just stopped. 23, my ex-girlfriend begs for reconciliation, get away from me. Her heartbeat and breathing just stopped. Lin Wei's words hit my heart like a heavy hammer. My whole body trembled and my pupils shrank suddenly. Heart stopped? Breathing stopped? How so? Weren't her vital signs still fine before I left? Could it be? Did I play too hard in her mental world tonight? Stimulating her too much, causing her consciousness to completely collapse? A strong sense of self-blame and worry suddenly surged into my heart. Although there is no emotional foundation between her and me. But she is my nominal wife after all, and the biological mother of my future children. If anything bad happens to her because of my actions, then I will be a sinner for all eternity. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go. Seeing that I was still standing there in a daze, Linwei was so anxious that she was about to cry. She grabbed my hand and rushed to the elevator. Her palms were icy cold and covered in sweat. It can be seen that her feelings for Su Qingying are real. And just when Linwei was pulling me and about to rush into the elevator, a figure suddenly rushed over from behind like crazy and hugged my thighs. Gu Fan. Don't go. It's Chan Lu. At this moment, does she still have any of the pride and glamour she had before? The makeup on her face was completely smudged from crying, and her expensive evening dress was wrinkled. She hugged my legs tightly, and her whole body was shaking violently. Her eyes were filled with despair, regret, and a hint of sick pleading. Gu Fan. I was wrong. I was really wrong. She tilted her head back, looked at me, tears streaming down her face. I shouldn't have broken up with you. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I was blinded by lard. Give me another chance, okay? Let's start over, okay? I swear. In this life, I will follow you wholeheartedly. I am willing to be your slave. Her tearful confession of true love might have touched me a little in the past. But now, in my eyes, there is only disgust. I didn't even bother to say a word to her. Now, my mind is full of Su Qingying's safety. I raise my foot, trying to shake her off. But she is like a piece of taffy, sticking to me tightly, and I can't get rid of her no matter how hard I try. Gu Fan. Look at me. I love you too. She cried heartbreakingly, that Su Qingying, isn't she just a vegetable? What can she give you? I can give you everything. Roll. I finally couldn't bear it anymore and let out a cold roar from my throat. I suddenly raised my leg. A huge force kicked Chan Lu out directly. She fell down on the carpet not far away in a mess. And I was too lazy to even look at her again. I turned around and looked at Fatty Wang, who was in a daze from beginning to end. I took out a bank card from my pocket and threw it to him. Fatty, there are 5 million in here. The password is the last 6 digits of our student ID number. Fatty Wang's body trembled violently, and he subconsciously caught the card, completely stunned. Fan, brother Fan, what are you doing? Haven't you always wanted to open your own game studio? I looked at him and a genuine smile appeared on my face. This money is my investment. From now on, don't work for those stupid bosses. Be your own boss and build a career. Remember, you are my, Gu Fan, only brother. After saying that, I didn't give him time to react. I turned around and rushed into the elevator. The moment the elevator door slowly closed, I saw 3 completely different faces outside the door. Linwei was anxious and pressing. Fatty Wang was shocked, moved, and tears welled up in his eyes. And Chen Lu and Zhang Wei. He felt as if struck by lightning, his face turned pale, and he was filled with endless regret and despair. Especially Chen Lu, when she heard 5 million and only brother, she knew that she would never have another chance in her life. She collapsed on the ground, looked at the slowly closing elevator door, and let out a shrill and desperate wail. No! The elevator went down rapidly like a rocket. The atmosphere in the small space was terribly depressing. Linwei's face was still so pale. She looked at me with complicated eyes. She saw everything that just happened. She didn't expect that Gu Fan, a man who in her eyes relied on nepotism to get to the top, actually had such a loyal and decisive side. That person just now, was your ex-girlfriend? She asked for some unknown reason. I nodded absent-mindedly, still feeling extremely anxious about Su Qingying's situation. You. Linwei opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, it turned into a sigh. Boss Su, used to be just like you, very sentimental. That's why she was hurt so deeply. I raised my eyebrows and was about to ask further questions. Bite. The elevator door opened. We're at the underground garage. The silver gray Bugatti Veyron was parked quietly in its exclusive parking space, like a beast ready to pounce. Get in the car. Without saying a word, I opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Linwei followed closely and sat in the passenger seat. Buzz. I stepped on the accelerator and pressed it to the bottom. The W16 engine instantly let out an earth-shaking roar. The tires rubbed against the smooth ground, producing a sharp scream and billowing smoke. Next second, the silver gray ghost shot out suddenly like an arrow. The terrifying feeling of pushing back instantly pressed Lin Wei firmly against the seat. Ah! She let out a short scream and subconsciously grabbed the handrail above her head tightly. The blood drained from her delicate face, and it was filled with horror. Quick! Too fast! It was almost there, and she felt like her soul was about to be thrown out. She simply couldn't believe that this powerful beast, which she thought was just a collection, could actually burst out with such terrifying power. And Gu Fan, who controls this beast? Is he really just a recent college graduate? The silver-gray Bugatti turned into a flash of lightning that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye on the streets of Shanghai City late at night. God-level driving skills, at this moment, were brought to the extreme by me. Countless vehicles were left behind by me using all kinds of incredible and extreme operations. The journey that originally took 40 minutes was compressed by me into 10 minutes. Squeak! Accompanied by a sharp brake sound, the Bugatti Veyron drifted and spun handsomely, and stopped steadily at the gate of the Su family manor. I unbuckled my seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and prepared to rush in. But at this moment, the cold system prompt sound in my mind rang again without any warning. This time, its voice carried a hint of an urgent warning that I had never heard before. Serious warning. It has been detected that the spiritual world of the bound target Su Qingying is being invaded by an unknown external force. Its soul is being devoured rapidly. Host. If you don't go in now, your wife will be taken away by someone else. Chapter 24. My best friend Fatty Wang is being bullied. How can I tolerate this? Host. If you don't go in now, your wife will be taken away by someone else. In my mind, the system's urgent warning was like a basin of ice water pouring over my head. I shuddered all over and understood it instantly. Invasion by external forces? The soul is devoured? No wonder Su Qingying's vital signs suddenly disappeared. It's not because I'm overstimulated. But it was because there was an unknown enemy attacking her spiritual world. Who is it? Su Genua? No. He doesn't have that ability. Could it be the mastermind behind the car accident? Countless thoughts flashed through my mind like lightning. But now, there is no time for me to think about it. Saving lives is important. I rushed into the brightly lit villa in one step. In the living room, Su Jinghua, Xiaolan, and an old man with white hair and beard, but vigorous and intimidating without even getting angry, were waiting there with anxious looks on their faces. That old man must be the mainstay of the Su family, Mr. Su Wenshan. When they saw me come in, everyone's eyes were focused on me. Gu Fan. You're finally back. Xiaolan was the first to rush over, and for the first time, her well-maintained face showed an expression of panic. Qingying she. Lin Wei told me this situation. I interrupted her directly, my tone more serious than ever before. Everyone, don't disturb her. Don't let any doctor touch her body. Clear the second floor. No one is allowed to come up without my permission. My voice is not loud. But it carries an unquestionable majesty and command. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were both shocked by my sudden strength. Subconsciously, they wanted to open their mouths to refute. But at this moment, Mr. Su Wenshan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly slapped the armrest of the sofa and shouted in a deep voice. All listen to him. Mr. Su's eyes were like those of an eagle, staring at me intently. Those eyes were full of scrutiny, inquiry, and a hint of anticipation, which he himself didn't even notice. He said in a deep voice, "From now on, Qingying's safety is entirely in your hands. Everyone in the Su family will obey your orders. As long as you can save Qingying, you will be the greatest benefactor of our Su family." Good. I nodded heavily. With these words from the old man, it is like getting the imperial sword. I didn't hesitate any longer, turned around, and rushed to the medical room on the second floor. Time is life. Wife, you have to hold on. I am coming. The intense process of the protagonist entering the spiritual world, fighting against the mysterious shadow, and finally rescuing Su Qingying is omitted here. 3 days later. In Shanghai City, in an ordinary internet cafe. The pungent smell of cigarettes and the sour taste of instant noodles mixed together to form a unique fragrance that belongs to losers. Fatty Wang, with red eyes, was sitting in front of the computer in the corner, typing frantically on the keyboard. There were several obvious bruises on his face, and he looked extremely disheveled. These 3 days were like a dream to him. At the class reunion, his best brother Gu Fan staged a shocking reversal. From a poor man who was bullied by everyone, he suddenly transformed himself into a mysterious boss that even the eldest son of the Su family had to kneel down to. He even casually threw him a bank card with 5 million in it. Fatty Wang still feels confused. He took the card and went to the bank to check it. When he saw the long string of zeros on the balance, he almost fell to his knees. 5 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. He called Gu Fan immediately. But Gu Fan's phone has been turned off. He went to the Su family manor to look for her, but was stopped by the security guard at the door. He completely lost contact with Gu Fan. And just yesterday, he was fired from the company. The reason is simple. At the class reunion, he offended Zhang Wei because he spoke up for Gu Fan. Zhang Wei's father's company is nothing compared to the Su family's. But there is still some energy in the industry. His father called and the boss of Wang Pengzi's small company didn't dare to say a word and kicked Wang Pengzi out on the spot. I lost my job and couldn't contact my good brother. Fatty Wang felt so aggrieved. He could only lock himself in the internet cafe and numb himself by playing games. Just as he was controlling his character and killing everyone in the game. A sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, isn't this Fatty Wang? Why, after being fired from the company, you still feel like playing games here? Fatty Wang froze and turned around suddenly. I saw Zhang Wei, with a few ruffian-looking yellow-haired young men, standing behind him with a grim smile on their faces. Zhang Wei also had bruises on his face, and one of his eyes was swollen like a panda's. Apparently, he got beaten up a lot at the class reunion that day. Zhang Wei. What the hell do you want to do? Fatty Wang stood up suddenly and glared at him. What? Zhang Wei sneered and kicked over the computer host in front of Fatty Wang. Bang! The loud noise scared the people who were surfing the internet nearby and they all looked sideways. I'm here to settle accounts with you today. Zhang Wei pointed at his panda eyes and said with gritted teeth, I can't afford to offend your good brother Gu Fan now. But, can't I take care of you, you lackey? The yellow-haired guys behind him immediately understood and snapped their fingers, making crisp crackling sounds, surrounding Fatty Wang. That look was full of evil. Seeing the posture of wanting to fight, the other people in the internet cafe were so scared that they dared not say a word. The network administrator even hid behind the bar, pretending not to see anything. Fatty Wang looked at this scene and his face turned pale instantly. Although he is fat, he is no match for these thugs in a fight. Zhang Wei. Stop it. I'm calling the police. Call the police? Zhang Wei felt like he had heard some huge joke. You report it. By the time you call the police and they show up, I'll have beaten you into a pig's head. He grinned and winked at those yellow-haired guys. Come on. Break those hands of his for me. I want to see how he plays games in the future. Those yellow-haired guys immediately pounced on Fatty Wang like wolves and tigers. Fatty Wang closed his eyes in fear and hugged his head in despair. It's over. Today, I have to give my account here. However, the punches and kicks he expected did not come. All he heard was a series of bang-bang sounds and a few painful groans from behind him. Then, the whole world became quiet. He opened his eyes puzzledly. Then, he saw a back that he would never forget. That figure from behind isn't very tall. But at this moment, it stood like a mountain, blocking his way steadily. And those yellow-haired guys who were so arrogant just now were now all lying on the ground, groaning in pain like dead dogs. Zhang Wei was even more dumbfounded. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and the hideous smile on his face froze instantly. Instead, there is endless fear. The figure slowly turned around. A face like a nightmare was revealed, a face that he would never forget in his life. That's right, Gu Fan. I looked at the thugs on the ground, then looked at my good brother who was scared silly, and the expression on my face suddenly became gloomy. My eyes became icy cold. I walked towards Zhang Wei, who was so scared that he almost peed his pants. My voice, without any emotion, sounded like a judgment from the netherworld. My brother, you dare to move? Chapter 25, Emotional Value Lottery, a formula that can change destiny. My brother, you dare to move? My voice was emotionless. Like a piece of ice that hadn't melted for thousands of years, it instantly lowered the temperature of the entire internet cafe to freezing point. Zhang Wei's face, which had already been pale to begin with, turned as pale as paper when he heard what I said. His body was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Beads of cold sweat broke out from his forehead like crazy. Fear. Endless fear, like an invisible big hand, tightly grasped his heart, almost suffocating him. He never thought of it. Gu Fan. This terrifying existence that he saw as a god or demon would actually appear here by such a coincidence. Shouldn't he be in the Su family, enjoying the splendor and wealth? Why would I come to this crappy internet bar where even the air smells like cheap food? Gu. Mr. Gu. Jiang Wei's teeth were chattering up and down, making a clacking sound. He made a thump sound, and unexpectedly. Once again, he knelt in front of me without any dignity. It was even more decisive than the last time when he knelt down to Su Mingzhi. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He burst into tears and slapped himself madly with his uninjured hand. Snap. 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 That sound was so loud. I didn't recognize a great man. I'm not a human being. I won't dare to do that again. You, just treat me like a dog and forgive me this time. Behind him, all the people in the internet cafe, including the network administrator hiding behind the bar, were so shocked when they saw this scene that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. What is going on? Who is this seemingly gentle young man? How could a tyrannical rich second generation like Jiang Wei be frightened into this state? Fatty Wang was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and stared blankly at my not-so-tall back, feeling that his brain was once again not enough. He knew that Brother Fan was very awesome now. But he didn't expect it to be so awesome. Just one sentence could make a scoundrel like Jiang Wei kneel down and beg for mercy? This is even more fantastic than a movie. I ignored the crying dog at my feet. I just turned around and looked at Fatty Wang, who was still in a daze, frowning slightly. Fatty, who hurt you on the face? Fatty Wang shuddered all over and subconsciously touched the bruises on his face. No. It's okay, Brother Fan, it was just an accident. He is still so honest and doesn't want to cause me any trouble. But just because he didn't say it doesn't mean I can't guess. My gaze slowly moved to the side, to the yellow-haired face of a man who had just crawled up from the ground. That yellow-haired guy happened to be one of the thugs who blocked Fatty Wang and beat him up yesterday. He was swept by my cold gaze. The yellow-haired man felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. With a plop, he also knelt down, shaking all over. No, it's none of my business, brother. It's Wei Gu. He was the one who asked us to fight. Very good. I nodded. I turned around and looked at Jiang Wei, who was about to faint from fright, and smiled. That smile is very kind. But in Jiang Wei's opinion, it is 10,000 times more terrifying than the devil's grin. Do it yourself. I said these 4 words calmly. Break one of his legs. Ah. Jiang Wei suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Break a leg? No. Don't do that, Mr. Gu. I interrupted him, and the smile on my face gradually faded. I'll do it myself. Then maybe, it's not just a matter of one leg. My words were like a basin of ice water, extinguishing the last bit of hope in Jiang Wei's heart. He knew that Gu Fan was definitely not joking. This man really dared to destroy him. Between one leg and the rest of his life, he decisively chose the former. I'll beat him. I'll beat him. I'll do it myself. He got up from the ground as if he was crazy, picked up an iron chair that someone had thrown nearby, and with a ferocious look on his face, he smashed it hard at the yellow-haired man who had just been calling him brother. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the entire internet cafe. Crack! Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. The yellow-haired man hugged his calf, which had become at a strange angle, and rolled on the ground in pain. The bloody scene frightened the people around and made them step back. After doing all this, Jiang Wei seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at me, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. I didn't look at him again. I just pulled up Fatty Wang, who was still in shock, and patted him on the shoulder. Fatty, let's go. Don't come to this kind of place anymore. I'll take you to a place where you can display your talents. Half an hour later, in the center of Jianghai City, on the top floor of a grade A office building. Fatty Wang and I stood in an empty office that was almost half the size of a basketball court, overlooking the bustling city below us. Fatty Wang still looks like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. He touched here, looked there, and never closed his mouth. Fan, brother Fan, where is this place? I just rented it. I said calmly, from now on, this will be our game studio. Ours? Fatty Wang's voice was trembling. For such a large place, the annual rent alone must be an astronomical figure, right? Yes, ours. I nodded. You are the boss. Yes, Chief Technology Officer. But, brother Fan. Fatty Wang showed an embarrassed expression on his face. I'm just a lousy gamer. How can I play any game? Besides, the competition in the gaming market is so fierce right now, Who said we have to compete with them? I laughed. I looked at him and said slowly, Fatty, what if I told you that I have a game plan from the future? A groundbreaking game that will revolutionize the entire gaming industry. That's right. Just now, on the way here, I consumed 1,000 emotional points and did another 10 draw streak. And this time, the system gave me a huge surprise. It didn't give me money, nor did it give me skills. But gave me a complete planning formula for a phenomenal virtual reality game called Second World from 10 years later. And the full set of future technologies needed to realize this game. I looked at Fatty Wang's face, which looked a little funny because of shock, and laughed. I know, from today on, the legend of our two brothers is about to begin. I patted his shoulder and spoke word by word. Fatty, are you ready? We want to make players all over the world crazy about our games. Chapter 26 Brother, follow me and I will take you to the peak of your life. We want to make players all over the world crazy about our games. My voice echoed in this spacious top-floor office that overlooked the entire Shanghai city. Outside the window is the dazzling city night view, with thousands of lights like stars. And what is burning in my eyes is ambition and confidence that is even hotter than the lights of thousands of homes. Fatty Wang was completely dumbfounded. He stared at me blankly, his chubby face full of shock and disbelief. A game plan from the future? A groundbreaking game that will revolutionize the entire industry? For him, a veteran game geek, each of these words was like a depth bomb, exploding in his mind. Fan, brother Fan, you are not kidding, right? His voice was trembling with extreme excitement. As a person who regards gaming as his lifelong passion, he knows better than anyone what the words disrupt the industry mean. Do I look at me like I'm joking? I laughed. I didn't explain too much to him. Because no explanation can be as shocking as letting him see it with his own eyes. I took out my phone and opened the system interface. On the planning recipe from the future, choose materialization. Ding. This manifestation requires 100 points of emotion. Confirm? Confirm. The next second, a blue light that only I could see shot out from my phone and directly onto the huge conference table in the middle of the office. The light faded away, and a thick plan book with a metal cover, full of futuristic technology, appeared out of thin air. On the cover, there are 4 large gold-plated characters written in a flamboyant style, The Second World. Fatty Wang's eyes widened instantly. He swallowed hard with a gulp, and stretched out his trembling hand, gently touching the cover of the plan as if he was touching a priceless treasure. The cold and hard touch told him that this was not an illusion. This is. Open it and take a look. I gestured. Fatty Wang took a deep breath and slowly turned the first page of the plan with an almost pilgrimage-like piety. Then, his breathing completely stopped. Holographic projection technology? Brainwave access device? 100% real body feedback? Oh my god, how is this possible? The first page of the plan is an introduction to the core technology of this game. Each of the technologies listed above seems like a product from a science fiction movie, completely overturning all of Wang Pengzi's understanding of games over the past 20 years. His small eyes were wide open, staring at every word in the plan, as if he wanted to carve it into his soul. And this is just the beginning. When he turned to the second page and saw the outrageously grand worldview setting. When he turned to the third page and saw the tens of thousands of NPCs, each with their own unique characteristics, and even with independent AI. When he turned to the fourth page and saw that the degree of freedom was so high that players could even create their own civilization in the game. He is completely crazy. His body trembled violently due to extreme excitement. His face turned red, as if he was drunk. There is a light called dream shining in his eyes. A masterpiece. This is a fucking masterpiece. He held the plan book in his arms, like a 200-pound child, crying and laughing, talking incoherently. Brother Fan. This, if this could be made. No. As long as it can be made. Not to mention revolutionizing the industry. This could change the fucking world. Seeing how excited he was, I laughed. I know that no true game lover can resist the charm of Second World. How's it going, fatty? I walked up to him and patted his broad shoulders. Now, do you still think we are dreaming? No. It's not a dream. This is not a dream. Fatty Wang suddenly raised his head and stared at me with his red eyes. That look was filled with unprecedented determination and fanaticism. Brother Fan. You're right. We have to make it. We have to make it. He paused, and the enthusiasm on his face gradually faded, turning into a trace of worry and lack of confidence. But, Brother Fan, it's such an awesome game, if we just rely on the two of us, I'm afraid. Who said there are only two of us? I laughed again. I pointed to the last page of the plan. Open it and take a look. Fatty Wang turned to the last page of the plan with confusion. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank again. On the last page, there was a long list. On it are names that are well known in the world gaming industry. Blizzard's chief designer. Riot's gold medal programmer. Ubisoft's top artist. These are all god-level figures standing at the top of the pyramid of the gaming industry. Behind each of their names, there was a line of small words that almost suffocated Fatty Wang. Contact information and personal details including unknown special fetishes. Fatty Wang. He felt that his brain was no longer enough. He pointed at the list, his voice trembling. Fan, Brother Fan, these are. They are your future employees. I said it calmly, as if it was a trivial matter. I'll dig them all up for you. Money is not a problem. People are not a problem either. Now, I just have one question for you. I looked at him, my eyes becoming extremely serious. Fatty, do you dare to join me and make a big profit? Let's do something that will make our names known to the whole world. Fatty Wang was silent. He lowered his head, looked at the plan in his hand, and then looked at the bright starry sky outside the window. His chest heaved violently. A long time. He suddenly raised his head. All the confusion and lack of confidence on that chubby face disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was endless passion and fighting spirit. He fell to his knees with a thump. He looked at me and said in a deep voice, almost like an oath, word by word. Brother Fan. From today on, my life, Wang Kai, belongs to you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. My dream is your dream. Together, let's create a second world that belongs to us. Chapter 27, The Contempt of the Beautiful Secretary Linwei, a son-in-law dares to interfere in the company? Brother Fan. From today on, my life, Wang Kai, belongs to you. Fatty Wang knelt on one knee, with a raging fire burning in his eyes. It was a dream that had been suppressed for many years, and finally saw the fanatical flame of hope of realization. I laughed. I walked up to him, pulled him up from the ground, and gave him a big bear hug. Good brother. What are you talking about? Life or death? We are brothers, brothers for life. I patted his broad back and said with great pride, from today on, you, Fatty Wang, will no longer be that loser who lets others bully you. What you need to do is gather the world's top gaming talents together. Then, move that damned second world from paper to reality. If you don't have enough money, I'll give it to you. If there aren't enough people, I'll find some for you. Technology is not enough, I will find a way. I just want you to make this game for me. Become brothers and brag about it forever. Good. Fatty Wang nodded heavily, tears of emotion flashing in his little eyes. He knew that his life would be completely different from today on. After handing over the studio affairs to Fatty Wang, who was as excited as a chicken with its blood pumped up, I returned to the Su family manor. These days, because I was busy saving Su Qingying and dealing with Fatty Wang's affairs, I haven't entered my wife's spiritual world to bully her for a long time. I don't know if she misses me? Hey. With a hint of mischievous anticipation, I returned to the medical room on the second floor. Su Qingying, still lying there quietly. Her complexion is much better than before. The face that was originally a little pale has now regained a hint of redness and looks like a sleeping porcelain doll. The data from the instrument showed that her vital signs were becoming more stable and active than ever before. It seems that after I killed that mysterious black shadow last time, the damage to her soul has been greatly alleviated. This is a good sign. I sat by the bed, just about to enter her spiritual world to see how she was doing. But at this moment, someone knocked on my door. Knock, knock. Enter. The door opened and the person who walked in was Lin Wei. Today, she is still dressed as a capable career lady. A black oval suit perfectly outlines her curvy and hot figure. Those beautiful eyes beneath the gold-rimmed glasses were still as cold and repelling as ever. However, I don't know if it's my illusion. I feel like the way she looked at me today seemed less contempt and disgust than before, and more complexity and inquiry. 2. That night, she saw my god-level driving skills comparable to those of an F1 driver, and the change in the Su family's attitude towards me. No matter how stupid she is, she should know that I, the son-in-law, am probably not as simple as I seem. Is there something wrong? I asked calmly. Lin Wei nodded and handed a document to me. This is the company's financial report for the most recent quarter, as well as several key project plans currently underway. Her voice is still so formulaic. The chairman asked me to give it to you so you can get familiar with it. Oh? I raised my eyebrows, a little surprised. What does Su Jinghua mean by this? You want me to interfere in the affairs of the Sky Dome Group? Isn't he afraid that I will ruin his daughter's company? Lin Wei seemed to see my confusion. She pushed her glasses and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes behind the lenses. Don't misunderstand me. Her tone returned to its previous cold and contemptuous tone. The chairman did this just to shut up the company's veterans. Boss Su has been in a coma for so long, and the company is in a state of panic and undercurrent. Especially, the people on the second master's side have always been eyeing the position of president. The chairman is letting you, the son-in-law, nominally have some exposure to the company's business, just to send a signal to the outside world. A signal that the Su family has a successor. Do you understand? I understood it instantly. To put it bluntly, I am still a tool. It's just that it has been upgraded from the previous reproductive tool to the current mascot. Used to stabilize the morale of the army and deter villains. So, all you have to do is pretend to look at these documents every day. Lin Wei's tone was full of warning. As for the company's specific decisions, it's best not to ask a single question or touch a finger. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, you won't be able to bear the consequences. I looked at her arrogant expression that said, "I'm doing this for your own good," and felt like laughing. This woman really never forgets to criticize me. Is she so sure that a poor student like me knows nothing about managing a trillion-dollar group? I didn't argue with her. I just took the document and flipped through it casually. This is a planning proposal for a newly developed mobile phone system project called Dimensity under the Tianxiong Group. The plan was pretty standard, nothing special, but nothing major wrong either. Obviously, it came from an experienced veteran. However, when I saw the part about marketing and budget at the end of the plan, my brows furrowed slightly. Who is the person in charge of this project? I suddenly asked. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect that I would actually ask a question. The contempt in her eyes became even stronger. How? Do you really think you are a dish? A son-in-law dares to give orders to the company's S-level projects? Although she felt disdainful in her heart, she still replied coldly out of professionalism, "This project is under the full responsibility of Zhao Manny, Director Zhao of the marketing department." Zhao Manny? The information about this woman in the character relationship table immediately emerged in my mind. Zhao Manny, Director of the Tianxiong Group's marketing department. She is charming, ambitious, and a member of Su Genoa's faction. It turned out to be my second uncle's man. That makes sense. I pointed at the 5 billion promotion budget in the plan and shook my head. This budget is too high. Also, the direction of promotion is wrong. What? Lin Wei seemed to have heard a huge joke and burst out laughing. She crossed her arms and looked down at me, as if she was looking at a fool who was talking nonsense. Gu Fan. Do you know what you are talking about? Director Zhao is the industry's top market operator. The budget and plan she made were reviewed and approved by the entire board of directors. You're a poor student who can't even find a job, how can you understand this? Her voice became a little sharp because of anger and contempt. I'm warning you. Don't try to impress others by pretending to know what you don't know. There are some things that people like you are not qualified to touch. I ignored her sarcasm. I just raised my head, looked at her, and calmly said something that made her stunned for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, this project should have run into problems by now, right? Chapter 28. A few words left the Harvard-educated elite secretary speechless. If I'm not mistaken, this project should have run into problems by now, right? My voice is calm and indifferent. But to Lin Wei, it was like a bolt of thunder. Her pretty face, which had flushed red with anger, froze in an instant. Those beautiful eyes beneath the gold-rimmed glasses were filled with incredible shock and horror. She looked at me like I was a monster. How do you know? She subconsciously screamed. But as soon as she said it, she immediately regretted it. She suddenly covered her mouth, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. This matter is still top secret in the company. Only a few core senior executives, including her, knew about it. He was an outsider, a son-in-law who had just been in the Su family for less than a week. How did he know? Her panicked expression confirmed my guess. I laughed. I didn't answer her question. I just picked up the plan and gently tapped the budget figure of $5 billion on it. A promotional budget of $5 billion is not small. My voice is neither fast nor slow, but it carries a power that penetrates people's hearts. Zhao Mani's plan is to use a full range of online and offline saturation publicity to thoroughly publicize the digital system in the shortest possible time. This idea, in itself, is not wrong. Lin Wei was stunned. She didn't expect that I could actually understand this professional plan. Moreover, the analysis is very clear and logical. But I changed the subject and my tone became playful. Or rather, you all, have overlooked a most fatal problem. That's your competitor. Rival? Lin Wei frowned and subconsciously retorted, the domestic mobile phone system market has long been a red ocean. The systems of major manufacturers are all similar. There is no competitor that can pose a threat to us. As for foreign apps like Apple and Google, their systems, while powerful, are limited in many ways in China. Furthermore, our Dimensity system has already surpassed them in many aspects. Her tone was filled with the pride and confidence that is unique to Sky Group employees. No. I shook my finger, and the smile on my face became a little unfathomable. I'm not talking about them. Your real opponent is a company that none of you take seriously, or even, you've never heard of. A small company from Northern Europe. A small company in Northern Europe? Lin Wei became even more confused. She racked her brains but couldn't think of anyone from Northern Europe on the list of enemies of their Sky Group. I didn't keep you in suspense any longer. I looked at her and slowly uttered a name. Noah's Arkansas. Boom. When she heard this name, Lin Wei's body trembled violently. In an instant, all the blood drained from her delicate face. Become as pale as paper. She looked at me, her eyes filled with unprecedented shock and horror. You even know this? Noah's Ark. It was this little-known Nordic company that, just 3 days ago, without any warning, released a brand new mobile phone system they developed called Eden Worldwide. And the core technology of that system is actually 90% similar to the Tianji system that their Tianqiong group spent tens of billions and developed for 5 years. In some aspects, it is even more perfect and advanced than their Tianji. This incident caused a huge uproar within the Sky Group. This means that their company's core secrets have been leaked. What's more, the other party launched the product to the market before them. This is a fatal blow to the upcoming Dimensity system. If it is not handled properly, Tianqiong Group will not only lose tens of billions of RD funds, but will also be branded as a plagiarist internationally. The stock price will plummet. This matter was suppressed by Su Jingguo with thundering means. Currently, only a few core members of the board of directors know about it. Even Zhao Mani, the project manager, was kept in the dark. But Gu Fan, how did he know? And you know it in such detail? Could it be that he has the ability to predict the future? Looking at her expression as if she had seen a ghost, I laughed. Predict the future? I don't have that ability. But I have god-level hacking skills in my mind. The moment I got the plan, I hacked into the internal server of Tianqiong Group. This little secret is as easy as taking something out of a baby for me. Now, do you still think that Zhao Mani's plan has no problems? I looked at Lin Wei, who was completely dumbfounded, and asked lightly. Lin Wei's lips trembled and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Her proud Harvard degree and rich work experience were shattered by me at this moment with just a few casual words. For the first time, in front of this son-in-law whom she had always looked down upon, she felt a sense of powerlessness as if her IQ was crushed. Noah's Ark came with such force, it was obviously premeditated. My voice brought her thoughts back to reality. They chose to release it at this time just to catch you off guard. And if Jamani were to spend the 5 billion yuan promotion budget now, 90% of it would be wasted. You might even become a victim of the Eden system's corruption. Then what should we do? Lin Wei asked subconsciously. There was a hint of inquiry in her voice that she herself hadn't even noticed. This was the first time she spoke to me in this tone. I looked at her and smiled. I knew, from this moment on, I have already pried open a crack in this difficult-to-climb iceberg. I threw the plan back on the table. I stood up, walked to the window, put my hands behind my back, and looked out at the vast estate. I didn't answer her question directly. I just said something slowly and calmly in a calm tone that left her stunned again. Of course there is a way. Furthermore, I can make that Noah's Ark spit out everything they've taken in, with interest. Only. I turned my head and looked at her, with a playful smile on my lips. Why should I help you? Chapter 29. Su Qingying's health miraculously improved. Why should I help you? My voice, tinged with a hint of amusement and joking, slowly echoed in the empty medical room. Lin Wei was completely stunned. Her pretty face, which had lost its color due to shock, now flushed with a complex blush because of my words. Yes. Why should he help us? In terms of identity, he is just a son-in-law bought by the Su family, a mascot used to stabilize people's hearts. In terms of relationship, myself and everyone in the Su family have never treated him well from the beginning. Contempt, disgust, warning, threat. It can be said that, except for Uncle Zhang who was relatively polite to him, the entire Su family treated him as a tool that could be manipulated at will. And now, when the Sky Dome Group is facing a huge crisis that is enough to shake its foundation, what right do I have to ask him for help? Just based on that ridiculous marriage agreement? Lin Wei moved her lips, but found that she couldn't say a word. Her eloquence, which she was proud of, and her elite mind as a Harvard graduate, seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. For the first time, she realized that in front of this man whom she had always looked down upon, she actually didn't even have a bargaining chip. Looking at her shy, embarrassed and helpless look, I laughed. I know, it's almost cooked. The purpose of knocking has been achieved. If we continue to force it, it will be too much. After all, the Sky Group will be mine from now on. I can't just sit there and watch it get destroyed, right? Just kidding. I spread my hands to break the awkward atmosphere. Look how scared you are. No matter what, Su Qingying is my wife, and the Sky Group is half my home. I can't just watch my house get robbed, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Wei suddenly raised her head. A hint of incredible surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. You mean, you're willing to help? Certainly. I nodded, but I have 2 conditions. You say. Not to mention 2, even if it's 200, as long as we can do it, we will agree to it. Lin Wei said without hesitation. She now completely regards me as the only straw that can save the Sky Group. First. I held up a finger. I'm only communicating with you on this matter. I don't want a third person to know my plan. Including my almighty father-in-law. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what I meant. Is this distrust of the chairman? Or does he want to take this opportunity to prove his ability? But none of this matters anymore. Now she can only choose to believe me. Okay. I promise. Second. My eyes fell on the quiet figure on the hospital bed. My eyes became gentle and firm. From today on, in addition to professional medical care, I want Su Qingying's body to be taken care of by me. I will be fully responsible. I don't want anyone to disturb me while I'm treating her. Treat? Lin Wei had a confused expression on her face. You also know medicine? A little bit. I said calmly, it's the art of massage inherited from my ancestors. Lin Wei. Although she felt that this reason sounded even more outrageous than I am Qin Shi Huang, send me money. But after witnessing my previous miracles, she no longer dared to question it. Now, she almost blindly obeys what I say. Okay. I promise you too. She nodded emphatically, I'll tell the chairman and his wife. From now on, this room will be your exclusive area. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. Now, you can get busy. Remember, stabilize the company's situation and don't let anyone notice anything unusual. Within 3 days, I will give you a complete counterattack plan. 3 days? Lin Wei's eyes widened again. Such a huge crisis, and a solution can be found in just 3 days? This is simply a god descending to earth. She wanted to ask something else, but when she saw my unquestionable look, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She just bowed to me respectfully. Yes. Mr. Gu. I'm waiting for your good news. After saying that, she quickly retreated with a heart full of shock and expectation. That back figure no longer had any of the arrogance from before, but instead, had a hint of respect from a subordinate to his superior. After Lin Wei left, the room returned to silence. I walked to the bed and sat down. Looking at Su Qingying's sleeping face, I smiled. Wife. My husband, I am almost broken-hearted because of you. Outside, I will help you protect your business empire. Inside, we are also responsible for helping you repair your damaged soul and body. If you wake up in the future, you must repay me well. I don't think about it anymore. I reached out and gently held her little hand, which was a little cold from not moving for a long time. Then I closed my eyes. In his mind, the knowledge of God-level massage technique, like the vast stars, began to run rapidly. Countless complex and mysterious techniques flashed through my mind one by one. Finally, I found a set of ancient massage methods called 9 turns to resurrection that is most suitable for her current physical condition. This technique is extremely complicated. It is necessary to precisely stimulate the 360 major acupoints and thousands of tiny meridians in the human body. If you are not careful, it will cause irreversible damage to the patient. But for a hacker like me with God-level skills, it is as easy as eating and drinking water. I took a deep breath and slowly placed my other hand on her slender wrist. Then, my fingers began to gently press, knead, and bounce in a mysterious rhythm that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. My movements are sometimes as gentle as a feather brushing, and sometimes as swift as raindrops falling. Every bit of force, every angle, is precise to the extreme. Streams of gentle and pure energy flowed along my fingertips and slowly injected into Su Qingying's long dormant body. Time passes by minute. A layer of fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on my forehead. This set of massage techniques consumes a lot of mental energy. A full hour passed before I slowly withdrew my hand and let out a long sigh. A complete set of 9 turns to resurrection was finally completed. I looked at Su Qingying lying on the bed, and a healthy blush appeared on her face. It is a kind of luster of life that radiates from the inside out. At this moment, the instruments connected to her body also underwent amazing changes. Her heart rate and blood pressure, which had been a little disordered, had now completely recovered to the healthiest level of a normal person. Even her muscles, which had atrophied due to long-term bed rest, actually began to become fuller and more elastic at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when I was satisfied with my masterpiece, Su Qingying on the hospital bed, her long and thick eyelashes suddenly, gently, trembled. Although, only for a moment. But, I see it clearly. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Professor Zhou came in with 2 nurses, ready to conduct a routine physical examination. When he saw the perfect life data curve on the instrument, he was petrified in an instant. He adjusted his reading glasses and rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. A miracle, this is simply a miracle in medical history. He rushed to the bedside, his voice trembling with extreme excitement. He took Su Qingying's hand and looked at her legs again. The shock on his face could no longer be described in words. The patient's muscles don't show any signs of atrophy. They're even healthier than an average person. What the hell is going on? He suddenly turned his head and stared at me with eyes as if he was looking at a god. Mr. Gu, what on earth did you do to the young lady? Chapter 30 Professor Zhou's shock, this is unscientific. This is a medical miracle. Mr. Gu, what on earth did you do to the young lady? Professor Zhou's voice was trembling with extreme excitement and shock. His eyes, fixed on me through his reading glasses, were filled with shock and a student's instinctive thirst for knowledge when faced with an unknown world. The 2 young nurses behind him were completely dumbfounded. They stared at me blankly with their mouths open, then looked at the perfect life data curve on the instrument, and felt that all the knowledge they had learned in medical school in the past few years had been wasted. Vegetative state. The muscles of vegetative patients who have been bedridden for a long time not only do not atrophy, but are even more elastic than those of healthy people? Are their vital signs more stable and healthy than those who stay up late to go clubbing? This is a fucking medical miracle? This is clearly a supernatural event. Facing Professor Joe's eyes full of curiosity, I just calmly withdrew my hand. I smiled, an unfathomable expression on my face. I said, I just gave my wife a full body massage. Massage? Professor Joe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He seemed to have heard the most incredible thing in the world. He rushed to me and grabbed my hand. The posture didn't seem like they were catching a young man, but more like they were grabbing a life-saving straw. Mr. Gu. You, stop joking. His voice was filled with a hint of pleading. I've been practicing medicine for 40 years, and I've never seen such a miraculous sight. This is completely beyond the scope of modern medicine. This is unscientific. Science? I raised my eyebrows, and the smile on my face became a little playful. Professor Zhou, how can you say that a vegetative patient who has been in a coma for 6 months and whom you all deemed almost impossible to wake up is now miraculously recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye? Is this, in itself, scientific? Professor Zhou. He was left speechless by my question. Yes. This matter itself is full of unscientific facts. He looked at me as if he was looking at a god in human skin. He knew that the young man in front of him must be hiding a huge secret. Mr. Gu. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly in a humble tone, almost asking for advice. What you just used, could it be that, the legendary, ancient Chinese medicine massage technique? No wonder he thought so. For phenomena that cannot be explained by Western medicine, we can only look for answers in traditional Chinese medicine. I guess so. I nodded ambiguously. I can't tell him that I'm cheating, right? After receiving my affirmative answer, Professor Zhou's face instantly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and an even more enthusiastic expression. I see. He was trembling with excitement and muttering to himself. I've long heard that ancient Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. It contains some incredible techniques that can bring back the dead and even turn flesh into bones. It's a pity that they've been lost long ago. I never expected that today, I would actually have the honor to see it with my own eyes. He looked at me with eyes that could no longer be described as looking at a god. It was clearly a devout believer looking up to his own god. Mr. Gu. He made a thump sound, and unexpectedly. He actually wanted to kneel down and kowtow to me in front of his 2 completely dumbfounded students. Please accept me as your disciple. I was stunned by his sudden and outrageous action. I quickly stepped forward and held him up. Professor Zhou, you can't do that. You can't do that. Are you kidding me? Let a man in his 70s or 80s, a leading figure in the medical field, be my apprentice? If this gets out, will I still be alive? Mr. Gu. Please promise me. Professor Zhou was in tears and held my thighs tightly, refusing to get up no matter what I said. Learning is boundless. A teacher is one who is more accomplished. Your attainments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine far surpass mine. You are more than qualified to be my teacher. I'm overwhelmed. Why is this old man acting like a rogue? Just when I didn't know how to end it. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the bizarre scene in the room where the medical master hugged his son-in-law's thigh and cried and shouted that he wanted to be his disciple, they were all petrified like me. In the end, it was Su Jinghua who reacted quickly. He coughed lightly, walked forward, and pulled Professor Zhou to persuade him. After listening to Professor Zhou's confusing explanation that was full of excitement and admiration, the way Su Jinghua and Xiaolan looked at me also changed completely. If before, their attitude towards me was one of fear and inquiry, so now, it's complete and utter shock and awe. He is so impressive that even a medical master like Professor Zhou would bow down to him and want to become his disciple. Just how many secrets does the son-in-law they've always looked down upon still hide? Gu Fan. Xiaolan looked at me and her lips moved. For the first time, a sincere, pleading expression appeared on her proud face. Can Qingying really wake up? There was a hint of motherhood in her voice. I looked at her and then at Su Jinghua. I didn't answer directly. I just walked to the bedside. I reached out and gently brushed away a strand of hair from Su Qingying's forehead. I looked at her peaceful sleeping face and smiled. Awake? Isn't she awake all the time? It's just that she was trapped in her own dream. I turned around and looked at the Su family members and Professor Joe, who were completely dumbfounded. I slowly said something that made all of their hair stand on end. Besides, I can still go in. Chapter 31, I play the role of a sword fairy in my dream. Can I take you flying with the sword? In your dream, I play the role of a sword master and take you flying with a sword. How about that? Besides, I can still go in. My words, like a demonic voice from another dimension, completely broke the last psychological defense of everyone present. Each of them seemed to be cast under a petrification spell, frozen in place, with a dazed and horrified look on their faces. For the first time, a crack appeared on Su Jingguo's poker face that had never changed. Xiaolan subconsciously covered her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from screaming. Professor Zhou's pair of reading glasses slipped off his nose because he was too shocked, and shattered into pieces with a bang. Go in? Where to go in? A vegetative person, in a dream? Is this something a human being can say? This is no longer something that can be explained by science or metaphysics. This is fucking theology. I ignored these completely dumbfounded mortals. I just gave them an unfathomable smile. Then, in front of everyone, I slowly closed my eyes. Bite. Detected the host's request to enter the bound target's spiritual world. This link will cost 10 points of emotion. Link is being established. A familiar feeling of dizziness came over me. When I opened my eyes again, the scene before me was no longer the medical room filled with shocked faces, but a vast, endless darkness. This is the third time I have entered Su Qingying's spiritual world. But this time, this is no longer that empty and silent pure white space. It is no longer the Demon King's domain filled with sulfur and fire that I created last time. There is nothing here. There is only endless darkness and nothingness. Like the chaos before the birth of the universe. And in the center of the chaos, Su Qingying's consciousness was quietly floating there. She was no longer wearing that pure white dress. But it was the black and white maid outfit that I rewarded her last time. It seems that she hasn't recovered from her last role-playing experience. Or perhaps, has she already accepted this setting in her subconscious mind? Hey. Interesting. She seemed to have noticed my arrival. She slowly turned around. When she saw it was me, a very complicated emotion flashed across her beautiful eyes. There was anger, humiliation, and fear, but more than that, there was a kind of curiosity and dependence that even she herself was not aware of. After all, in this world that has been dead for half a year, I am the only living being who can communicate with her. You're here again? Her voice was very soft. There was no longer any tension as before, but instead, there was a hint of, barely perceptible, grievance. How? I smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? Who missed you? You're just being sentimental. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted subconsciously. But the tone seemed a little lacking in confidence. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuation detected, shy. Emotional value plus 15. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, Sundara. Emotional value plus 10. Yo-ha? A new breed of emotions? Not bad. It seems that my last carrot and stick strategy was very effective. This iceberg has begun to show signs of melting. But I looked at the dead silence and darkness around me and frowned slightly. This environment is too depressing. No wonder she couldn't wake up in the real world. Anyone locked up in a place like this would become depressed. No. We need to give her a new, more open environment. I also have to find myself a more handsome identity. There's no point in being a devil all the time. Today, let us play something oriental. I cleared my throat and looked at her, a gentle smile on my face. Do you want to go see the outside world? The outside world? Su Qingying was stunned. There was a hint of confusion and a hint of longing in her eyes. She's been trapped here for too long. It had been so long that she almost forgot what the outside world was like. That's right. I nodded. A world more vast and more beautiful than you can imagine. Having said that, I snapped my fingers again. Bang! This time, it's not the hellfire or the throne of bones. But light. Endless, warm, holy light. In an instant, the boundless darkness was torn apart. Under my feet, the void chaos turned into rolling, lush green hills. In the distance, there are rushing rivers and cascading waterfalls. Above my head, the dark sky was replaced by a clear blue sky. A few leisurely white clouds float slowly in the sky. You can even hear the clear chirping of birds and the gurgling of water. The air is filled with the fragrance of grass and soil. This place is simply a paradise on earth. Su Qingying was completely stunned. She was stunned, suspended in mid-air, looking at the world in front of her that had instantly transformed from darkness into a fairyland. Her delicate face was filled with incredible shock. She even subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the warm sunlight shining on her face. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, shocked. Emotional value plus 50. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuation detected, joy. Emotional value plus 80. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, yearning. Emotional value plus 70. Another great harvest. And, this time, all the emotions are positive. It seems that my trick of killing with beautiful scenery is very effective. And this is not over yet. The shirt I was wearing also changed in the light. An ancient style robe that is as white as snow and spotless has replaced the previous modern clothing. Behind me, there was a clang sound, and a shining fairy sword appeared out of thin air. The magic sword automatically unsheathed and hovered under my feet. I stood with my hands behind my back, my clothes fluttering in the wind, and my temperament was extraordinary, just like a peerless sword immortal who had descended from the heavens to the mortal world. I looked at Su Qingying, who was completely stunned, and smiled slightly. That smile, as gentle as jade, is enough to make all the women in the world intoxicated. How about it? Is my new look handsome? Su Qingying's mouth was slightly open, and she had completely lost the ability to speak. She just stared at me blankly. In those beautiful eyes, there was a light flashing, called amazing and admiration. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, admiration. Emotional value plus 100. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, admiration very weak. Emotional value plus 10. Fuck. Adoration? Although it is only 10 points, it is also a historic breakthrough. It seems that no woman can resist the charm of the flying swordsman in white. I was so happy. I stepped on the flying sword and slowly flew in front of her. I reached out my hand to her. I looked at her eyes that were full of shock and confusion, and slowly spoke in a magnetic and gentle voice. Beautiful girl. I have the honor to invite you. Will you join me, flying through the heavens and earth on my sword? Chapter 32 Rewards, God-level fighting skills, I feel like I can kill a cow. Will you join me, flying through the heavens and earth on my sword? My voice, as gentle as jade and carrying fatal temptation, echoes in this fairyland created by my own hands. Su Qingying, her consciousness in a maid outfit, just hovered in front of me blankly. She looked at me, at my white robe, which was as white as snow, at the glittering and colorful sword at my feet, at the hand I extended to her. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and a light called heartbeat that she herself was not even aware of. No woman can resist this unique romance from the East. Especially for a woman who has been trapped in darkness and loneliness for half a year. This is the light of salvation. Her cheeks flushed slightly. At this moment, her long frozen heart seemed to, quietly melt a corner. She hesitated for a long time, and finally, as if possessed by a magic spell, she slowly stretched out her hand to me. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch mine, a strong, irresistible pulling force suddenly acted on my consciousness. It's time for spiritual connection. No. Su Qingying let out a cry filled with reluctance and loss. She watched with her own eyes as my hand, which was about to hold hers, and the entire fairyland-like world, like a mirage in the mirror, shattered into pieces in front of her. In the end, it turned into endless darkness. And in the real world. In the medical room. I slowly opened my eyes and let out a long breath. It's a pity that the scene just now failed at the last minute. However, there is still a long way to go. Today, I have successfully planted a seed called heartbeat in her heart. It will be much easier when we meet next time. What surprised me even more was, I suddenly stood up from the chair. I looked at Su Qingying, who was still lying on the hospital bed with her eyes closed, her face full of incredible shock. I saw a line of crystal tears, actually. It actually slid down slowly from the corners of her tightly closed eyes. Vegetative state. Actually shed tears? What does this mean? This means that her consciousness has become strong enough to affect her body in the real world. This is a huge breakthrough. A miracle that is enough to shock the entire medical community. She is one step closer to waking up. And just when I was extremely excited about this discovery, in my mind, the system prompt that sounded like the sound of nature rang again. Bite. The spiritual connection has been disconnected. The duration of this connection is 10 minutes. Emotional value calculation in progress. Total emotional points gained this time: shyness plus 15, Sundara plus 10, shock plus 50, joy plus 80, yearning plus 70, admiration plus 100, love plus 10, regret plus 40, disappointment plus 50. Triggered the emotional storm reward, and finally obtained the emotional value, 1,050 points. 1,050 points. Another epic explosion. My total emotional value instantly exceeded 6,000. I'm fucking rich. Sent. It's completely successful. I looked at the long string of numbers in my account and felt my heart trembling. With so many emotional points, what am I afraid of? Second uncle of the Su family? The eldest son of the Lin family? In front of a cheater like me, they are all chickens and dogs. System. Draw the lottery for me. I suppressed the ecstasy in my heart and roared in my heart. 10 consecutive draws. No. 20 consecutive draws. Bite. Emotional value 2,000 points, start 20 consecutive draws. The huge roulette will begin to spin wildly again. This time, there are 20 chances. I felt like my heart was about to jump out of my throat. Shipment. You must ship it to me. The roulette will slowly stop. 20 dazzling rays of light exploded before my eyes. A series of dense system notification sounds, enough to drive any man crazy, washed over my eardrums like crazy. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received 10 million in cash. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the item, Marrow Cleansing Pill X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill, Divine Level Medical Skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have acquired the skill, Photographic Memory. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have acquired the skill, Business Acumen. The series of rewards made me dizzy and drool. Divine Level Medical Skills? Holy crap. This is awesome. With this, do I still need to use massage to repair her little by little? I can bring her back to life directly. There is also Marrow Cleansing Pill. This is a miracle drug that the protagonist in online novels must have to be reborn. I quickly swallowed the fragrant pill without hesitation. A warm current instantly spread from my dantian to every part of my body. I feel like all the bones, muscles, and meridians in my body are being madly transformed by a mysterious force. Crackle. There was a crisp sound inside my body, like frying beans. A layer of sticky, fishy-smelling black impurities was discharged from my pores. My body has become lighter than ever before. My 5 senses have become sharper than ever before. I could even hear the sound of an ant crawling across the grass in the garden downstairs. What surprised me even more was, I slowly clenched my fists. An unprecedented, explosive force is surging in my body. I feel like my strength now is more than 10 times stronger than before. I even have an illusion. I feel like I can kill a cow with one fucking punch. Just when I was intoxicated by this powerful force, a reward caught my attention. Skill, God-level fighting technique. Description: instantly empower you with the ultimate fighting skills and instincts, blending the best of all world martial arts including Muay Thai, Karate, Judo, and Chinese traditional martial arts. Before you, any so-called fighting champion is no different from a kindergarten kid. Fighting skills? This skill comes just in time. I was just worried that I had all the strength but couldn't fight. With this, who would dare to touch me in front of me from now on? I was happily receiving the huge flow of fighting information in my mind. But at this moment, my door was suddenly slammed open from the outside with a bang. I saw Suminger, the dandy young man who was scared to death by me, rushing in with a ferocious look on his face, accompanied by 7 or 8 burly men wearing black training clothes, with bulging temples, who were obviously martial artists. Where was the fear on his face that he had before? What replaced it was endless resentment and fearless arrogance. "Gu Fan! You bastard!" He pointed at me, his voice becoming a little sharp due to anger and resentment. "Do you think that just because you scared me to death, this matter is over? I'm telling you. Today, I'm going to make you kneel on the ground and lick my piss clean." Behind him, a burly man with a crew cut who looked like the leader took a step forward, his whole body emitting a fierce and murderous aura. He looked at me as if he was looking at a dead person. "Boy, I heard that you are good at fighting? We are from Dragon Gate. Today, let us grandpas teach you what real Kung Fu is." Chapter 33. Suminger brought people to block me, wanting to break my legs? Today, let us grandpas teach you what real Kung Fu is. The burly man with the crew cut from Longmen had a voice like a huge bell, full of fierce and murderous aura. The companions behind him were also snapping their fingers, making a crisp crackling sound, and surrounded me with unfriendly eyes. The scene was like a group of hungry wolves hunting a lamb to be slaughtered. Suminger, hiding behind this group of hungry wolves, regained the arrogance and resentment on his face. "Gu Fan! You bastard!" He pointed at me and grinned. "Last time, I was careless. I didn't expect you to have practiced farming techniques for a few days. But, today..." He pointed at the burly men around him who looked like they were not easy to mess with, and the pride on his face was almost overflowing. "I've invited Dragon Gate's top fighters. Each one of them is a capable fighter who can take on 10 opponents at once. Aren't you a good fighter? I want to see who's tougher today, you or their fists. Dragon Gate?" I raised my eyebrows. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Oh, I remember now. When I used hacking techniques to track down the driver who caused Su Qingying's car accident, the final clue pointed to this so-called Dragon Gate. Zhanghai City, the largest underground force. Unexpectedly, this idiot Suminger is actually related to them. Okay. It saves me from having to look for them again later. Today, just in time, we solved it all. I looked at the group of aggressive martial artists in front of me, and then looked at Suminger who was hiding behind them and shouting. I sighed. I shook my head. In Suminger's opinion, my reaction showed that I was scared and I was giving in. The smile on his face became even more proud. "What? Are you scared?" He said arrogantly. "Now kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, and then lick my urine clean. Perhaps I can show mercy and only break one of your legs." And I ignored him. I just looked at the burly man with a crew cut who was leading the group and slowly stretched out a finger. "You, come here." My voice is very flat. But it was delivered in an unquestionable, commanding tone. The burly man with a crew cut was stunned for a moment. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face covered with fat. "Boy, you are so crazy. You're about to die, and you still dare to talk to Grandpa like that? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to write the word death." Before he finished speaking, his body moved suddenly. The floor beneath his feet seemed to vibrate as he stepped on it. His body, like a tiger out of a cage, brought with it a fishy gust of wind and rushed in front of me in an instant. A fist as big as a casserole, carrying tremendous force, went straight to my face. Quick! Allow! Ruthless! If this punch hits, it will definitely blow the person's head apart. A hideous and perverted smile appeared on Suminger's face. He seemed to have seen the scene of my brain bursting and dying tragically on the spot. However, the next second, the smile on his face completely froze. Facing that punch that was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, I didn't even blink. I'm even too lazy to hide. I simply raised my right hand. Then, the second before that fist touched the tip of my nose. I came later but arrived first. A slap in the face. This slap seemed light and airy, without any worldly air. But in the eyes of that burly man, it seemed like the whole sky collapsed. Quick! Almost reaching the limit. It was almost there, and he couldn't react at all. Bang! A slapping sound, so clear and loud that it could be heard by the entire floor, suddenly rang out. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The space seemed to freeze at this moment. I saw that the burly man with the crew cut who was so aggressive and as fierce as a tiger descending from the mountain just now, was now spinning 720 degrees rapidly in the air like a top. A few bloody teeth mixed with a mouthful of blood foam sprayed out of his mouth. Finally, with a bang, it hit the distant wall hard. Then, like a puddle of mud, it slowly slid to the ground. He twitched twice, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down and fainted. His face, which was not good looking to begin with, was now completely deformed. It was tall and swollen, like an over-fermented pig's head. On it, there was a clear bright red 5 fingerprint. The whole world is quiet. The smile on Su Mingzhi's face froze. The few gold medal fighters from Longmen behind him, who were originally eager to try, were now frozen in place as if they had been cast under a spell. They were all stunned, with their mouths open, staring at their boss who was lying unconscious on the ground. I looked at me again, and saw that I slowly withdrew my hand and even picked my ears, with a calm expression on my face. Their faces were filled with disbelief, horror. What is going on? Brother Long. In their Longmen, the most capable fighter, one of the gold medal fighters, Brother Long, actually. He was actually knocked unconscious by a slap from this seemingly weak boy? Is this a movie? I shook my hands and felt a little numb in my palms. Damn, I used too much force. Marrow cleansing pill, plus, god-level fighting technique, is really awesome. I feel like the slap I just gave, let alone hitting a human, could give even a cow a concussion. I raised my head, and my gaze slowly fell on those completely dumbfounded Longmen thugs. I curled my fingers at them. A kind smile appeared on his face. What are you standing there for? Next. Or should we go together? Chapter 34, Defeat the enemy with one move, and the dandy cousin S-bones are broken. Next. Or should we go together? My calm voice slowly rang out in the silent medical room. But what fell into the ears of Su Mingzhi and those Longmen thugs was no less than the devil's whisper from the abyss of hell. Let us go together? What the hell? Among them, Brother Long, who was the best fighter, was slapped so hard that he was almost dead. Aren't these misfits like them just serving food if they go up there? Those thugs from Longmen looked at each other, each of them was so scared that their faces turned pale, their legs went weak, and they didn't even dare to breathe. They have been in the underworld for so many years, what kind of ruthless guys have they not seen? But someone like me, with just one slap, could send a master who had practiced hard Qigong for more than 10 years flying more than 10 meters, a monster. They really have never seen this before. This is beyond their understanding. This is not kung fu at all. This is witchcraft. How, what? I looked at their cowardly looks and laughed. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you say you would teach me what real kung fu is? Come on. I curled my fingers at them. I'm standing here, not moving. I'll give you one chance to make a move. Provocative. Naked provocation. But no one dared to move. They looked at my smiling face and felt a piercing chill running from their tailbone to the top of their head. Devil. This man is definitely a devil in human skin. Finally, someone's psychological defense collapsed first. Oh my god. There's a ghost. He let out a shrill scream, threw away the weapon in his hand, rolled and crawled, and rushed towards the door. If there is someone taking the lead, the rest will naturally be unable to hold back. Run. This guy is not human. In an instant, the group of Longmen masters who were so aggressive just now scattered like birds and beasts. They were pissing and shitting, and wished their parents had 2 more legs. They fled like crazy from this Shura field that they would never forget. And Su Mingzhi, the instigator of all this, was ruthlessly abandoned. He stared blankly at the master he had hired at a high price, who just sold himself out like that. He looked again and saw the devil who was walking towards him step by step with a kind smile on his face. With a thud, he knelt on the ground again without any dignity. This time, he was really scared. Cousin. His voice was trembling with tears. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm a pig. I'm a dog. I'm not a human. He slapped himself frantically with his uninjured hand. The sound was even louder than the one Zhang Wei made just now. You are so magnanimous. Just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. It's the same rhetoric again. I've been listening so much that my ears are almost calloused. I walked up to him and looked down at him. Looking at his face, which was completely distorted by fear and humiliation. I laughed. Let you go? I shook my head. Not impossible. Only. I paused, and my tone became playful. I remember you just said, you wanted to break one of my legs? Su Mingzhi's body suddenly stiffened. In an instant, all the blood drained from his face. No. No, cousin. I was just joking. I don't like people joking with me. I interrupted him, and the smile on my face gradually faded. Instead, there was a bone-chilling chill. Besides, I have always been fair. Whatever others want to do to me, I will do to them in return. Before he finished speaking, my feet suddenly lifted up. Then, in Su Mingzhi's eyes full of fear and despair, he stepped down hard. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle, resounded throughout the room. What followed immediately was Su Mingzhi's heart-wrenching, pig-slaughtering scream. Ah! His right leg bent at an extremely strange, reverse angle. The white bone stumps even pierced through the trouser legs and were exposed to the air. The severe pain caused his handsome face to twist into a ball in an instant. He held his broken leg, rolled wildly on the ground, and wailed. The sound was so shrill that it made anyone who heard it sad and listened to it cry. And I just looked down at him coldly. It was like looking at an ant whose leg was broken by me. There was no mercy in my eyes. Some people will never learn their lesson if you are not cruel to them. Ah! My leg! My leg is broken. Su Mingzhi was lying on the ground, wailing in pain, his voice becoming hoarse. He raised his head and stared at me with eyes full of resentment and hatred. Gu Fan! You bastard! How dare you destroy me? My dad will never let you go. Our Su family will never let you go. Yeah? I raised my eyebrows and that kind smile appeared on my face again. I slowly squatted down. I looked at him and whispered in a voice that only the two of us could hear. Then do you believe it or not? Today, I will kill you right here. Believe it or not, your uncle won't blame me. Instead, you want to thank me for helping him clean up his mess? Su Mingzhi's pupils suddenly shrank. The resentment and arrogance on his face froze in an instant. Instead, there is endless fear. Yes. Gu Fan is a monster that can't even be killed by poison. His skills are so terrifying that they are inhuman. The most important thing is, he is now highly regarded by his grandfather and uncle. And what about yourself? He's just a collateral descendant who only knows how to stir up trouble. Comparing the two, it is clear which one is more important. He really dared to kill himself. Moreover, after killing someone, you don't have to take any responsibility. This thought, like an evil spirit from hell, instantly devoured all his reason and courage. He looked at me, and there was no longer any resentment in his eyes. All that's left is the most primitive, purest fear. No, don't. His voice was shaking badly. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, let me go. Seeing him completely broken down and cowardly, I instantly lost all interest. I stood up and dusted off my hands. I took out my cell phone and called the housekeeper, Uncle Zhang. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Uncle Zhang? My voice returned to its previous calm and indifferent tone. Please, send 2 people up here. Your nephew seems to have accidentally broken his leg. Remember, be quiet. Don't disturb her, miss, please rest. Chapter 35. Su Genoa comes to question the old man, and he protects his son domineeringly. Your nephew seems to have accidentally broken his leg. Remember, be quiet. Don't disturb her, miss, please rest. My voice is as calm and gentle as the clouds and the breeze. It seemed as if what I had just stepped on was not a person's leg, but an insignificant dead branch. Uncle Zhang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then, with a tone full of awe and a hint of a wry smile, he replied respectfully. Yes, uncle. I see. Soon, 2 well-trained security guards came in quietly carrying a stretcher. They didn't even look at Su Mingzhi, who was lying on the ground and wailing in pain. He simply carried him onto the stretcher with an expressionless face, and then, as if dealing with a piece of garbage, quickly cleaned up both him and the mess on the ground. From beginning to end, not a single unnecessary sound was made. Major. This is the specialty of the wealthy. The room was quiet again. It was as if the bloody farce just now had never happened. I walked to the bedside and took a look. Su Qingying was still sleeping. Her sleeping face is very peaceful. It seemed that he was not disturbed by the noise just now. I smiled, reached out my hand, and habitually helped her tuck the corner of the quilt. However, my peace did not last long. Half an hour later, my door was violently slammed open again from outside with a bang. This time, the people coming are even bigger. I saw that Su Genoa, the second master of the Su family who had just fainted after being scared by me, was now sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by someone, blocking the door with a fierce look. His face was still so pale, but his eyes were filled with rage and resentment. Behind him, there were more than a dozen collateral relatives of the Su family and company veterans. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation and rubbing their hands in preparation, as if they were about to attend a struggle session. Gu Fan. Su Genoa pointed at me, his voice becoming a little hoarse because of anger. You lawless, cruel, ruthless bastard. You actually dared to break my son's leg. If I don't tear you into pieces today, I won't be named Su. The group of people behind him immediately began to fan the flames and wave flags and cheer. That's right. How outrageous. A live-in son-in-law actually dared to do such a cruel thing to the direct descendants of the Su family. It's simply lawless. No respect for elders. Chairman, you have to uphold justice for us. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan also followed and walked in. There was a hint of fatigue and helplessness on their faces. Obviously, he was kidnapped by Su Genoa and his group. The look in Xiaolan's eyes when she looked at me was extremely complicated. There was shock and confusion, but more than that, there was a hint of worry that even she herself hadn't noticed. Gu Fan. Su Jinghua looked at me, frowning, and asked in a deep voice, "What on earth is going on? Did you really break Mingzhi's leg?" I haven't spoken yet. Su Genoa took the lead and started his performance with tears in his eyes. Brother! What else are you asking? He pointed at me and complained bitterly, it was this little bastard. Not only did he break Mingzhi's leg, he also colluded with outsiders to deal with our Su family. He turned his head and looked behind him, at a middle-aged man in a suit. Master Long. Tell everyone. Were your men also injured by this little beast? The man called Master Long is none other than Zhao Jinlong, the boss of a branch of Longmen. In other words, he is the boss of that burly guy with a crew cut who was knocked unconscious by my slap. At this moment, he was standing there with a gloomy face. Hearing Su Genoa's words, he stepped forward and bowed to Su Jinghua. Chairman Su. His voice was hoarse and low. My people were indeed injured by this, Mr. Gu, in your residence today. Moreover, the attack was extremely heavy. We, the Dragon Gate, may not be a reputable sect, but we are not one that can be bullied. Chairman Su, you must give us Longmen an explanation today about this matter. His words are very powerful. Full of threats. A smug smile immediately appeared on Su Genoa's face. Done. Today, I will not only make you, Gu Fan, lose your reputation. I also want to make you the culprit of the enmity between our Su family and Longmen. By then, no matter how much your eldest brother values you, he will definitely not be able to protect you in the face of family interests. Su Jinghua's face darkened in an instant. He didn't expect that Su Genoa, this idiot, would actually involve the people from Longmen. Now, things are really troublesome. At this tense moment, when things are about to break out, an old yet powerful voice suddenly sounded slowly from the back of the crowd. Confession? Who the hell are you, Dragon Gate? You are worthy. Come to my Su family and explain yourself? The sound is not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt from the sky, striking everyone's heart fiercely. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked back. I saw Uncle Zhang pushing a wheelchair and slowly walking out of the crowd. The person sitting in the wheelchair was none other than the old man of the Su family, with white hair and beard, wearing a tang suit, and holding 2 walnuts in his hands. Su Wenshan. Dad. Old man. Seeing Su Wenshan appear, Su Jinghua and Su Genoa subconsciously bowed. And the moment Zhao Jinlong saw Su Wenshan, his arrogant face changed instantly. Become extremely respectful, and, a little bit, deeply, wary. Su. Old Master Su, why are you? Su Wenshan was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He just minding his own business, rolling the walnuts in his hand. He looked at Zhao Jinlong, his tone as calm as water. I heard that my grandson-in-law beat up your people? Yes, yes. A layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of Zhao Jinlong's forehead. If I hit you, I hit you. Su Wenshan said something calmly that stunned everyone in the audience. How? I am Su Wenshan's grandson-in-law. How many dogs of yours should I beat? Do I have to look at your face? Go back and tell your boss. Just say that it was me, Su Wenshan, who asked him to beat him up. If he has any objections, let him come to me in person. Now. Su Wenshan slowly raised his eyelids. In that pair of seemingly turbid old eyes, a terrifying light suddenly burst out, enough to change the color of the heaven and earth. He looked at Zhao Jinlong, spoke word by word, and shouted in a cold voice. Take your people with you. Roll. Chapter 36 Su Wenshan's recognition. My Su family finally has a successor. Roll. The voice of old man Su Wenshan, which was old but full of endless dominance, exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Zhao Jinlong, the leader of the Longmen sect who was considered a top figure in the Jianghai city's underground world, shuddered all over at this moment, like a primary school student being scolded by his teacher. His face, covered with fat, no longer showed any of his previous arrogance and domineering attitude. Instead, there is endless fear and awe. He doesn't even dare to fart again. He bowed respectfully to Su Wenshan at a 90-degree angle. Then, he and his men fled from the Su family manor, crawling and rolling. He looked 100 times more miserable than when I chased him away before. And Su Genoa saw that his last supporter was scared away by just one sentence from the old man. His face, which had already lost its color to begin with, instantly turned as pale as a dead person. He knew that he was finished. It's completely over. Su Wenshan didn't look at him again. He simply waved his hand lightly at the collateral relatives and company veterans behind him who were completely dumbfounded. Let's all go. It's not my Su family's business yet, why are you meddling in my affairs? That group of people were granted amnesty. Everyone was silent as a cicada, not daring to even fart, and fled in all directions like birds and beasts. In the huge medical room, in an instant, only our Su family, our own family, was left. Oh, and there's me, the outsider. Su Genoa, sitting in a wheelchair, was shaking like a sieve. He looked at Su Wenshan, his lips trembling, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Dad, You, shut up. Su Wenshan interrupted him coldly. He looked at his good-for-nothing second son with eyes filled with disappointment and coldness. From today on, you, go back to the ancestral hall and reflect on your mistakes. Without my permission, you are not allowed to take even a single step out of the ancestral hall. Hand over all the company shares and positions under your name. Roll. This is the Su family's magic weapon. Decisive killing. No mercy. Su Genoa, the second master of the Su family who was considered a top figure in the outside world, was thrown into the abyss by just one sentence from the old man. He never had a chance to turn things around. He knew that his life was over. His eyes rolled back and he fell straight down from the wheelchair. Once again, I was so angry that I fainted. Xiaolon, looking at this scene, showed an expression of pity on her face. But she said nothing. She knew, old man, this was cleaning up the house. Also in. Her eyes, subconsciously, fell on me. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. She knew, old man, this is to establish my authority. Su Jinhua also sighed deeply. He bowed to the old man. Dad, it's me. I didn't discipline him properly. Snort. Su Wenshan snorted coldly. It's more than just poor discipline. It's just so stupid. His sharp eyes were fixed on Su Zhanghua, and his voice was as cold as ice. For a useless waste, I offended a noble man who could decide the future of my Su family. Su Zhanghua, I think your time as chairman has come to an end. Boom. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the ears of Su Zhanghua and Xiaolon. They all looked at Su Wenshan with an expression of disbelief. I looked again, and saw that person who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if he was out of the matter, me. A noble person? A noble person who can decide the future fate of the Su family? Old man, the one he was referring to, was actually Gu Fan? This. How is this possible? Isn't he just a live-in son-in-law with some special abilities? How did he become the noble person who could decide the fate of the Su family? Just when they were so shocked that they couldn't be more shocked. Su Wenshan ignored them. He asked Uncle Zheng to push the wheelchair and slowly come to me. His deep eyes, which had seen through the vicissitudes of life, looked at me quietly. A long time. For the first time, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face, which had always been calm. Good. Okay. He said okay twice. Decisive and courageous, with both courage and strategy. Be unmoved by praise or criticism, and remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses before you. The most precious thing is to be kind and righteous, and to be grateful and repay kindness. He looked at me, his eyes full of appreciation and satisfaction. I, Su Wenshan, have been observing people all my life. I think I will never make a mistake again. But today, I admit that I am old and my eyes are blurry. I almost missed out on a rare gem that would have made my Su family prosperous for another 100 years. These words are indeed serious. This is already the highest level of recognition and praise. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats when they heard this. Only now did they finally realize how wrong they had been from the very beginning. They actually treated a true god as a tool that could be manipulated at will? When they thought of this, their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. And I, faced with the old man's sudden and high praise, I just smiled calmly. Old man, you are too kind. I just did what I was supposed to do. No. Su Wenshan shook his head. His eyes, old yet full of wisdom, seemed to be able to see through everything about me. You are even better than I thought. He paused, and his tone became extremely serious. He looked at me, spoke word by word, and said in a deep voice, Gu Fan. From today on, you are no longer the son-in-law of my Su family. You are my dear grandson, Su Wenshan. Xingying, the baby in her belly, and this huge Su family. From now on, everything will be handed over to you. Chapter 37. The old man revealed a clue that Xingying's car accident was not simple. From now on, everything will be handed over to you. The voice of old man Su Wenshan, which was old but full of endless trust and entrustment, echoed for a long time in the empty medical room. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at their father, and then at the young man who had a calm expression from beginning to end. Their minds were blank. Leave it to him? What does this mean? Is this going to establish a crown prince? Appoint a grandson from an outsider family who just came into the family less than a week ago as the future heir of the Su family? This is simply a fairy tale. And when faced with the old man's earth-shattering entrustment of my orphan, I just smiled calmly. I neither agreed nor refused. I just walked up and took the plate of walnuts covered with patina from the old man's hand. Then, in front of everyone, I used both hands and exerted a little force. Crack! A soft sound. Those 2-century-old walnuts, as hard as iron, cracked in my hands like fragile biscuits. The dried nut kernel inside was exposed. I put the broken walnut back into the old man's hand. I looked into his deep eyes that sparkled with wisdom, and slowly said something that made his pupils shrink suddenly. Old man. The Su family belongs to Qingying. It was before, it is now, and it will always be. I'm just watching for her. Who dares to touch her things? I'll just crush his walnut. My voice is as light as the clouds in the breeze. But the undisguised arrogance and murderous intent in his words made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Su Wenshan was stunned. He looked at the pear in his hands, which had been crushed by me and were his beloved things that had accompanied him for decades. He looked at my face again, which was calm and without a single ripple. A long time. For the first time, a hearty laugh appeared on his calm face. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 That's crazy. So domineering. I, Su Wenshan, like it. He looked at me with eyes filled with unprecedented appreciation and satisfaction. That girl Qingying is good in every way, except that she is too gentle and soft-hearted. With you by her side, I feel relieved. He turned his head and glanced at his son and daughter-in-law who were still in shock. He shook his head and sighed. You guys. Everyone, get out. I have something to say. I want to talk to Gufan alone. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were pardoned. They felt extremely stressed if they stayed in this room for even one more second. They just looked at me with an extremely complicated look, then bowed and walked out. Before leaving, Xiaolan moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. However, the look in his eyes was less harsh and more respectful. Only Mr. Su, I, and Uncle Zheng who had been standing by were left in the room. Sit down. Mr. Su pointed to the chair beside the bed. I nodded and sat down. Uncle Jean, you sit down too. Yes, old man. There was a brief silence in the room. The only sound was the slight beeping sound coming from the precision instruments nearby. Gu Fan. After a long time, Mr. Su spoke again slowly. His old eyes looked at his granddaughter sleeping on the hospital bed. His eyes were full of love and a hint of deep self-blame. Xingying, this girl, has a miserable life. He sighed, his voice a little hoarse. Since she was little, she has been smarter and more sensible than other children. Her father and I both regard her as the future hope of the Su family and train her accordingly. The requirements for her are also very strict. To the point that everyone overlooked the fact that she was just a little girl who needed love and care. Until she got into that car accident. When talking about the car accident, a trace of icy, chilling murderous intent flashed across Grandpa Su's cloudy old eyes for a moment. That murderous aura, though, was only a fleeting one. But I still caught it keenly. My heart moved slightly. It seems things are indeed not that simple. Old man. I looked at him and asked in a deep voice, Xingying's car accident, did you find out anything? Su Wenshan did not answer immediately. He just slowly closed his eyes, as if recalling something. A long time. He opened his eyes again. He looked at me, spoke word by word, and said in a deep voice. That wasn't an accident. It was a long-planned murder. Although, I already had a guess in my heart. But when these words came out from Mr. Su's mouth, there was still a huge wave in my heart. My eyes also turned cold in an instant. An undisguised murderous aura emanated from my body. Murder. Someone actually wants to kill my wife and my unborn child? Court death. Su Wenshan seemed to feel the murderous aura from me. A subtle glint of admiration flashed across his old eyes. All I found out is that the driver who caused the accident was a desperado. Afterwards, he disappeared without a trace. And his last traces pointed to Dragon Gate. He looked at me, his eyes becoming extremely deep. But I'm sure that Longmen is just a knife in someone else's hand. They don't have the guts to touch my people, Su Wenshan. There must be a bigger, dark hand behind them. And this black hand. Su Wenshan paused. He looked at me and slowly said a name that made my pupils shrink suddenly. It's very likely that they are hiding in Jianghai City, among the so-called, for major families. Chapter 38, I won the God-level hacking technology in the lottery. I will personally investigate the truth. It's very likely hidden in Jianghai City, among the so-called for great families. Mr. Su Wenshan's words, which were old yet filled with endless chill, hit my heart like a heavy hammer. For major families. Jianghai City, the real controller. The Su family, the Lin family, the Chen family, and the Zhao family. Each of them is a behemoth that can make the entire Jianghai City tremble with just a stomp of his feet. And the mastermind behind Su Qingying's murder is actually hiding among them? My eyes suddenly darkened. An icy murderous intent spread uncontrollably from my body. The temperature of the entire medical room seemed to drop several degrees because of this. Dare to touch my woman and my child. No matter who you are or which family is behind you. I, Gu Fan, swear. I will definitely find you out. Then, you and your entire family will pay the most painful price in blood. Su Wenshan seemed to have sensed the undisguised murderous aura from me. A barely perceptible glint of appreciation flashed across his cloudy old eyes. These are just my guesses. He looked at me and said in a deep voice, I'm old and can't do many things anymore. Besides, our Su family cannot act rashly without solid evidence. Otherwise, a single move will ripple through the entire Jianghai City, plunging it into a bloodbath. So, he looked at me, his eyes full of expectation and trust. I'll leave this matter to you. I believe you can get justice for Qingying. I see. I nodded heavily and suppressed the murderous aura in my body. I looked at him and solemnly promised word by word, don't worry, old man. I'll take care of this matter. Within a month, I will definitely find the rat hiding in the gutter. Let him pay for what he did. Good. Su Wenshan nodded with satisfaction. He seemed to have consumed a lot of his energy because of what he had just said. A trace of fatigue appeared on his face. Uncle Jean, let's go. Let the children have a good rest. Yes, old man. Uncle Zhang pushed the wheelchair slowly and left the room. Before leaving, he bowed to me respectfully. That look was no longer one of respect for the son-in-law. Rather, it is the subordinates' reverence for their masters. The room was quiet again. I looked at Su Qingying, who was still sleeping on the hospital bed, and my eyes became extremely firm. Wife, don't worry. I'll help you avenge this. But how to report? The 4 major families are intertwined and powerful. It would be harder than climbing to the sky for me to find any clues from them by myself. Mr. Su, we have been investigating for half a year and still have no clue. How can I do it within a month? Just because. My eyes fell on my phone. Just me, I have a cheat. I opened the system interface and looked at my huge emotional value of over 4,000 points. The corners of my mouth curled up in a confident arc. There is nothing that can't be solved by 10 consecutive draws. If so, then, let's do another 10-pull series. System. I screamed in my heart, give me 20 consecutive hits. Take out all the good stuff from the bottom of the box. Bite. Emotional value 2,000 points, start 20 consecutive draws. The familiar gorgeous roulette started spinning wildly again. This time, I didn't pray. I just stared at it with an unquestionable look. What I want is not money, nor ordinary skills. What I want is a truly powerful trump card that will allow me to compete head-on with the 4 major families. The roulette wheel slowly stopped. 20 dazzling rays of light exploded before my eyes. A series of dense system notification sounds, enough to make the whole world tremble, washed over my eardrums crazily. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received 20 million in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the item, Veritaserum X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have acquired the skill, God-level acting skills. The series of rewards dazzled me. But none of them are what I want. Until the notification tone that made my heart skip a beat finally rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill, God-level hacking technology. Description: instantly become the internet god, above all hackers worldwide. In front of you, any so-called firewall is as weak as paper. You can freely break into anyone's computer and steal any secrets you want. Here we come. That's it. A huge flow of information, so huge that it almost burst my brain, instantly flooded into my mind. I have mastered countless pieces of knowledge about programming codes, network attacks and defenses, as well as all kinds of unheard of top hacking techniques that have surpassed this era by at least 50 years. I feel like my brain is like a human-shaped supercomputer now. The entire world's internet has turned into a transparent fishing net in front of me, allowing me to enter and exit at will. I suddenly opened my eyes. A string of data streams consisting of zeros and ones flashed in those dark eyes. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold and confident arc. The 4 major families? Overwhelming power? Excuse me. In the world of the internet, I am the only one, God. I took out my cell phone and started typing on it with my hands as fast as lightning. My fingers turned into countless after images. Complex virtual command boxes full of futuristic technology are jumping wildly on my mobile phone screen. Target, locked, Zhanghai City Sky Eye System. Begin, invasion. Firewall, cracking. 1%. 50%, 100%. Cracked successfully. Successfully obtained, highest authority. The whole process went smoothly. It only took less than 10 seconds. Zhanghai City's so-called impregnable Sky Eye surveillance system, which covers every corner of the city, was easily breached by me. My eyes focused and I began to search quickly through the massive amount of surveillance data. Time, locked, the day the car accident happened half a year ago. Location, locked, the road where the accident occurred. Character, locked, the driver who caused the accident. Soon, a clear surveillance video classified as top secret by the police appeared on my mobile phone screen. In the video, the driver who caused the accident abandoned his car and fled, then got into a black Buick commercial vehicle without any license plate. The business car made many turns and finally drove into an extremely secret underground parking lot. The corners of my mouth curled up in a cold arc. Found it. I freeze the picture. Then, it was magnified countless times. In an extremely inconspicuous corner of the rear windshield of the black business car, I saw a tiny family crest embroidered with silver thread. That was an eagle spreading its wings, ready to fly. And in Shanghai City, among the 4 major families, there is only one person who uses the eagle as his family emblem. That is the most domineering Lin family, famous for its traditional industries and real estate. Chapter 39. Following the internet cable, I found the driver who caused the accident. Lin family. When I saw the eagle badge, my pupils suddenly shrank. A bone-chilling murderous intent grew wildly from the bottom of my heart. Sure enough, it was them. The Su family and the Lin family have been mortal enemies in business for many years. It is no secret that the 2 families are fighting openly and secretly. But I never thought that the Lin family would be so cruel as to use such despicable and murderous means to deal with Su Qingying. Good. Very good. The Lin family, right? I, Kufan, have taken note of this. Sooner or later, I will settle this account with you, with interest. However, a family emblem alone is not enough to completely convict the Lin family. I need more direct and conclusive evidence. For example, the driver who caused the accident. As long as we can find him and pry open his mouth, all the truth will be revealed. But how easy is it to find a desperado who has disappeared from the world for half a year in such a vast crowd? Even the Su family's forces couldn't find him. Where should I look for it? No. Just because others can't find it doesn't mean I can't find it either. In this world covered by the internet, as long as you are still alive, as long as you are still using anything related to the internet, you have nowhere to hide. Especially, in front of me, the god of the internet. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold arc. My fingers once again turned into countless afterimages on the phone screen. Lines of codes full of futuristic technology are refreshing crazily on the screen like waterfalls. Target, locked, the driver who caused the accident, Li Gooden. P.S. The system automatically recognizes his real name. Start, full network data tracking. With the name Li Gooden as the core, an invisible network instantly covered the entire Chinese network with me as the center. Household registration system, banking system, communication system, transportation system. All the data related to him are being screened, integrated, and analyzed by me at an extremely terrifying speed. 1 second. I found him, all his personal information, including his cancelled ID number and his bank card with 0 balance. 3 seconds. I locked down the anonymous overseas account that transferred money to him half a year ago. By the way, I also transferred the remaining millions of hush money in that account to my own card. 5 seconds. By analyzing his previous call records and social habits, I successfully screened out the most suspicious virtual identity from hundreds of millions of newly registered internet users. A game account named Chasing the Wind in the Wind. 10 seconds. I successfully hacked into the server of that gaming company. Got this account, all login information and IP address. Finally, his position was accurately locked. An old community called Xingfuli in the suburbs of Shanghai City. Building 3, room 401. The whole process went smoothly. It only took less than 10 seconds. A desperado who had left the Su family and the police helpless and unable to find him for half a year was pulled out alive by me from the ocean of the internet. This is the horror of God-level hacking technology. The so-called privacy and secrets do not exist in front of me. I am the god who rules over everything. Found it. I looked at the address on the phone screen, which was accurate to the house number, and a cold, bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. I put my phone away and stood up. I walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently kissed Su Qingying on her smooth forehead. Wife, wait for me. My husband, I'll be back soon. Tonight I'll bring back the bastard who caused you to lie here. Having said that, I no longer hesitated. I turned and strode out of the medical room. There is a cold murderous aura emanating from my body that is as tangible as a substance. Tonight, the suburbs of Shanghai City are destined to be stained red with blood. Half an hour later. Xingfuli Community, Building 3, Room 401. This is a typical, old, dilapidated house. The corridor is filled with all kinds of debris and the walls are covered with all kinds of small advertisements that look like psoriasis. The air was filled with a damp, moldy smell. A thin man with a goatee and a shifty look was sitting in front of a computer with his bare chest, playing games crazily. He is none other than the driver who changed his appearance and hid his real name, Li Gooden. For the past 6 months, he has been hiding from place to place and living in fear. Until recently, the rumors seemed to have passed. Only then did he dare to use the little money he had left to rent such an inconspicuous house and hide away. I spend my days playing games and ordering takeout. Fuck. I lost again. These stupid teammates, do they know how to play? Lee Gooden looked at his game screen that had turned gray and angrily punched the keyboard. He picked up the bottle of cheap Ergwotu on the table and took a big gulp. The spicy wine slid down his throat into his stomach, bringing with it a burning sensation. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on his paint-chipped iron door from outside. Lee Gooden shuddered all over. His eyes, which were a little blurry due to alcohol, instantly became extremely alert and frightened. Who? Who could it be? Police? Or someone from the Sue family? He rushed to the door and looked out through the peephole. Outside the door stood a young man who looked unfamiliar and was wearing street-stall clothes. The young man was smiling at the cat's eye with a kind look on his face. That smile looks harmless. But I don't know why. Lee Gooden looked at that smile and felt a piercing chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. Who are you looking for? His voice became a little hoarse due to nervousness. Outside the door, the young man smiled. His voice was calm. But what reached Lee Gooden's ears sounded like a deadly demonic voice from hell. I'm looking for you. Lee Gooden. By the way, let me ask you something else. Half a year ago, the person who asked you to hit Su Qingying. Who is it? Chapter 40, Gray Area Longman, the clue is broken? Who is it? My calm and emotionless question sounded like the ultimatum of death to Lee Gooden. He let out a cry, and like a cat whose tail was stepped on, all the hair on his body stood up instantly. Without thinking, he turned around and ran towards the bedroom frantically. He knew he was exposed. The young man in front of him who could call out his real name and knew that shocking secret was definitely here to kill him. Want to run? I sneered. I'm not even bothered to chase after her. I simply lifted my right foot towards the wooden door of the bedroom, which he had locked from the inside. Then, give it a light kick. Bang! A loud bang like thunder. The wooden door that looked quite solid was shattered into pieces like paper in an instant under my kick. Countless wood chips mixed with fragments of the doorframe flew into the bedroom. Lee Gooden, who had just run to the window and was about to jump out to escape, was blown away by the huge impact force. He slammed into the wall miserably, then rolled to the ground and groaned in pain. I put my hands in my pockets and slowly walked into the messy doorframe. I looked down at the desperado lying on the ground, completely terrified. I looked at him and smiled. Now, can we have a good chat? The look in Lee Gooden's eyes when he looked at me was full of fear and horror. He just couldn't figure it out. I have been hiding so secretly. How on earth did this man find me? And is he still a fucking human? Kicked a wooden door into pieces with just one kick? Even a world boxing champion couldn't achieve this kind of power, right? I don't know anything. He held his head in his hands and trembled, still making his final struggle. Yeah? I raised my eyebrows and the smile on my face gradually faded. I walked up to him and slowly squatted down. I reached out and held his right hand, which looked a little weak from years of playing games. Then, in his horrified eyes, I did it gently, with a little force. Crack! A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the room. Ah! Lee Gooden immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His right hand bent at an extremely strange angle. The piercing pain caused his already ugly face to twist into a ball in an instant. I'm a person who has no patience. I let go of my hand and looked at his voice, which was icy cold. I'll only ask my question once. You'd better think it over before answering. Otherwise, next time, it will break. My eyes slowly moved down and landed on his neck. Maybe it's not your hand. My words were like an icicle from hell, piercing Lee Gooden's heart. The way he looked at me, there was no hope left in me. Only the most primitive and purest feeling remains, fear. He knew that this seemingly harmless young man in front of him was definitely a tough guy who did what he said. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. He no longer dared to hide anything and shouted out everything he knew like pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. It was a man called Ghostface. He was the one who found me. He gave me $1 million and told me to crash that Bentley. He also said he would send me abroad after the success. Ghostface? I frowned. I seem to have seen this name in the Sue family's character relationship table. Ghostface, a professional killer with ruthless methods and strong skills, hired by the mastermind to carry out the car accident targeting Su Qingying. It looks like it's him. Where is he? I asked coldly. I don't know. Lee Gooden, he is almost crying. How could a guy like him reveal his whereabouts to a small-time character like me? All I know is that he's from Dragongate. Longmen? It's the name I looked up before. What's his relationship with Longmen? He seems to be the top gold medal killer in Longmen. Lee Gooden trembled as he said, I'm specifically responsible for handling some dirty work that can't be seen in public. I also heard about it accidentally later. Then how did he contact you? It's through a middleman. Lee Gooden seemed to recall something and quickly said, that middleman is called Scorpion. He's the head of a loan shark in the west of the city. In the beginning, he introduced me to Ghostface because I owed him money and couldn't pay it back. Scorpion? I nodded. It seems that if we want to find the Ghostface, we must start with this Scorpion. All the questions that need to be asked have been asked. This Lee Gooden is no longer of any use to me. My eyes gradually turned cold. An undisguised murderous aura emanated from my body. Lee Gooden seemed to have sensed my murderous intent. He was so scared that his soul was about to fly away. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. He fell to his knees on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to me madly. I'm just doing this for a living. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Please, please spare my life. I looked at him crying and begging for mercy, but I didn't feel any sympathy in my heart. Forgive you? Then who can I turn to for justice for my innocent wife and unborn child? You are the kind of trash who can trample on human lives for money. Death is your only destination. Just when I was about to send him off. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my mind. Etc. Just like that, letting him die seems a bit too easy for him. What a waste. I watched as the corner of his mouth curved up into a cold, playful arc. I slowly squatted down. I looked at him and whispered in a tone full of devilish temptation. Do you want to live? I want to. I want to. I want to. Lee Gooden nodded frantically as if he had grabbed the last straw. Good. I nodded. I can give you a chance to live. But you have to do something for me. I paused and the smile on my face became even more sinister. I want you to turn yourself in. Then, in court, testify against the mastermind behind the murder. It's the Lin family, Lin Tianyu. Chapter 41 Father-in-law's Test, an almost impossible task. It's the Lin family, Lin Tianyu. When I said this name, Lee Gooden, his face, which was already pale to begin with, instantly turned as pale as a dead person. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip because of extreme fear. The look in his eyes when he looked at me was full of horror and disbelief. How could he know? This is the most core secret that even Ghostface doesn't know. What kind of monster is this man? It seems that I was right. Looking at his expression as if he had seen a ghost, I laughed. I know I made the right bet. In fact, I don't know who is the mastermind behind this. The name Lin Tianyu is just the most likely target, I guess, based on the business competition between the Su and Lin families and Lin Tianyu's motive for pursuing Su Qingying. It seems that my luck is pretty good now. Not me. Lee Gooden still wants to make a final excuse. Shoo. I stretched out a finger and put it on his lips to stop him from saying anything else. I watched the smile on his face become extremely cold and grim. Remember, you only have one chance. In court, bite Lin Tianyu to death. This way, you still have a chance of survival. Otherwise. I paused and my tone became extremely cold. I will make you and your family disappear from this world completely. Believe me, I will do what I say. My words were like a poisoned sickle from hell that completely harvested the last bit of luck in Lee Gooden's heart. He knew he had no choice. On the one hand, you may be sentenced to life imprisonment, but at least you can still survive. On the other hand, it is death without a complete body, and even the family will be implicated. Even a fool knows what to choose for this multiple choice question. I understand. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, completely giving up resistance. His eyes were gray and full of despair. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. I stood up without looking at him again. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number I had never called before. That was the private phone number of Director Sun, the top leader of the Zhanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. I took this number from his phone using my God-level hacking skills. The call was connected quickly. A powerful and majestic voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is this? Director Sun?" My voice is calm. "I have a wanted criminal here that you and the entire Zhanghai City Police have been looking for half a year. The driver who caused the major traffic accident on the Changnan overpass half a year ago. I think you would be very interested. The address is Building 3, Xingfuli Community, Room 401. After saying that, I hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to respond. I believe it will take less than 10 minutes. This place will be surrounded by people. And Li Gooden, the key chess piece I placed, will also play his due role at the most critical moment. The Lin family, Lin Tianyu, just wait. We will meet soon." When I returned to the Su family manor with a faint smell of blood all over my body. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. The entire manor was shrouded in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. However, I know. Hidden beneath this peaceful atmosphere is a monstrous undercurrent that is enough to shake the entire Zhanghai city. I didn't go back to my room. Instead, he went straight to the study on the second floor of the villa. The door of the study was ajar. Inside, the light was still on. I knew someone was waiting for me. I pushed the door open and walked in. I saw Su Jinghua, my nominal father-in-law, sitting behind the desk with a cup of cold, strong tea in his hand. There was a trace of fatigue on his face that could not be concealed. But when those hawk-like eyes saw me coming in, they instantly burst out with a terrifying light. He stared at me intently. Those eyes were like two sharp knives, as if they wanted to see through me from inside to outside. "Are you back?" He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and low. "Yeah." I nodded and casually pulled over a chair and sat down. There was a brief silence in the study. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. I just received a call from Director Sunday. After a long time, Su Jinghua spoke again slowly. He looked at me with extremely complicated eyes. He said the driver who caused the car accident was found half a year ago. It was you who provided the clue. Oh? I raised my eyebrows and said in feigned surprise, "The police are quite efficient." Su Jinghua ignored my teasing. He just stared at me. That look was full of inquiry and a hint of fear that even he himself didn't notice. "Gu Fan." He spoke each word slowly and asked in a deep voice, "How many things are you still hiding from us?" A young man who had just been in the Su family for less than a week and seemed to have no background. He actually managed to find the desperado who even he was helpless against without anyone noticing. You can also talk directly to the head of the municipal bureau. All of this has completely exceeded his understanding. For the first time, he felt that he was a little unable to understand the young man in front of him. I looked at his eyes full of suspicion and vigilance and smiled. I know that the various miracles I have performed before have made him deeply wary of me. This is a dangerous signal. A qualified superior will never allow an unstable factor that is beyond his control to exist around him. It seems. I have to give him a pill to reassure him. "Uncle, you don't have to be so nervous." I spread my hands and put on a harmless smile. I said, "I'm just an ordinary person who wants my wife to get better soon. As for why I was able to find that driver." I paused, my tone becoming playful. "Maybe I'm just lucky." Naturally, Su Jinghua would not believe a single word of this nonsense. But he knew I didn't want to say anything, and even if I asked no more, I wouldn't get anything out of him. He looked at me deeply, and the meaning in his eyes became more complicated. "Good." He nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He pulled a document out of the drawer and threw it in front of me. It was an S-level project cooperation proposal from the Sky Dome Group. The partner of cooperation is? The Lin family, the Lin Group. This is a real estate project worth tens of billions that our company and the Lin Group are currently negotiating. Su Jinghua's eyes became extremely sharp when he looked at me. "Now I'm handing it over to you. I don't care what method you use. I want you to ruin it for me within 3 days. And the Lin family will have to pay the most painful price for this. This is my test for you." He paused and his tone became extremely cold. "It was you who handed me the letter of allegiance. Do you dare to answer?" Chapter 42. It was done easily. Su Jinghua's eyes changed when he looked at me. Do you dare to answer? Su Jinghua's gaze, full of scrutiny and oppression, was like a mountain, pressing down on me. Ruining a cooperation project worth tens of billions? Do you want the Lin family to pay a heavy price? And the time limit is only 3 days? This is no longer a test. This is simply an impossible task. If it were within the Sky Group, no gold medal trader would dare to take on this hot potato. He's forcing me to reveal my true identity to him. The atmosphere in the study was terribly depressing. The air seemed to be frozen. Su Jinghua just looked at me quietly. There was a sharp light flashing in those hawk-like eyes. He was waiting. Waiting for my answer. He was also waiting for an answer that would allow him to completely let go of his fears. After a long moment, I laughed. In front of him, I picked up the S-level project cooperation case that was enough to shock the entire Shanghai business community. Then, in his astonished eyes, I tore it in half with a sizzle sound. You! Su Jinghua's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly stood up from his chair, and for the first time, an expression of anger appeared on his face. What do you mean? It's nothing. I casually threw the 2 pieces of waste paper into the trash can. I watched as a playful smile appeared on his face. I just feel. 3 days? Too long. Su Jinghua was stunned. He looked at me with eyes full of disbelief. What did you say? I stood up and walked up to him. I looked into his eyes and saw an absolute confidence in those dark eyes that made his heart palpitate. It's just ruining the Lin family. Why, 3 days? Give me 3 minutes. I'll make him bankrupt. Crazy. Crazy to the extreme. Crazy to the point of no limit. Su Jinghua has lived for half his life. What kind of storms has he not seen? What kind of arrogant young people have you not come into contact with? But this is definitely the first time I've seen someone like me who dares to say that he can bankrupt a behemoth as big as the Su family in 3 minutes. His first reaction was ridiculous. The second reaction was anger. He felt that I was humiliating him. It is a challenge to his dignity as a business tycoon. Good. He laughed out of anger. What a 3 minutes and bankrupt him. I'd like to see. You, why? Just because. I laughed. I took out my phone and slowly extended 3 fingers in front of him. 3. My fingers began to fall one by one. 2. Su Jinghua's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He stared at me intently, as if he was looking at a complete lunatic. He was even ready to call security. He thought I must be crazy. And just at that moment when my last finger was about to fall. 1. Buzz buzz. The custom-made, encrypted mobile phone that Su Jinghua placed on the table suddenly vibrated wildly. The shrill ringing sounded so abrupt in this silent study at this moment. Su Jinghua's body suddenly stiffened. He subconsciously glanced at the caller ID. When he saw the flashing name on the screen, his gloomy face changed instantly. Become extremely shocked. Because the person who called was not someone else. It was none other than the head of the Lin family and his mortal enemy, Lin Jingxiong. He hesitated for a moment and finally answered the phone. He pressed the hands-free button. He wanted to hear what tricks this old rival was up to. As soon as the phone was connected, from the other end came an old voice filled with fear, horror, and endless pleading. Where was that voice, the usual arrogance and dominance? It's even more miserable than losing your own father. Su, brother Su. Help! Su Jinghua was stunned. He even suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Lin Jingxiong? You, what are you crazy about? I'm not crazy, brother Su. Lin Jingxiong, I'm almost crying. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. His voice was trembling because of extreme fear. Just now. Just now. The internal network of our Lin Group was breached by a mysterious hacker who appeared out of nowhere. Our company, all its trade secrets, all its dirty laundry, all its evidence of tax evasion. He leaked all of it out. Now, our company's stock price has completely collapsed. My phone is about to explode with calls from the Tax Bureau and the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Brother Su. We've fought for so many years, we've become close friends. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. You must give your brother a hand. Dead silence. Deathly silence. Su Jingguo was stunned, holding the phone, and looked like he was struck by lightning. For the first time, his face, which had experienced many ups and downs, showed an expression of horror as if he had seen a ghost. His mind buzzed and went blank. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the young man, who had a calm expression from beginning to end and was even in the mood to pick up his cup of cold tea and take a sip. And I didn't look at him. I just put down my teacup and slowly stood up. I walked over to him and patted his shoulder, which had become completely stiff. I looked at him and smiled. Uncle's test is over. Now, can we talk about the Pledge of Allegiance? Chapter 43. I told her a story in my dream, and she seemed to understand it. There was deathly silence in the study. Su Jingguo sat blankly on the rosewood chair that symbolized the highest power of the Su family. He looked at me, his eyes filled with shock, horror, and a hint of fear that he himself didn't even notice. 3 minutes. It only took 3 minutes. The Lin Group, a behemoth that had fought the Su family for half their lives, was just like that, defeated by this seemingly harmless young man. In the blink of an eye, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. This is no longer a means that mortals can possess. This is God. This is the devil. He looked at my lips, trembling for a long time and unable to utter a complete sentence. You. And I ignored him. I know, from today on, Su Jingguo, the business tycoon, has been completely conquered by me. He will never have any suspicion or temptation towards me again. All that's left is endless awe. I turned around and walked out of the study. I didn't go back to my room. Instead, he went straight back to the medical room on the second floor. This is my real battlefield. It was very quiet in the room. Su Qingying was still lying there quietly. Her sleeping face is very peaceful. It seemed that the business earthquake outside that was enough to shake the entire Jianghai city had no effect on her. I walked to the bed and sat down. I looked at her breathtakingly beautiful, absolutely gorgeous face. There is peace in my heart. Only here can I escape from all the troubles and intrigues. Wife. I reached out and gently held her soft, boneless little hand. I've already found the mastermind behind this. The Lin family has already paid the price. Did you hear that? Naturally, she wouldn't answer me. The only answer I got was the slight beeping sound from the precision instruments next to me. I smiled and didn't care. I was just talking to myself. Tell me, are you stupid? She's so beautiful and has such a good family background. Why are you still trying so hard? You've made yourself so tired. In the end, someone plotted against me. Don't do this again in the future. My voice is very soft and gentle. It's like talking to an ignorant child. From now on, I'll be there. Even if the sky falls, your husband will hold it up for you. You just need to be happy every day. Then, wake up early and give me a pair of big fat boys, oh, not twins, a boy and a girl. I talked a lot. I don't know if she can hear me or not. However, looking at the brainwave curve on the instrument, it was obvious that it had become much more active. I think she can hear it, right? After talking about the real-life things, I feel a little itchy. After all, such a big thing happened tonight. My mood level has definitely increased a lot. I don't know how much negative emotions Lin Jingxiong, who was bankrupted by me, and Lin Tianyu, who was sent to jail by me, can contribute to me. I clicked on the system interface. As expected, my emotional value has exceeded 5,000 again. The father and son of the Lin family are simply my super power banks. With so many emotional values, I want to go into my wife's stream and have some fun. But today I want to be a demon king or a sword immortal. Today, let's take a more gentle approach. After all, it's not good to always be fighting and killing. Yes, combine work and rest. I closed my eyes and skillfully clicked on Spiritual Link. After the familiar feeling of dizziness, my consciousness came back again. And this time, Su Qingying's spiritual world is no longer that empty pure white. It is no longer the dead silence and darkness, but a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. There are green mountains and green waters, thatched huts and fences. It was exactly the fairyland I created for her last time. It seems that she likes it here very much. Even when I left, I couldn't bear to let it disappear. And in front of the hut, by the stream, Su Qingying's consciousness was sitting there quietly. She no longer wore that shameful maid outfit. Instead, she changed into a clean white, ancient-style long dress. 3,000 strands of black hair were tied up with a simple wooden hairpin. A pair of bare, jade-like little feet swayed gently in the clear stream. The scene is as beautiful as a painting. Like a fairy who is not of this world. Hearing the noise behind her, she slowly turned around. When she saw it was me, the anger and fear in her beautiful big eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a flash of surprise and shyness that even she herself hadn't noticed. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she subconsciously wanted to pull her little feet out of the water. "Don't move." I laughed. I walked over to her and sat down. I looked at her face, which looked particularly charming in the sunlight, and whispered, "It's pretty. Rogue hooligan." Her face turned even redder. But he didn't hide anymore. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuation detected, shy. Emotional value plus 30. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuation detected, joy. Emotional value plus 50. As I looked at this, my heart softened with the long-lost positive emotion. It seems that my warm man offensive is beginning to show results. We just sat there quietly. No one said anything. The atmosphere wasn't awkward at all. Instead, there is a sense of peace and tranquility, and warmth. A long time. I slowly spoke, breaking the silence. "Want to hear a story?" She was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. "She looks like a well-behaved girl next door." I laughed. I cleared my throat and began to speak slowly in a gentle, magnetic voice. "Once upon a time there was a very proud and beautiful white swan. She is the most dazzling presence in the entire Swan Lake. All the princes wanted to marry her. But no one likes her. Because she has a secret in her heart. She is waiting for someone. A hero who can take her to the sky and see the world. What I am telling you are Andersen's fairy tales. But, it seems not." Su Qingying listened quietly. There was a strange light shining in her beautiful big eyes. She seemed to understand. It also seemed like he didn't understand. I talked for a long, long time. Until my consciousness started to blur. The time for spiritual connection is coming soon again. Just when my figure was about to disappear, she suddenly turned her head. She looked at me with eyes as clear as water filled with reluctance and a little expectation. She mustered up her courage and asked softly in a voice as thin as a mosquito's feet. That hero. Did he find the white swan later?" Chapter 44, The emotional value of the warm route is both abundant and stable. Did he find the white swan later? Su Qingying's voice, full of anticipation and reluctance, echoed in my fading consciousness. I looked at her eyes that were as clear as autumn water and smiled. I didn't answer her directly. I just used up the last bit of strength I had and winked at her. Then, my figure completely dissipated like bubbles in this fairyland full of birdsong and flowers. Only Su Qingying was left sitting there in a daze. Her face was filled with loss and a hint of barely perceptible sweetness. Call. In the real world, I suddenly opened my eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Every time I return from her spiritual world, it feels like a journey through time and space. It makes me feel tired but also extremely fulfilled. I opened the system interface and began to take stock of what I had gained this time. Really? Just as I expected. Although, this time there was no emotional explosion of hundreds of points like humiliation and collapse. But shyness, joy, yearning, emotion, expectation. These positive emotions have a lower single benefit than negative emotions. But the advantage is the large quantity and rich variety. And the most important thing is that it is stable. Byte. The spiritual connection has been disconnected. The duration of this connection is 12 minutes. Emotional value calculation in progress. Total emotional points gained this time: shyness plus 30, joy plus 50, touched plus 40, anticipation plus 60, reluctance plus 50, sweetness plus 40. This link did not trigger the emotional storm reward. Final emotional value, 270 points. 270 points. Although, it is not as good as the previous earnings of thousands. But this is an extremely healthy and sustainable virtuous cycle. I seem to have found a brand new way to increase my emotional value. That's love. have a passionate, platonic love affair with my so-called wife in her dream. This discovery makes me very excited. This is much easier than finding different ways to anger her and bully her every day. It's also much more interesting. I looked at Su Qingying, who was still sleeping on the hospital bed, and my eyes became extremely gentle. Wife. It seems that there are still many tricks we can try in the future. Just as I was happily planning which scenic spot to take her to for a date next time, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Lin Wei calling. Hello, Mr. Gu. Lin Wei's voice on the other end of the phone was still as capable as ever. But I don't know if it's my illusion. I felt that her tone seemed to be less cold and distant than before, and had a hint of respect that she herself didn't even notice. Everything is done, she reported. Lin Group has officially declared bankruptcy and liquidation this morning. Lin Jingxiong has been taken away by relevant departments for investigation due to his suspected involvement in multiple commercial crimes. And Lin Tianyu. She paused, a hint of pleasure in her tone. He has been formally arrested for attempted murder after receiving irrefutable evidence. I'll probably spend the rest of my life in prison. I nodded calmly. This result was already within my expectations. The Lin family is finished. Completely removed from the 4 major families in Zhanghai City. Besides, Lin Wei continued to report, there's also new activity on the Noah's Ark company you mentioned earlier. They seem to have noticed it, and we are on guard. Just now, they sent their intention to cooperate to our Tianxiong group through multiple overseas channels. The chairman and several directors are waiting for you in the conference room. I want to hear your opinion. My opinion? I laughed. This Su Jingwei is really becoming more and more a good person. You've considered me your backbone so quickly? But that's okay. It saves me from wasting my breath later. Tell them, I said calmly, cooperation is open to discussion. However, the initiative must be in our hands. I want that Noah's Ark to spit out everything they've eaten. We also need them to hand over the insider who leaked our company's secrets. Otherwise. I paused and my tone became extremely cold. The Lin family is a lesson for them. Lin Wei on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then he replied respectfully in a tone full of admiration and enthusiasm. Yes. Mr. Gu. I see. After hanging up the phone, I stretched. I feel like a big boss behind the scenes who is planning everything. This feeling of deciding the fate of $1 trillion group in the blink of an eye. It's really cool. Just when I was about to get up and get myself something to eat to reward myself, suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Su Qingying's hand on the hospital bed. Then my pupils suddenly shrank. My body froze in an instant. I stared at that hand intently. The expression on his face was full of incredible shock and ecstasy. I saw Su Qingying's right hand, which should have been hanging limply at her side. At this moment, it actually rose slightly. Her fingers were even still trembling slightly uncontrollably. It seemed like she was responding to the unfinished invitation I made to her in my dream just now. And just at this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound that had not appeared in my mind for a long time suddenly rang out without any warning. This time, its voice carried an unprecedented hint of joy and excitement. Bite. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Because you persist in having deep spiritual communication with your bound target. Successfully planted the seed of love in her heart. Her soul and body are beginning to repair at an unprecedented speed. System Mall, opening soon. Host, would you please open the door to the new world now? Chapter 45 Reward, Photographic Memory, I became a human library. Host, would you please open the door to the new world now? The tempting prompt sound from the system in my mind made my heart, which was already extremely excited because of Su Qingying's improvement, start beating wildly again. System Mall. Finally, is it about to start? According to the laws of online literature, everything sold in the mall is from outside raffles. You can't win these things, they are top-notch stuff. Any peerless skills or miraculous elixirs can be exchanged directly as long as you have enough emotional points. Turn it on. It must be turned on. Just when I was about to scream wildly in my heart, my reason suddenly pulled me back. Wait. That's not right. The system just said, coming soon? Instead of, already turned on? This is just a one-word difference, but it leads to a huge mistake. There must be a trap here. I forced myself to suppress my excitement and asked the system, what does about to open mean? Are there any prerequisites for opening the mall? Bite. The host is indeed very clever, and is completely different from those glamorous hosts out there. The system actually gave me a wink? Opening the system mall requires the host to complete a prerequisite milestone achievement. Achievement name, First Experience of Love. Completion conditions, make the bound target Su Qingying's favorability towards the host exceed 10 points. Current favorability, 5-10. Favorability? I was stunned for a moment. There is also this thing? I quickly clicked on Su Qingying's character panel. As expected. Below her huge pile of character information, there is a new favorability bar that was not there before. At this moment, the pink progress bar is exactly halfway through. Several key nodes are marked below. 100 life and death enemy. 50 hate to the bone. 0 we are strangers. 10 generate interest, current stage. 30 slightly favorable. 60 friends and above. 80 not yet a lover. 100 until death. I looked at the favorability level that had just broken through 0 and reached 5 and fell into deep thought. It seems that I was both a demon king and a sword immortal before, and my actions were as fierce as a tiger. It just made her change from hating me to the bone to a stranger with some interest in me. This wife is not easy to pursue. But this also makes me more excited. There is fun only when there is challenge. Isn't it just favorability? Just wait for me. In less than 3 days, I will make you fall head over heels in love with me. Just when I was feeling happy and planning what new posture I should use to conquer my wife next time. In my mind, that cold reminder sounded again. Bite. Detected that the host has successfully made the target's body undergo a binding process, a historic breakthrough. Unlock, hidden achievement, Miracle of Love. Specially rewarding the host with a golden roulette, 1 chance to win 10 consecutive draws. What the hell? There's a surprise? Golden roulette? It sounds like it is much more advanced than the previous lucky roulette. I quickly clicked on the lottery interface. As expected, the colorful roulette wheel from before has disappeared. Instead, there was a huge and luxurious roulette wheel made entirely of gold and inlaid with various gems. The appearance is simply much better than the previous one. What are you waiting for? Beat him up. System. Pump me. Use all your might. Bite. Golden roulette, 10 consecutive draws begin. The golden roulette will instantly turn into a dazzling golden light. The speed of rotation is more than 10 times faster than before. I even felt dizzy as if time and space were being lost. Finally, the roulette wheel slowly stopped. 10 golden beams of light, brighter and more dazzling than any before, exploded before my eyes. A series of system notification sounds that are enough to drive any man crazy or like a tide, completely drowning me. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won 100 million in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level skill, photographic memory. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level skill, business acumen. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special item, mind reading experience card 1 time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained. The series of rewards made me dizzy and drool. 100 million in cash. Mind reading? Oh shit. This golden roulette, the drop rate is too damn high, right? And among this large number of top-notch rewards, there are 2 seemingly unremarkable skills that caught my attention. God-level skill, photographic memory. Description: this gives you a memory palace, comparable to a supercomputer. Any information you've ever seen, heard, or touched will be permanently and accurately memorized. You'll be a walking encyclopedia. God-level skill, business acumen. Explanation: this gives you the intuition of a wild animal. You can easily discern any fleeting business opportunity in the market. In front of you, any so-called business genius is no different from a kindergarten child. Damn! These 2 skills. It's a magical skill tailor-made for me. I was just worrying about how to make a name for myself in the business world and build my own influence. With these 2 skills, what the hell do I have to be afraid of? I can just treat the entire Wall Street as my backyard. put all the wealth in the world into my pocket. A huge stream of information rushed into my mind frantically. I feel like my brain is like a computer that has been forced to upgrade. The running speed is more than 100 times faster than before. The whole world has become different in my eyes. It becomes extremely clear. It has become full of various readily available business opportunities. Just as I was intoxicated by this powerful feeling of being in control of everything, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Lin Wei calling. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Lin Wei's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with unconcealable excitement and admiration. "You are truly divine. Just now, Noah's Ark has surrendered. Not only did they agree to all our conditions, they also took the initiative to hand over the traitor." "Who do you think the traitor is?" "I haven't spoken yet." In my mind, my supercomputer like photographic memory and business acumen have started working at full speed. Countless clues about the Tianxiang Group, the Su family's personnel relations, financial statements, and various traces flashed through my mind rapidly. It took only 0.01 seconds. I have already deduced the most likely answer from the vast amount of information. I laughed. I looked at the bright moon outside the window and it slowly uttered a name that instantly struck Lin Wei on the other end of the phone as if she were struck by lightning. "Yes, Zhao Manny, right?" Chapter 46, Attending a Top Business Reception, a group of people look down on others. "Yes, Zhao Manny?" My voice is as calm and gentle as the clouds and the breeze. But to Lin Wei on the other end of the phone, it was like a bolt from the blue. Her rapid breathing stopped instantly. The phone fell into a dead silence. I could even hear her heart pounding because of the extreme shock. "Gudong." It took a long time before I heard her swallowing hard. Her voice was trembling with shock and disbelief. "Mr. Gu, how come you even know this?" "The chairman just got the news about this matter." I laughed. I didn't answer her. I just said slowly in an unfathomable tone, "There is nothing in this world that I don't know. That's what I want to know." After saying that, I hung up the phone casually. All that was left on the other end of the phone was the beautiful elite secretary who graduated from Harvard and was completely shocked by me to the point of doubting her life, her hair disheveled in the wind. The next day, evening. Shanghai City, International Convention and Exhibition Center. A top-level business cocktail party hosted by the Shanghai municipal government is being held here. All those who were invited to attend this cocktail party were important figures in Shanghai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. Those with a net worth of less than 1 billion are not even qualified to enter. At the entrance of the Convention and Exhibition Center, luxury cars gathered like a car show. Business elites in suits and socialites in gorgeous evening gowns were holding wine glasses and chatting and laughing. The entire cocktail party was filled with the upper class, with its unique luxury and hypocritical atmosphere. I was wearing a custom-made Armani suit that I had picked out of the Su family's cloakroom and slowly drove into the venue in a Rolls-Royce Phantom driven by the Su family's driver. No way. My Bugatti is too high profile. The old man specifically told me that there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers at today's cocktail party. Let me keep a low profile. So I can only suffer and ride in this Rolls-Royce worth more than 10 million yuan. The reason why I came here today was specially arranged by Mr. Su. His exact words were, "You are now half the face of my Su family. You can't just stay at home and be a homebody every day, right? It's time to go out and see the world and meet some people to pave the way for you to take over the Su family in the future." Of course, I gladly accepted this. After all, I also want to see what Shanghai City's upper-class circles are like. I also want to see what kind of people the Lin family is, the one who dared to attack my wife. The car stopped at the door. The driver respectfully opened the car door for me. I stepped out of the car. It instantly attracted the attention of many people. After all, the Rolls-Royce Phantom is considered a top-of-the-line car at today's cocktail party. However, when they saw my overly young face and my expensive but completely unfamiliar clothes, the initial surprise and curiosity in their eyes instantly turned into undisguised contempt and disdain. Who is this? So young? Which family's prodigal son? I don't know. I've never seen him before. I guess he drove his father's car here to pick up rich guys, right? Oh, young people nowadays really don't know any manners. How can he come to such an occasion? Waves of whispers filled with a sense of superiority came from all around. I seemed to have not heard anything. I just fixed my cuffs. Then he stepped forward and walked into the magnificent banquet hall. I have long been accustomed to this kind of situation where people look down on others. Even a little enjoyment? After all, the higher you hold someone up, the more painful it will be when they fall. I ignored those self-righteous upper-class people. I just casually picked up a glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter. Then, he found an inconspicuous corner and sipped his wine while observing the various people in the hall with great interest. And just at this moment, a voice full of surprise and a hint of resentment suddenly sounded from behind me. "Gufan? You piece of trash, why are you here?" I looked back and frowned slightly. I saw Zhang Wei, the rich second generation who was severely humiliated by me at the class reunion, standing behind me with an unbelievable look on his face. There were still wounds on his face. Obviously, he was beaten by his father. Next to him stood a burly young man with sinister eyes. The young man was wearing a Versace suit and a limited edition Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. There is a certain resemblance between his brows and Lin Jingxiong's. But compared to Lin Jingxiong, he has a bit more arrogance and conceit of a young man. He must be the one who hired someone to kill my wife. The eldest young master of the Lin family. Lin Tianyu. At this time, Lin Tianyu was also looking at me with an extremely unfriendly look. His eyes were full of arrogance and aggression. It was as if he was looking at an ant that had accidentally entered his territory. "Oh wait, do you know him?" He spoke slowly, his voice full of magnetism but without any emotion. More than just knowing each other. As soon as Zhang Wei saw me, he remembered the great humiliation he suffered at the class reunion that day. New and old grudges suddenly flooded into my heart. He pointed at me and gritted his teeth, saying to Lin Tianyu, "Brother Tianyu. It's this bastard. He was the one who humiliated me at the last class reunion. He even scared that loser Su Mingzhi to his knees." "Oh?" Lin Tianyu raised his eyebrows and seemed to be interested. He looked at me, a cruel curve at the corner of his mouth. "You are the one who bullied my dog?" He paused, not waiting for my answer. He suddenly seemed to have discovered some new world, pointed at my nose and laughed as if he had suddenly realized something. That smile was filled with endless sarcasm and disdain. "I remember now. Aren't you the wild man who made Su Qingying pregnant before marriage? The one who was recruited by the Su family to be a gigolo? A useless son-in-law?" Chapter 47 The hostility of Lin Tianyu, the eldest son of the Lin family. "You are not worthy of Qingying. A useless son-in-law?" Lin Tianyu's words full of sarcasm and disdain exploded like a depth bomb in the banquet hall, which had already become a little weird because of my presence. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on me. That look was filled with shock, astonishment, and sudden enlightenment. "Oh fuck. I remember now. Su Qingying, the daughter of the Su family who has become a vegetable. Wasn't it revealed a while ago that she had a live-in son-in-law? It is said that this is to ensure that the bastard in her belly can be born legitimately. Could it be him? Looking at his poor appearance, it's almost certain. TSK, I thought he was some rich kid, but turns out he's just a gigolo. It's true, you can't judge a person by his appearance. This young man is so wild at such a young age?" For a moment, the entire banquet hall seemed to be in an uproar. All kinds of whispers filled with contempt and jealousy came towards me like a tide. The slight awe that the Rolls-Royce had for me just now disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is a stronger and more undisguised contempt and disdain. To these so-called upper-class people, making money by one's own ability is called ability. And those who rely on women to get ahead. That is, the most despicable gigolo. After the initial shock, Zhang Wei also showed an ecstatic expression on his face. "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. That's what he said. How could a poor bastard like Gufan be some hidden boss? After all this time, I was lucky enough to be chosen by the Su family and become a son-in-law. That Bugatti must also belong to the Su family. As for that loser Su Mingzhi, isn't it normal for him to be scared to death? How could I not be afraid of my own son-in-law?" After figuring it all out, Zhang Wei's back straightened up instantly. The look in his eyes when he looked at me returned to its previous state, full of arrogance and resentment. I thought I was some big shot. He sneered and said sarcastically, "So he's from the Su family, alive and son-in-law. What? Gufan, it feels good to be a gigolo, right? Can't you even straighten your waist?" faced with malice and ridicule from all sides. I seemed to have not heard anything. I was too lazy to even lift my eyelids. I just picked up the wine glass and gently swirled the amber liquid inside. Then, drink it all in one gulp. In Lin Tianyu's eyes, my nonchalant and indifferent attitude was a greater provocation. His eyes darkened instantly. A cold and aggressive hostility emanated from him. He, Lin Tianyu, the eldest son of the Lin family and the future heir. Since childhood, he has been a favored child of heaven and the center of attention. He has liked Su Qingying for many years. Everyone in the entire Jianghai city knows about it. In his opinion, only he is worthy of a gifted girl like Su Qingying. But now, the goddess in his mind was taken away by this poor guy who appeared from some corner. She even got pregnant with his bastard. This is a great humiliation for him. It is unforgivable and blasphemous. He walked up to me step by step. He is half a head taller than me. He looked down at me as if I were an ant that he could easily crush. His voice was icy cold and without any emotion. I don't care what despicable means you used to climb into Qingying's bed. No matter what kind of shit luck you had to be recruited into the Su family. I'm only going to tell you one thing today. He paused and spoke word by word, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Stay away from her. A bug like you, crawling out of the mire. You're not even qualified to carry her shoes. You don't deserve her. His words are very powerful. Full of the tyranny and unquestionable nature of those in a superior position. The air around seemed to be frozen because of this. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of us. They knew about tonight's cocktail party, and the highlight was finally about to begin. On one side is Jianghai City, the pride of the Lin family, one of the four major families. On the other side is the Su family, that useless son-in-law who is full of mystery. This is simply the ultimate showdown between the prince and the beggar. However, facing Lin Tianyu's oppressive aura that was like a mountain, I still look calm and composed. I was even in the mood to pick up a new glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter. I looked at him and smiled. That smile is very bright, but without the slightest warmth. Are you done? I took a sip of wine and spoke slowly. That's all, it's my turn. I put down my glass and looked up. For the first time, a cold and murderous intent flashed across my eyes, which had always been calm. I watched him calmly pronounce each word with emphasis, and then he said something that instantly made everyone's hair stand on end. First, Qingying is my wife. I can be as close to her as I want. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to tell me what to do? Second, you just said I'm a bedbug? I laughed. Very good. I have always been a vengeful person. Tomorrow, before sunset, I want your Lin family to be completely removed from Jianghai City. Chapter 48, a 100 million bet, do you dare to play? Tomorrow, before sunset, I want your Lin family to be completely removed from Jianghai City. My voice was calm, as if I was talking about a trivial matter. For example, tomorrow, the weather is nice, so let us go for an outing. But at this moment, it was like a nuclear bomb with a yield of billions of tons, exploding in this magnificent banquet hall. The whole world is quiet. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The space seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's movements were frozen. Each of them was like a duck with its throat strangled, opening its mouth wide but unable to make any sound. Their faces were filled with incredible absurdity and horror. Let the Lin family be expelled? Tomorrow, before sunset? Is this something a human can actually say? Lin family. That is one of the four major families in Jianghai City. It is a behemoth that has been entrenched in Jianghai City for decades. It is this person that these so-called upper-class people need to look up to throughout their lives. And now, this useless son-in-law from the obscure Su family actually dared to boldly declare that he would expel the Lin family from the family within a day? Who does he think he is? The Jade Emperor? After a brief silence, the banquet hall erupted in laughter that was louder than any before. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Is this guy really crazy? Does he know what he's talking about? Let the Lin family be expelled? He might as well say that he wants the sun to rise from the west tomorrow. Idiot. A complete idiot. How could the Su family accept such a mentally ill son-in-law? Jiang Wei laughed so hard that he was almost crying. He pointed at me and breathlessly said to Lin Tianyu, "Tian, brother Tianyu, did you hear that? He said he wanted to remove your family from the list." Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. And after Lin Tianyu experienced the initial shock, for the first time, his face, which had always been calm, showed an expression of anger and laughter. He looked at me like I was a hopeless idiot. "Boy, I admit that you are very brave." He slowly clapped his hands. Snap, snap. "You are the first person who dares to say such words in front of me, Lin Tianyu. I admire your fearless courage. But..." He changed the subject and his eyes instantly became extremely grim. "Courage needs to be supported by strength. And you..." He looked me up and down with eyes full of undisguised contempt and disdain. "A useless man who relies on women and eats gigolo meals. You, what are your strengths? Just because of your boastful mouth?" Faced with ridicule and sarcasm from all sides, I seemed to have not heard anything. I just looked at Lin Tianyu quietly. I looked at his handsome face, which seemed a little distorted by anger. I laughed. "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" I spoke slowly, not loudly. But it was as if by some kind of magic that instantly suppressed all the noise in the venue. Lin Tianyu raised his eyebrows. "Bet? What do you want to bet on? Bet your life?" "No, no, no." I wagged my finger, the smile on my face turning playful. "Gambling with your life, how boring. Let's make a real bet." I paused and spoke slowly. "Let's bet tomorrow, before sunset. Can I remove your Lin family from Jianhai City? If I did, I would. From now on, Lin Tianyu, you must take a detour when you see me. And all your personal assets must be transferred to my name free of charge. If I were, I couldn't do it. Kufan will cut off my legs and get out of Jianhai City from now on. And I will also give you..." I held up a finger. 100 million. Boom. My words were like a hydrogen bomb that was 100 times more terrifying than the nuclear bomb just now, exploding in the banquet hall. Everyone is crazy. Each of them stared at me as if I were a god. That look was filled with disbelief, horror and fanaticism. 100 million. Damn, 100 million. This useless son-in-law dared to bet 100 million just by opening his mouth? Where did he get 100 million? Could it be that he really wasn't just bragging? And when Lin Tianyu heard the number 100 million, for the first time, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, which had always been full of disdain. 100 million is nothing to him. However, it is not a number that can be taken lightly as a joke. He stared at me intently. He wanted to see even the slightest hint of guilt and bluffing on my face. But he was disappointed. There was nothing on my face except that calm and confident smile. It seems that 100 million is no different from $1 in my eyes. This man. Who is he anyway? For the first time, Lin Tianyu's judgment began to waver. And just at this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded from the side. "Brother Tianyu, don't be intimidated by him." Jiang Wei leaned over to Lin Tianyu's ear and whispered, "He's a pauper. Where did he get 100 million? He's just playing the empty city trick with you. He's convinced of you, don't dare to bet with him. If you're a coward, you'll really fall into his trap today." Jiang Wei's words were like a fire, instantly igniting the powder keg called pride in Lin Tianyu's heart. Yes. I am Lin Tianyu, the heir of the Lin family. Why would I be afraid of him, a useless gigolo? If this gets out, will I even be able to survive in Jianhai City? He clenched his fists tightly. The knuckles turned white due to the force. He looked at me with eyes full of the fierceness of a crazy gambler. Good. He squeezed out a word from between his teeth. "I bet you." He pointed at my nose and roared hysterically, word by word. "I'd like to see. You're a piece of shit. What should I take tomorrow? Let the Lin family expel." Chapter 49. Using business sense, I predicted your prediction. "I bet you." Lin Tianyu's roar, full of madness and ferocity, echoed for a long time in the magnificent banquet hall. A shocking gamble with a stake of 100 million and even the fate of an entire family at stake was made in full view of everyone. The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall was ignited in an instant. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. They knew that starting from tomorrow, the entire Jianghai city would be in turmoil due to this gambling game. And they will be fortunate enough to be witnesses of this historic event. After Lin Tianyu made these harsh words, he stormed off with his group of followers who also had unfriendly expressions on their faces. Before leaving, he looked at me as if he was looking at a dead person who had been sentenced to death. In his opinion, I am doomed to lose. I don't have the slightest chance of winning this bet. And he will break my legs with his own hands after sunset tomorrow. Then, he slammed the check for 100 million in my face. Used the most cruel way to wash away all the shame I brought to him today. And I faced his venomous gaze like a poisonous snake. I just smiled calmly. I raised my glass and toasted him from a distance. Then, drink the wine in the glass. That calm and composed demeanor made Lin Tianyu's eyes twitch wildly again. The cocktail party ended in a bad mood. After such a big incident, no one was in the mood to eat, drink and have fun anymore. I am too lazy to stay any longer. I refused the Su family driver's kindness to take me home. I was just walking slowly alone on the brightly lit streets of Jianghai City. The evening breeze is slightly cool. The air blowing on my face sobered my mind, which was a little tipsy from the alcohol. I took out my phone and opened the WeChat group of my class that I hadn't contacted for a long time. As expected, the group at this moment has completely exploded. Hundreds of unread messages are jumping like crazy. The content of the chat was, without exception, all about me and the shocking gamble I made tonight. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have you heard about what happened tonight? I heard it. I heard it. Gufan, that useless son-in-law, actually made a 100 million bet with Lin Tianyu, the eldest son of the Lin family. It's more than 100 million. He even said he wants the Lin family to be expelled before sunset tomorrow. Is this fucking crazy? I think he's been flattered by the Su family so much that he's forgotten his own last name. Does he really think that being alive and son-in-law means he can do whatever he wants? Just wait and see. There will be a good show tomorrow. I bet a bag of spicy snacks that Gufan will definitely die tomorrow, and it will be very ugly. The group was filled with all kinds of gloating and sarcasm. No one is optimistic about me. Everyone thought I was throwing myself into a tumble, and that I was only bringing shame upon myself. Chen Lu and Zhang Wei were even more so, jumping around in the group like two of the most active clowns. Zhang Wei, what a fool. How dare he fight with Brother Tianyu? He's not even worthy of carrying Brother Tianyu's shoes. Chen Lu, that's right. Some people get a little lucky and think they're big shots. Little do they know that in front of the real rich and powerful, they're nothing. I looked at these chat records full of malice and laughed. I didn't argue with them. Because, I know. There is no point in arguing about the size of the sky with a group of frogs in a well. I just need to slap them in the face with facts tomorrow. I put away my phone and ignored the noisy flies. The supercomputer like photographic memory and business acumen in my mind began to work at a rapid pace. Countless business data, financial statements and all kinds of shameful black materials about the Lin Group flashed through my mind rapidly. The Lin Group is a long-established wealthy family in Jianghai City. Its industries cover real estate, finance, industry and other fields. The foundation can be said to be quite solid. I want to remove it within a day. It is indeed not an easy thing. Even if the Su family tried their best, they might not be able to do it. But that's under normal circumstances. But I, Gufan, never play by the rules. With my sharp business sense like a beast. The Lin Group's business empire, which seems to be impregnable, is full of loopholes in my eyes. The most fatal loophole is they are currently negotiating with the Su family about a real estate project worth tens of billions. This project is the most important strategic layout of the Lin family in the next 5 years. They have put almost all of the group's working capital into this project. It can be said that only success is allowed, failure is not allowed. Once anything goes wrong with this project, the Lin Group's capital chain will be broken in an instant. The entire business empire will collapse like a domino. And Su Jinghua also saw this point. That's why I regard this project as a test for me. In his opinion, it was almost impossible to ruin this project within 3 days on which both parties had basically reached a cooperation intention. Not to mention that the Lin family will have to pay a heavy price. But He had missed one thing despite all his calculations. That is, I have a cheat. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold and confident arc. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number I had never called before. I took that out of Lin Tianyu's phone using my God-level hacking skills. The phone number of the professional manager he trusted the most. The call was connected quickly. A shrewd and capable voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this? Director Wang? My voice is calm. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I have a gift that can help you rise to the top of the Lin Group, or even take over. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, a question full of caution was heard. What do you mean? It's nothing. I laughed. I just know that you have worked hard and made great contributions in the Lin Group for 10 years. But, I have always been suppressed by that idiot Lin Tianyu. Are you willing? The other end of the phone fell silent again. However, his breathing, which had become somewhat heavy, had already exposed his inner restlessness. Here, I have the most detailed urban planning map for Jianghai City for the next 10 years. I slowly dropped a bombshell that was enough to drive anyone in real estate crazy. This includes every piece of land that is about to be expropriated and every commercial center that is about to be developed. You should know what this thing means. As long as I have it. You can predict all of Lin Tianyu's predictions. You can take all the most valuable land before him. When the time comes. I paused, and my tone became extremely tempting. The entire Lin Group will belong to you, alone. All you want is to replace him. And what I want is. I looked at the brightly lit headquarters building of the Lin Group in the distance and smiled. That smile was cold and cruel. Let the entire Lin family be buried with him. Chapter 50, Winning 100 Million, Lin Tianyu's face turned green with anger. Let the entire Lin family be buried with him. My voice was cold and cruel. Like a poison blade, it stabbed fiercely into the heart of the ambitious professional manager, Director Wang, on the other end of the phone. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. I could even hear his breathing, which became extremely heavy due to excitement and fear. A long time. A hoarse, crazy, and determined voice came from the receiver. I need to inspect the goods. Certainly. I laughed. I knew he took the bait. I hung up the phone and sent him the encrypted city planning map that I had taken from the highest level server of the Jianghai municipal government using my God-level hacking technology. I believe that with his professional ability, he can definitely tell whether this thing is authentic. And once he confirmed it, then the most exciting Game of Thrones will be staged within the Lin family. And I just need to wait quietly for victory like a top chess player. The next day, the entire business community of Jianghai City was immersed in an extremely strange atmosphere of impending storm. Everyone's attention was focused on the Su family and the Lin family, these two behemoths. The focus is on the shocking bet made at the cocktail party last night. Countless media reporters surrounded the Lin Group's headquarters building like sharks that smelled blood. They are waiting. Wait a minute, the result. Waiting for a shocking news that will make them appear on the front page of tomorrow's news. And the Su family is another protagonist of this storm. But it was surprisingly quiet. Su Jinghua did not make any business deployment. The Tianqiong Group is still calm. It was as if yesterday's shocking gamble had nothing to do with them. This made everyone who was waiting to see the show feel extremely confused. What the hell is the Su family doing? Were they really just going to let that useless son-in-law do whatever he wanted? And in the president's office on the top floor of the Lin Group's headquarters building, Lin Tianyu was pacing back and forth in the room with an irritated look on his face. He didn't sleep well the whole night. Gu Fan, that useless son-in-law's calm and confident look last night was like a thorn that pierced his heart. For the first time, he felt a little uncertain and doubtful about himself. Could it be that the guy really has some hidden card that I don't know about? Brother Tianyu. Stop scaring yourself. Zhang Wei, who was standing by, handed him a cup of fine Longjing tea. That guy is just a silver-plated spearhead, all good-looking but useless. He's just bluffing. He's trying to scare you. Look, it's almost afternoon and there's not a single sound from him. I think he's probably hiding in some corner right now, trembling and wondering how he's going to get the 100 million. After hearing Zhang Wei's words, Lin Tianyu's expression looked a little better. Yes. Am I worrying too much? He's just a loser who lives off women. Would I, Lin Tianyu, be afraid of him? It's a joke. He picked up the teacup and was about to take a sip. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open from the outside. His trusted subordinate, Director Wang, rushed in with a look of panic on his face. Lin. Young Master Lin. Oh no. Something terrible has happened. Lin Tianyu frowned, an unhappy look on his face. What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling? It's worse than the sky falling. Director Wang, I'm almost crying. He pointed at the tablet in his hand, and his voice was trembling. Look. The company's stock price. Lin Tianyu took the tablet with confusion. When he saw the green curve on the screen cascading down like a waterfall, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. His handsome face instantly turned as green as the curved line. What's going on? He grabbed Director Wang by the collar and roared hysterically. Who did it? Who did it? It's a matter of our company. Several core projects have made major decision-making mistakes at the same time. Director Wang trembled as he spoke. The government suddenly announced today that they were going to build a large-scale waste incineration plant on the land we just bought yesterday. All our investments have gone down the drain. What? Lin Tianyu was struck by lightning. He acquired those pieces of land by going against all odds and mobilizing nearly 10 billion yuan of the group's funds. He also hopes to become a legend with this project. How did it suddenly become a garbage dump? And just at this moment, even worse news came. His secretary rushed in, crawling all the way. Mr. Lin. People from the Tax Bureau and the China Securities Regulatory Commission are here. They said they received a real name report. They want to seize all of our company's accounts. Also, the police are here too. They have solid evidence that you hired someone to kill someone. I want you to go back and assist in the investigation. Boom. A series of bad news was like a series of heavy bombs that completely stunned Lin Tianyu. His brain went blank with a buzzing sound. He collapsed to the ground with a thump. His eyes were gray and filled with endless despair and disbelief. Defeated. Lin Tianyu actually just lost like that. The defeat was inexplicable. The defeat was a complete mess. He didn't even know how he lost. And just at this moment, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. He answered the call for some unknown reason. From the other end of the line came a devilish, calm voice that he would never forget in his life. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? It's 5 in the afternoon, and there's still an hour until sunset. I think I've won. Now you can prepare a list of all the property in your name. Oh, right. And there's that 100 million bet. I won't take a penny less. Chapter 51 Lin Wei's Transformation. Mr. Gu, you will be my idol from now on. I won't take a penny less. My voice was calm and cold. Like a blade of judgment from the nine nether hell, it completely cut off the last bit of luck in Lin Tianyu's heart. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. I could even hear his breathing, which became as heavy as a broken bellows due to extreme fear and despair. A long time. A hoarse voice, filled with endless regret and resignation, came from the receiver. I see. After saying that, he hung up the phone. I know from today on. The 4 major families in Jianhai City will no longer exist. The Lin family, this once invincible behemoth, has become history. And I, Gu Fan, am a useless son-in-law who is insignificant in everyone's eyes. He will officially step onto the magnificent historical stage of Jianhai City, stepping on the corpses of the Lin family. I put away my phone and looked out the window. The blood-red setting sun smiled. That smile was cold and domineering. Just as the entire Jianhai City was plunged into an unprecedented huge shock due to the collapse of the Lin family. Tianqiong Group, in the president's office on the top floor. Lin Wei was sitting blankly on the president's throne that belonged to Su Qingying. In her hand, she held a cup of cold blue mountain coffee. But she was completely unaware. Her beautiful eyes beneath her gold-rimmed glasses were filled with incredible shock and fanaticism. Just now, she witnessed with her own eyes a god-level operation that was enough to be recorded in the business history of Jianhai City. No! That can no longer be called manipulation. That's a miracle. It's a dimensionality reduction attack. Ever since Gu Fan gave her that seemingly ridiculous order last night, she has been in a state of extreme tension and anxiety. although she had already witnessed Gu Fan's various magical abilities. But she still couldn't believe that Gu Fan could really get rid of the Lin family within one day. This is simply a fairy tale. However, everything that happened today completely overturned her three views. Starting at 9 in the morning, the stock price of Lin Group started to plummet wildly like a roller coaster. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of deadly negative information about the Lin Group emerged from major online media like mushrooms after rain. Tax evasion, collusion between officials and businessmen, shoddy construction, disregard for human life. Each one of them is a bombshell that is enough to bring ruin to the Lin family. The entire internet is boiling. The last straw that broke the camel's back was the rebellion within the Lin Group. A large number of company executives, led by Director Wang, turned against the company. Not only that, they took away all the company's working capital. They also submitted all the criminal evidence of the Lin family over the past 10 years to the Tax Bureau and the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. A fatal blow. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Lin Group officially declared bankruptcy. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Lin family father and son were taken away by the police for investigation. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there was no Lin family in Zhanghai City anymore. And the mastermind behind all this was actually just that son-in-law from the Su family who never showed up from beginning to end? Lin Wei, whenever she thought of the face of the young man who said to her calmly last night, "Let the entire Lin family be buried with him." In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a fanatical worship of him. That's no longer a human being. That's God. He is the God who controls the world and plans all the strategies. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. It brought Lin Wei back to reality from her shock. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was an unfamiliar number. She answered the call for some unknown reason. From the other end of the line came a calm voice that she would never forget in her life. "Hello, Secretary Lin? Mr. Gu." Lin Wei shuddered all over. She suddenly stood up from the chair. The attitude was so respectful as if he was receiving an imperial edict from His Majesty the Emperor. "What do you want?" "Nothing serious. My voice is still so calm and gentle. Just letting you know. The Lin family has fallen. I won the bet between Lin Tianyu and me. All of his personal assets, as well as the 100 million yuan bet, should have been deposited into my account by now. Please check it for me. In addition," I paused and my tone became a little playful. "My mission of spending $1 million in a month should be considered completed ahead of schedule, right? Please help me speak. Tell her not to give me these brain teasers anymore. My brain isn't very good. I can't play it." Lin Wei on the other end of the phone listened to my Versailles-style ridicule to the extreme. She couldn't bear it anymore. For the first time, a brilliant smile came from the heart on her pretty face, which had always been as cold as ice. That smile is like 100 flowers in full bloom, enough to make the whole world pale in comparison. She looked out the window at the sky dyed red by the sunset glow, and said solemnly, word by word, in a tone filled with endless admiration and fanaticism. "Yes. Mr. Gu. From today, you are my, Lin Wei, my only idol." Chapter 52. The dream world is upgraded again, and she can actually speak. "You are my only idol, Lin Wei." Listening to Lin Wei's fanatical admiration in the other end of the phone, I just smiled calmly. Just conquering an elite beauty secretary. For me, it's just the first step in a long journey. My goal is the sea of stars. I hung up the phone and stretched. I feel like a gaming expert who has just finished a thrilling boss battle. Both body and mind feel extremely relaxed. I easily defeated the final boss of the Lin family's novice village. Next, it's time to go to the next map to face new challenges. However, before that, I have something more important to do. That is to go see my sleeping beauty wife who is still trapped in the newbie village. By the way, I will reap the fruits of victory brought by my amazing performance today. The Lin family father and son, these two super power banks, must have contributed a lot of negative emotions to me before they died, right? I clicked on the system interface. As expected, my mood has exploded again. Hatred, resentment, despair, fear. All kinds of high-intensity negative emotions added up to contribute more than 2,000 points to me. My total emotional value instantly broke through the 8,000 mark. I'm fucking rich enough to rival a country. With so much emotional value, my back instantly straightened up again. What are you waiting for? I must arrange a top-notch romantic date for my wife tonight. Let her favorability towards me break through 10 points in one fell swoop. Then open the door to the system mall leading to the new world. With great anticipation, I closed my eyes and skillfully clicked on Spiritual Link. After the familiar feeling of dizziness, my consciousness came back again. What I see before my eyes is still that paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. Green mountains, green water, and thatched huts and fences. Everything is exactly as it was when I left it. But this time, Su Qingying is no longer the only one here. Surrounding her, there are so many lively and cute little animals. Yes, a little white rabbit chasing butterflies on the grass. There are little fish playing in the stream. There was even a colorful parrot perched on her shoulder and combing her hair. Su Qingying was sitting on the grass by the stream with a gentle smile on her face that I had never seen before. She was using a piece of grass to tease a little white cat that was rolling around on her legs. The picture is harmonious and beautiful. It's like a moving fairy tale picture book. I couldn't bear to disturb her. It seems that my wife's heart is not as cold as she appears on the surface. She's also a very loving little girl. Hearing the noise behind her, she slowly turned around. When she saw it was me, her beautiful big eyes instantly lit up with bright light. It was a kind of pure joy and expectation that came from the heart. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she subconsciously stood up from the grass. She looked like a little wife waiting for her lover to return. "You're here?" Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of shyness that she herself was not even aware of. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuation detected, joy. Emotional value plus 80. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, looking forward to it. Emotional value plus 70. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuation detected, shy. Emotional value plus 50. Damn it! He gave me 200 emotion points the moment we met? And they're all positive? This love storyline is so damn sweet, right? I was so happy. I walked up to her and smiled at her beautiful face, which was slightly flushed with shyness. Why? You missed me after just one day of not seeing me? No, she said subconsciously and stubbornly. But her pink earlobes, which were already red all the way to her ears, betrayed her deeply. I smiled and didn't expose her. I just reached out and habitually wanted to pinch her face. But at this moment, the cold reminder sound in my mind suddenly rang without any warning. Bite. Detected, the host's spiritual compatibility with the bound target has greatly improved. The dream world is about to usher in an epic version update. Update content, open, touch and language systems. Update countdown, 3, 2, 1. Update, completed. I was stunned. Touch? Language? What does this mean? And just when I was stunned, my hands have uncontrollably pinched Su Qingying's smooth and tender cheeks. Then a real soft touch as warm as jade, which I had never experienced before, came from my fingertips. It felt like pinching a piece of the finest mutton fat jade. It made me freeze in place for a moment. And Su Qingying was completely dumbfounded, just like me. She stood there blankly, letting me pinch her face. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with incredible shock and horror. She could actually feel it? She could actually feel the warmth of this man's palm? And that rough touch from her fingertips that made her blush and her heart beat faster? How is this possible? Isn't this a dream? How could there be a sense of touch in a dream? Just when both of us were stunned by this sudden version update, Su Qingying's little face, which I was pinching, suddenly turned red. She jumped back like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She can finally speak. She pointed at me and let out a shocking, angry roar with a trembling voice full of shame, humiliation, and a hint of grievance that she herself had not even noticed. Gu Fan! You big rascal! You actually dared to touch me? Chapter 53 Su Qingying's first words, Gu Fan, you bastard! Gu Fan! You big rascal! You actually dared to touch me? Su Qingying's angry roar filled with shame, anger, and humiliation was like a thunderclap out of the blue, booming in this fairyland full of birdsong and flowers. She can finally speak. Finally, I have a real sense of touch. This did not bring her a surprise but unprecedented horror and shame. She jumped back several meters like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She clasped her hands tightly against her chest and stared at me with a vigilant look on her face. That breathtakingly beautiful face was now so red that it seemed to be bleeding. The beautiful eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were burning with rage. I was also stunned. I lowered my head and looked at my right hand, which still had a surprisingly soft touch. He looked again at the beautiful figure not far away, who looked like a frightened bird. My mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Oh shit. This fucking. Is it a bit too big to play with? The dream world can actually be upgraded? And it even comes with a physical touch patch? System, you are awesome. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, shame and anger. Emotional value plus 100. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, shocked. Emotional value plus 80. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuation detected, fear. Emotional value plus 60. I looked at the data in front of me that was jumping wildly again, and my heart was filled with joy. This is simply an epic enhancement. With touch, there is language. Doesn't this mean that I can have a deeper interaction with her in the future? Then, doesn't that mean you can have as many emotional values as you want? You're still laughing? Seeing the undisguised obscene smile on my face, Su Qingying was completely furious. She felt like she was going crazy. Not only did this man force himself to become her husband in real life, still doing whatever you want to yourself in your own dreams. Treat yourself as a doll that can be manipulated at will. And now, he actually touched himself? That feeling is so real. So humiliating. It made her feel like a clown who was stripped naked and thrown on the street for people to watch. At this moment, I tore her self-esteem, which had been so proud for more than 20 years, to pieces in the most brutal and direct way. Gu Fan. She pointed at me, her voice trembling with extreme anger. You bastard. This was the first time I heard her say to me in person in her spiritual world the words she had cursed me countless times in my mind. The voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. But the gnashing of teeth and resentment in his words were so real. Don't say that, wife. I spread my hands and put on an extremely annoying smile. I can't help myself. Besides, you won't get pregnant just by touching her. Oh, no. I slapped my head and suddenly realized it. I forgot that you already have my seed in your belly. Well, it doesn't seem like a big deal to touch it, right? You are shameless. Su Qingying was so angry at my extremely shameless words that she was shaking all over. Her pretty face, flushed red, was about to bleed. She has been in the business world for many years. What kind of scoundrels has she not seen? But someone like me, shameless to such a refreshing and self-righteous degree. This is definitely her first time seeing it. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, anger. Emotional value plus 90. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, humiliation. Emotional value plus 120. I looked at the emotional value that was exploding again, and I felt so happy. It's great to be able to speak. This sense of interactivity and immersion is more than 100 times stronger than the previous pantomime mode. It's so easy to harvest these emotional values. I'm warning you. Gu Fan. Su Qingying took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. After all, she is the queen of business who is in charge of $1 trillion group. Psychological quality is far beyond that of ordinary people. She knew that it was useless to confront such a scoundrel head-on. She stared at me intently and said in a cold voice, word by word. No matter what magic you used, you broke into my world. No matter what happened in reality. I, Su Qingying, will never admit that you are my husband even if I die. You'd better get out of my world right now. Otherwise, how? I looked at her with interest. Do you want to hit me? I even moved my face closer. Come, fight here. You're welcome, please. You. Su Qingying looked at my face that looked like it deserved a beating and was so close to her that she almost bit her teeth off in anger. She raised her hand. But in the end, it drooped down weakly. She knew that in this world dominated by me, she can't hurt me at all. She is like a canary in a cage. There is nothing that can be done except impotent rage. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness and grievance instantly surged into her heart. Finally, her eyes, which had been holding on stubbornly, could not help but well up with crystal tears. There was a hint of crying in her voice, which she herself was not aware of. "What do you want? What do you want in exchange for letting me go?" Looking at her, she looked so pitiful and about to cry. Suddenly, a trace of pity rose in my heart. Oh shit. He bullied someone again and made him cry. Am I being a little too inhuman? Forget it. Today, it's almost the same. If we continue playing this way, something bad might happen. Moreover, my consciousness began to become a little blurry. I coughed lightly and put away my cynical expression. I looked at her and slowly said something that made her stun for a moment. "Let you go?" I laughed. When did I ever say I would let you go? I spent so much effort to catch you. I'd have to be crazy to let you go. Su Qingying, listen to me carefully. I looked into her tearful eyes filled with shock and confusion, and said solemnly, word by word. You are my, Gufan, woman. All my life. In the next life, too. So, you'd better get used to my presence sooner. Because, in the days to come, it's still growing. Chapter 54, Emotional Value Surges Epically, and God-level medical skills, are drawn. From now on, days like this. It's still growing. My confession filled with endless tyranny and possessiveness was like a thunderbolt that struck Su Qingying's already chaotic heart. She was completely dumbfounded. Standing there blankly like a weathered, beautiful statue. Her beautiful big eyes, filled with tears, were filled with incredible shock and a kind of confusion called panic that she herself had not even noticed. This man. He just now. Confessed to yourself? In such an unprecedented, overbearing way? How dare he? How could he do this? Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, shocked. Emotional value plus 100. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, confusion. Emotional value plus 120. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, flustered. Emotional value plus 150. I looked at the data in front of me that was soaring like a flash flood, and my heart was filled with joy. The domineering president is indeed the answer to this version. This wave directly contributed nearly 400 points of emotional value to me. Make a fortune. And just when I was about to strike while the iron was hot and say a few more corny earthy love words to completely ignite her emotions, an irresistible pulling force once again acted on my consciousness. The time for spiritual connection has come again. Asshole. Looking at my disappearing figure, Su Qingying subconsciously uttered a whisper as thin as a mosquito's foot. The anger and resentment in the voice were gone. Instead, there was a hint of something she herself hadn't noticed. Coquettish? Call. In the real world, I suddenly opened my eyes and let out a long breath. Every time I return from her spiritual world, it feels like I have fought a great battle. Both physically and mentally, I am extremely tired. But the spirit is more excited than ever before. I couldn't wait any longer and clicked on the system interface to start taking stock of this epic harvest. Byte. The spiritual connection has been disconnected. The duration of this connection is 15 minutes. Emotional value calculation in progress. Total emotional points gained this time: shame plus 100, shock plus 80, fear plus 60, anger plus 90, humiliation plus 120, shock plus 100, confusion plus 120, panic plus 150. Trigger the emotional storm reward, and finally obtain the emotional value, 1,640 points. 1,640 points. Fuck. I looked at the bright red, glaring number and was so excited that I almost jumped out of my chair. What the hell is this, robbing a bank? No. Even robbing a bank isn't this fast. This is simply like running a printing press to print money. My iceberg wife who can talk and touch is simply the greatest treasure in my life. I looked at the terrifying emotional value in my account that instantly broke through the 10,000 mark, and an unprecedented sense of pride and confidence arose spontaneously. 10,000 emotion points. This means that I can 100 times ordinary lottery. Or 10 times golden lottery. What are you waiting for? Beat him up. All in. Today, I am going to be a gambling god. System. I screamed in my heart, give me a golden roulette, 10 consecutive draws. Give me the best stuff. Byte. Emotional value 10,000 points, start the 10 consecutive draw of the golden roulette. The golden roulette will begin to spin wildly again. This time its light is brighter than ever before. It seemed as if it was going to light up the entire night sky. My heart also rose to my throat. Success or failure depends on this one move. Please. Please give me something that can cure my wife. Finally, the roulette will slowly stop. 10 golden beams of light, so bright and dazzling that I could hardly open my eyes, exploded in front of my eyes. A series of dense system notification sounds, enough to make the gods and Buddhas of the three realms jealous, completely drown me like a tide. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won 500 million in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level skill, God-level medical skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level skill, God-level acting. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level skill, God-level singing voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special item, 100x cashback card. The series of rewards made me so dizzy that I almost stopped breathing. 500 million in cash. 100-fold cashback card? Did this really disturb the god of wealth? However, these are not the point. My eyes were fixed on a skill among the huge pile of rewards that made my blood boil. God-level skill, God-level medical skill. Explanation: instantly grant you supreme medical skills that blend the mysteries of traditional Chinese medicine with the precision of Western medicine, even incorporating a touch of immortal magic. There's no disease you can't cure. No life you can't save. Even the king of hell would offer you a cigarette and call you brother. Here we come. It's finally here. The God-level medical skills I have always dreamed of. A stream of information, vaster and more profound than any before, madly poured into my mind. In an instant, I mastered countless aspects of human anatomy, pharmacology analysis, acupuncture, and even the magical method of using spiritual power to bring the dead back to life. I feel that what is in my head now is not knowledge, but the lifelong inheritance of a miraculous doctor who has lived for thousands of years. I am the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. I am BNK reborn. I suddenly opened my eyes. A glimmer of wisdom that penetrated everything flashed in those dark eyes. I stretched out my hand and slowly placed it on Su Qingying's slender, white wrist. Not even necessary, the system prompts. It only took me 0.01 seconds. He already knew all the conditions of her body at the moment. The cerebral cortex is damaged, the neuronal connections are interrupted, and the soul's power is cut off, and it is in a semi-sleeping state. And in my mind, there is medical knowledge like a vast universe of stars. There are at least 100 ways to make her completely healed within 3 days. It can even make her healthier than before. I laughed. I looked at the beautiful sleeping beauty who was still sleeping on the hospital bed and smiled. That smile was filled with unprecedented confidence and tenderness. I leaned over and whispered softly in her ear. Wife, don't sleep. If you sleep any longer, the baby in your belly will wake up before you. 3 days. I'll ask you to open your eyes. Chapter 55. I'm telling you I have a way to save Qingying. 3 days. I'll ask you to open your eyes. My promise, filled with absolute confidence, echoed like a mantra in this quiet medical room. I looked at my wife who was still sleeping on the hospital bed. My eyes were more gentle and determined than ever before. Wife, wait for me. Soon you will be able to see with your own eyes the world you have been away from for half a year. Soon you will be able to touch our unborn child with your own hands. I stood up and took a deep breath. I knew, from this moment on, I can't keep a low profile anymore. Some things must be put on the table and said. Some identities must also be made clear to everyone. I, Gu Fan, am no longer that useless son-in-law who can be manipulated by anyone. I am Su Qingying's husband. Yes, the only one who can save her. I turned and strode out of the medical room. I didn't go back to my room. Instead, he walked straight downstairs to the brightly lit main living room. Su Jinghua, Xiaolan, and old man Su Wenshan were all present in the living room. They seemed to be having a small, family meeting. The atmosphere is somewhat solemn. Su Jinghua's brows were tightly furrowed. Xiaolan's eyes were also a little red. Obviously, they are still worried about the demise of the Lin family and the future of the Su family. Seeing me, he came down from upstairs. The three of them focused their gazes on me. That look was extremely complicated. There is awe and exploration, but more of a sense of uneasiness in the face of the unknown. Gu Fan. It was Su Jinghua who spoke first. His voice was a little hoarse. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? I nodded. I didn't, why should I be polite to them? I just walked straight to the center of the living room. I looked around at the three most powerful people in the Su family. Then he went straight to the point and dropped a bombshell that was enough to shock all of them. I have a way to save Qingying. My voice is calm. But it was like a bolt from the blue to the ears of these three family members, whose hair had turned gray due to worrying about Su Qingying's illness. What did you say? Xiaolan was the first one to scream. She suddenly stood up from the sofa. Her red eyes were filled with disbelief and shock, and a hint of ecstasy from trying anything she could think of. Say it again? Do you have a way to save Qingying? Su Jinghua was also shocked. A terrifying gleam burst out from his hawk-like eyes. He stared at me intently. Those eyes were like two sharp knives, as if they wanted to see through me from inside out. Old man Su Wenshan slowly put down the walnuts he had been playing with for half his life. His deep eyes, which had seen through the vicissitudes of life, looked at me without blinking. There was no trace of emotion on his face. But those slightly trembling fingertips revealed the extreme restlessness in his heart. Yes. I nodded and repeated it. I have a way to wake her up. Impossible. I just finished speaking. Xiaolan denied it without hesitation. The look in her eyes when she looked at me returned to its previous condescending, scrutinizing and suspicious look. Gu Fan. I admit that you have some special abilities that we don't know about. But this isn't something you can joke about. Her voice became a little sharp because of excitement. Do you know how many of the world's top brain experts we've hired in the past 6 months? They are all helpless against Qingying's illness. They all said that Qingying's survival was a miracle. You, a young boy who hasn't even graduated from college yet. You, what makes you dare to say that you can wake her up? You, do you know medicine? Don't know. I shook my head. I looked at her and replied calmly, I don't know any medical skills. Then you dare? But I interrupted her, the smile on my face gradually fading. Instead, there is a touch of absolute, unquestionable confidence. I know how to save her. I looked at the three Su family leaders in front of me who were completely confused by me. I slowly stretched out 3 fingers. 3 days. I only need 3 days. I promise to return you to a full-blooded body in 3 days, Su Qingying. But I changed the subject and my tone became extremely cold and strong. During these 3 days, I need absolute silence. I don't want anyone to disturb me. So, my eyes swept across the faces of the 3 of them one by one. That look was full of unquestionable commands. From now on, I will take full control of the medical room on the 2nd floor. Without my permission. Anyone, including you 3. Everyone, don't take even a single step forward. Chapter 56. The whole family was shocked. What medical skills do you, a son-in-law, know? Anyone, including you 3. Everyone, don't take even a single step forward. My voice is cold and powerful. Like a king giving orders. The unquestionable tone made the air in the entire living room seem to freeze. Su Jinghua, Xiaolan, Su Wenshan. These 3 Su family leaders, who could make the entire Jianghai city tremble with just a stomp of their feet, were now stunned in their places as if they were frightened by the inexplicable aura emanating from me. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. A son-in-law. A son-in-law who has just been married for less than a week. How dare you speak to them in such an imperative tone? How dare you ban them from entering your daughter's room? This is simply outrageous. Presumptuous. Xiaolan was the first to react. Her well-maintained face was instantly covered with frost. She pointed at me and her voice became extremely sharp because of extreme anger. Gu Fan. Don't be so shameless. Do you really think that just because you helped the Su family solve a small problem, you can do whatever you want in front of us? I'm telling you. You're not qualified. Her high-handed and superior feeling as the mistress of a wealthy family was once again fully revealed. Qingying, she's my daughter. I can visit her whenever I want. It's not your turn as an outsider to point fingers. Su Jinghua's face was also so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He stared at me intently. There was a dangerous light flashing in those hawk-like eyes. Although he didn't speak. But the terrifying pressure from the business tycoon rushed towards me like a tide. It seems that as long as I say one more wrong word, he will make me disappear from this world without hesitation. However, facing this aura of oppression is enough to scare any ordinary person to death. I seemed to have not heard anything. I didn't even bother to lift my eyelids. I just watched them quietly. It's like watching two unreasonable clowns. My nonchalant attitude completely infuriated Xiaolan. You! She was so angry that she was shaking all over. Su Jinghua! What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call security. Get this clueless bastard out of here. That's enough. At this moment, an old voice full of endless majesty suddenly sounded. Yes, Mr. Su Wenshan. He slowly stood up from the sofa. His seemingly cloudy old eyes flashed with a terrifying glint of wisdom. He didn't look at me. Instead, he stared at his son and daughter-in-law who were overwhelmed by anger. He spoke word by word, and shouted in a cold voice. Give it to me, shut up. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were shocked. They wilted instantly like primary school students being scolded by their teacher. They never dared to say another word. Because, they know. The old man is really angry. Su Wenshan glanced at them coldly. That look was full of disappointment and coldness. How? You guys just ignored what I said? I said that from today on, Gu Fan is my grandson, Su Wenshan. He is the future hope of the Su family. His words are my words. Who of you dares not to listen? Su Jinghua and Xiaolan's faces turned as pale as paper. Only then did they remember the old man's earth-shattering words of entrusting the orphan to their care. A huge wave was set off in their hearts. Grandpa. Actually, is this for real? He actually bet everything on this young man of unknown origin? This is simply crazy. Dad. Su Jinghua finally couldn't help it. He looked at Su Wenshan and saw an unprecedented solemn expression on his face. I know Gu Fan, he is not simple. But this matter is of no small importance. This concerns Qing Ying's life. How could you just so carelessly hand Qing Ying over to an unknown stranger? What if, by some chance, he has some bad intentions? Bad intentions? Su Wenshan sneered. He turned his head and looked at me, a hint of amusement flashing in his deep eyes. Do you think that with his ability, he needs to resort to such despicable means to seize the Su family's wealth? Last night, he only took 3 minutes to wipe out the Lin family. If he wants, he can give in today, and our Su family will follow in the footsteps of the Lin family. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were struck by lightning again. They were completely stunned by the old man's enlightening words. Yes. With Gu Fan's devilish methods, if he really wanted to plot against the Su family's property, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Why on earth did he do this? Just when they were at a loss. I finally spoke. I looked at their faces filled with shock and confusion and smiled. That smile was very peaceful. But it has a power that penetrates people's hearts. I don't want the Su family's money. I don't seek the power of the Su family. From the beginning to the end, I only wanted one person. My gaze slowly moved towards the second floor. That look was filled with unprecedented tenderness and determination. She is my wife. It's also me, the child's mother. It's only natural for me to save her. As for you. I turned back to look at them, and the smile on my face gradually faded. Instead, there is an unquestionable strength. Believe it or not. You all have only this one choice. Because. I paused and my tone became extremely cold. Except me. There is no one else in this world who can save her. So, I'll only say it once. Don't bother me for 3 days. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 57, Acupuncture with Golden Needles, Bringing Back the Dead. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. My cold and forceful words echoed like an ultimatum in the solemn living room. Su Jinghua, Xiaolan, Su Wenshan. These three, the helmsmen of the Su family, were silent. They were completely shocked by my unquestionable and absolute self-confidence. When they looked at my calm face, huge waves rose in their hearts. Letter? Still, don't believe it? This is a huge gamble that involves the future of their Su family. The bet is Su Qingying's life. A long time. It was old man Su Wenshan who spoke first. A hint of crazy determination flashed in his deep eyes that had seen through the vicissitudes of the world. He looked at me, speaking each word with a deep voice. Good. I bet. From now on, the second floor is your restricted area. Without your permission, even the King of Heaven can't even take a single step inside. I, Su Wenshan, said it. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were shocked. They looked at their father in disbelief. They never thought that the old man would actually make such a crazy decision. The Su family's only hope is handed over to a young man of unknown origin? This is simply making a joke of the Su family's national destiny. But, old man, he has spoken. They no longer have room for rebuttal. They could only watch me nod calmly to the old man. Then, he turned around and went upstairs without looking back. That back figure is resolute and aloof. Like a general about to go to the battlefield. It is also like a person who is about to create a miracle. God. Return to the medical room on the second floor. I turned the door around and locked it tightly. I knew, from this moment on, in the next 3 days, I will be here to perform a God-level operation that will revolutionize the entire medical community. A performance that belongs only to me. I walked to the bedside and looked at my wife who was still sleeping on the bed. My eyes became extremely gentle and focused. Don't be afraid, honey. Soon, it will all be over. I didn't touch the sophisticated medical equipment worth hundreds of millions of dollars next to me. Because, I know. Those cold machines couldn't save her. I am the only one who can save her. And my divine medical skills are enough to snatch the life of the King of Hell. I took a deep breath and slowly closed my eyes. The medical knowledge in my mind, like the vast stars, began to run rapidly. Finally, I chose the most powerful and effective ancient method from among the thousands of treatment options. 7-star life-sustaining needle. This is an ancient acupuncture method that has long been lost. It is said that it was created by the ancient miracle doctor, Hua Tuo. It can dredge blood vessels and activate meridians, reverse yin and yang, seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and change the life and death of mortals. It can even extend a person's life by 7 days and 7 nights when he is about to die. It can be said that it is domineering to the extreme. Also, the danger has reached its extreme. The acupuncturist must be familiar with the 360 major acupuncture points and thousands of small meridians in the human body. And you also need to have deep internal strength enough to control qi. If you are not careful, you will go astray and your meridians will be broken. The person being acupunctured will die instantly and lose his soul. But this is not the case for me, a guy who possesses God-level medical skills and has taken marrow cleansing pill. But it is not difficult. I walked to the side and took out a brand new set of gold needles from a cabinet specially used to store traditional Chinese medicine instruments. The golden needles were of varying lengths and as thin as cow hairs. It flickered under the light, with an icy and captivating light. I didn't give the injection immediately. I just stood quietly by the bed, regulating my breathing and heartbeat. My entire energy and spirit are climbing towards the peak at an extremely terrifying speed. I even began to emanate a faint, mysterious aura. Finally, my heartbeat and breathing reached a perfect resonance with Su Qingying on the hospital bed. I suddenly opened my eyes. A terrifying gleam burst out from those dark eyes. Now is the time. My hand moved. As fast as lightning. I picked up a 3-inch long golden needle and inserted it into the baihui point on the top of Su Qingying's head with incredible precision without even looking at it. The technique was so smooth and fast that it was almost invisible. Buzz. The tail of the golden needle made an extremely slight buzzing sound. A stream of white qi visible to the naked eye slowly flowed along the golden needle and into Su Qingying's body. Right after. It's the second shot. Shenting point. The third shot. Temple. The fourth shot. The hole in the human body. My hand turned into countless afterimages. Using a God-level technique full of mysterious rhythm, I inserted the golden needles into the fatal acupoints all over Su Qingying's body with incredible precision. Every time a needle is injected, there will be a slight buzzing sound. There will be a white air injected into her body. Just a short time, less than a minute. I have already pierced all the 7 main acupoints of the Big Dipper. Su Qingying's body was already filled with 7 slightly trembling golden needles. The 7 golden needles were arranged in an extremely mysterious position. Fatally, a miniature Big Dipper formation was formed. Su Qingying was completely enveloped in it. A layer of fine beads of sweat also appeared on my face. His face also turned pale. Using qi to move the needle is still too difficult for my current body. The consumption is huge. But the effect is also extremely significant. Su Qingying, who was lying on the hospital bed, had a rosy face that began to turn pale and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even her black and shiny hair began to become dry and rough. The whole person seemed to have been drained of all his vitality in an instant. Like a rose that is about to wither. If Su Jinghua and the others saw this, I guess he would be scared to death on the spot. They might even just rush in and shoot me dead on the spot. However, there was no panic on my face. Instead, he showed a smile of success. Because, I know. This is the 7-star life-sustaining needle, it's working. This is the first step to breaking down and then building up. Detoxification. Also, the most critical step. I looked at her rapidly aging face and smiled. I leaned over and whispered softly in her ear. Don't be afraid, honey. The good show has just begun. Now I'll show you what the real thing is. Resurrection. Chapter 58. Mother-in-law Xiaolan's tears. Gufan, the Su family depends on you in the future. Now, it's time to show you what real is. Resurrection. My voice is low and hoarse. That is the after effect of excessive consumption of spiritual energy. But my eyes, filled with absolute confidence, were fixed on my wife, who was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye on the hospital bed. Her originally pale and rosy face had now become as dry and withered as a rose petal. She looked like a 70-year-old woman who was about to die. I didn't hesitate at all. I suddenly took out the anti-aging pill that I had drawn earlier from the system space, which was emitting a rich and refreshing fragrance. Although this is not a direct medicine to cure the disease, but it can stimulate the vitality of human cells to the greatest extent. Combined with the 7-star life-sustaining needle I am currently performing, it will definitely achieve the miraculous effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. I held the pill that was emitting a soft glow. Then, in front of Su Qingying, slowly put it into her mouth. The pill melts as soon as it enters your mouth. A golden warm current full of vitality instantly spread from her throat to every part of her body. Right after, a miracle happened. Su Qingying's face, which had been shriveled and yellow, began to age at a speed 10 times faster than before. Rejuvenated, it has regained its youthful luster. Her dry and withered hair also became black, shiny and smooth like a waterfall again. Her originally loose skin became firm and elastic again. Just a short time, less than a minute. She actually completed a perfect transformation that reversed life and death. Not only did she regain her previous beautiful appearance, even more dazzling than before, she exudes a holy and gentle light that radiates from the inside out. Like a real fairy. I laughed. A relieved smile appeared on my pale face. Success! The 7-star life-renewing needle, combined with the anti-rejuvenation pill, indeed succeeded in stimulating the maximum potential of her body. Not only did it eliminate all the toxins in her body, it also allowed her body to undergo a complete transformation, a perfect rebirth. I slowly retracted the 7 slightly trembling golden needles. At this moment, the 7 golden needles have turned as black as ink. It was obvious that it had sucked out all the toxins from her body. I threw the 7 golden needles into the trash can beside me. Then, my body, which had become a little weak due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy, suddenly swayed backwards. I can't hold on any longer. Bang! A muffled sound. I fell onto the chair beside the bed. Beads of sweat as big as beans emerged from my forehead frantically. All the muscles in my body were shaking violently and uncontrollably. And just at this moment, bang! My tightly locked door was suddenly kicked open by someone from outside. I saw that Xiaolan, my mother-in-law's well-maintained face, was filled with incredible fear and anger at this moment. Behind her were Su Jinghua, old man Su Wanshan, and several fully armed bodyguards in black. Obviously, they couldn't bear it any longer. If you want, break in and find out. Gu Fan. Xiaolan saw how weak I looked. Look at the broken trash can on the ground. See those 7 ink black golden needles inside. I also saw my daughter lying on the bed with a rosy and radiant complexion. Her body suddenly stiffened. Her eyes, which were burning with anger, were instantly replaced by incredible shock and endless ecstasy. Qingying, she. She staggered to the bedside. She reached out her trembling hand and stroked her daughter's face, which was even more radiant than before. She felt her daughter's skin was warm and elastic. There is no longer the cold and stiff touch as before. Dad. Dad. Look. She turned around suddenly and pointed at Su Qingying, her voice becoming extremely sharp and trembling because of extreme excitement. Qingying, she is really okay? Su Jinghua and Su Wenshan also rushed over. When they saw this miraculous scene before their eyes, their usually calm faces also revealed expressions of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at Su Qingying lying on the hospital bed. He looked at the frail young man next to him. A huge wave was set off in their hearts. Is this fucking possible for a human to do? This is simply a resurrection from the dead. Old man Su Wenshan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed my hand. His cloudy old eyes were now filled with fanatical brilliance. He looked at me and my voice became extremely hoarse and trembling because of excitement. Gu Fan. Who the hell are you? You actually did it? I looked at his old face, which was full of fanatical admiration. I smiled and said weakly, I told you I'm just an ordinary guy who wants to save his wife. And Xiaolan had already burst into tears. She hugged her daughter's warm body and tears flowed like a fountain. Those tears contained the ecstasy of regaining the daughter who had been lost. There is also endless guilt and gratitude towards me. She suddenly turned her head and looked at my pale and tired face. She no longer cared about her high and mighty status as the mistress of a wealthy family. She suddenly rushed in front of me. Thump! She actually gave me a sound and knelt down. Gu Fan! She hugged my legs and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. That voice was filled with endless regret and pleading. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have trusted you. I shouldn't have looked down on you. You are Qingying's savior. You are also the savior of our Su family. When she looked up, her beautiful face with makeup smudged from tears was filled with endless awe and dependence on me. Gu Fan. She spoke in a serious and trusting tone, emphasizing each word. From today, everything in the Su family is handed over to you. Please take good care of Qingying from now on. Chapter 59, the brothers' company became popular, and Fatty Wang cried with excitement. Please, take good care of Qingying from now on. Xiaolan, the high and mighty mistress of a wealthy family, was now kneeling in front of me without any dignity, crying bitterly. Her eyes were filled with endless regret and pleading. Su Jinghua and Su Wenshan also stood aside and looked at me with extremely complicated eyes. There is shock and awe, but more importantly, there is a heartfelt gratitude and entrustment. I knew, from this moment on, Gu Fan have finally been truly accepted by the Su family. No longer, he is the dispensable son-in-law. But the Su family, the hope for the future. I didn't help her. I just looked at her calmly. I spoke slowly, my voice was still a little weak but full of unquestionable strength. Auntie, please remember this. Qingying, she is my wife. It is my responsibility and obligation to take care of her. No need, anyone can come and beg me. Besides. I paused and my tone became extremely serious. I hope this is the last time you kneel before me. My Gu Fan's mother-in-law could be a proud lady who looks down on me. But you can't be a pitiful person who needs to kneel down before me. Do you understand? My words were like a thunderbolt, striking Xiaolan's heart hard. She was shocked all over. He suddenly raised his head and looked at me in disbelief. She never thought that I would say such words to her. Her red eyes from crying were instantly filled with endless emotion and guilt. She knew she was wrong. How wrong? She always regarded Gu Fan as a poor boy who was plotting to take over the Su family's property. But, never thought about it. This man, what a broad mind and sense of responsibility hidden beneath his seemingly cynical appearance. She could no longer utter a word. I could only cover my mouth and cry silently. 3 days later. The top floor of the tallest, Grade A office building in the center of Jianhai City. Second World Game Studio. At this moment, this place is no longer empty. Instead, it was bustling with people and bustling with activity. Fatty Wang was standing in the middle of the office, commanding a group of blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners with high spirits and using his hoarse voice. "Hey, Tom. How's the character model going over there? I want the most realistic style. Not that cartoony style you have from Blizzard. And you, John. There's a bug in your code. Fix it for me. I said I want 100% real feeling. Not 99%. Those foreigners who were considered big names in the gaming industry were now like primary school students being scolded. They all nodded and bowed, with awe and admiration written all over their faces. Yes. Mr. Wang. Let's change it immediately. Fatty Wang looked at the scene in front of him, which was like a dream. His little eyes, bloodshot from staying up late for a long time, were filled with incredible excitement and ecstasy. He did it. He actually did it. With Gufan's help, it only took him 3 days. He poached all the industry giants whom he could only admire through gaming magazines before. They formed a dream team that can be called the Avengers of the gaming industry. And Wang Kai, a game geek who had just been fired from the company, actually became the chief commander of this team? This is worse than a dream, even more fucking outrageous. What made him even more excited and almost crazy was, just this morning, they have just released the first concept trailer for Second World. That promotional video, which was only 30 seconds long and was edited by him personally. In just 3 hours. It swept across the entire Chinese network at a terrifying viral speed. Number of clicks exceeds 100 million. The number of comments has exceeded 10 million. The number of reposts has reached an unprecedented terrifying number. Hashtag Second World hashtag this topic instantly topped the hot search list of major social platforms with an unrivaled king attitude. Even the server crashed several times because of this. The entire Chinese gaming community is in an uproar. All the players are crazy. They were all wailing like crazy in the comments section as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Fuck. 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 What kind of magical game is this? Holographic projection? Brainwave access? Is this real? CG. This is definitely CG. I'm putting it right. If this game can really be made like the trailer, I'll eat my computer right there. The guy upstairs, take me with you. If this is real, I'm going to live stream it and do a handstand and have diarrhea. Stop talking. Stop talking. I don't care if it's true or not. I just want to ask one thing. When will it be released? My wallet is thirsty. Looking at those comments, they are full of anticipation and enthusiasm. Fatty Wang couldn't bear it anymore. He was a fat man weighing over 200 pounds, but he burst into tears like a child. Those tears contained an expression of the frustrations of the past. There is also infinite longing and passion for the future. He knew, from today on, the era that belongs to these two brothers is coming. And just at this moment, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar overseas number. He answered the call doubtfully. A respectful, even slightly flattering, greeting in English came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Wang from the Second World? I'm the head of Google's gaming department. On behalf of our company, I'd like to discuss with you a tens of billions of dollars acquisition. Look, when do you have time? Chapter 60, I made a fortune every day and became a hidden billionaire. When do you have time? The voice of the head of the gaming department of Google, one of the world's top technology giants, on the other end of the phone was respectful and almost flattering. The tens of billions of dollars offer he mentioned was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in Fatty Wang's already boiling mind. Hundreds of billions of dollars? So how much is that in Chinese currency? More than 60 billion? Fuck. Fatty Wang's body, weighing more than 200 pounds, shook violently. He felt like he was about to suffocate with happiness. They are a makeshift team that hasn't even decorated their office yet. Just a 30-second promotional video is worth over 60 billion? This is fucking money grabbing? Boss Wang? Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, the person on the other end of the phone asked tentatively. Ah. Here. I'm here. Fatty Wang shuddered all over, as if waking up from a dream. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to calm down. He cleared his throat, imitating the business tycoons in TV dramas, and spoke slowly in a tone he thought was very calm. This project is of great importance. I need to discuss this with our chairman. I'll reply to you later. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a click. Then, the next second, he just couldn't hold it in any longer. He was like a mad boar, running naked and roaring wildly in the office. It's made. It's made. We made it. Brother Fan. We're billionaires. And at this time, Sioux Family Manor, in the medical room. I was sitting leisurely by the bed, peeling an apple for my wife, Sleeping Beauty, who was still sleeping soundly. At the same time, I listened to the incoherent howling of Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone. Brother Fan. Did you hear that? $10 billion. Brother Goo. That's Brother Goo. They're going to acquire us. We're going to be super successful overnight. Fatty Wang's voice broke due to extreme excitement. I just calmly put a small piece of apple into my mouth. Quite sweet. I chewed my apple and said something calmly that petrified Fatty Wang instantly. Oh, tens of billions of dollars. Just refuse it. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. I could even hear Fatty Wang's heartbeat, which suddenly stopped due to shock. A full half-minute passed. His voice, trembling with disbelief, came again. Brother Fan, what did you just say? I don't think I heard clearly. I said, no. I repeated it again. Fatty, use your brain that's full of games and think carefully. A groundbreaking game that could revolutionize the industry and even change the world. Do you think it's only worth a mere $10 billion US? They are not, in the acquisition. They are robbing. It's an insult to our intelligence. Fatty Wang was silent. His mind, which was dazzled by the huge amount of money, finally calmed down. Yes. Brother Fan, you are right. The second world, its value is immeasurable. Hundreds of billions of dollars, you want to buy it? It's simply a fool's dream. I am really so useless. I almost sold my brother's dream for this little money. I understand, Brother Fan. His voice became extremely firm and guilty. I'll go right now and turn them down. I told them we wouldn't sell Second World to them no matter how much they offered. Well, that's right. I nodded with satisfaction. Remember, Fatty. From today on, you are no longer that wage earner who can be bullied by others. You are Mr. Wang from the Second World. From now on, if something like this happens again, you will make your own decision. Show me the same unwavering spirit you used in team battles. Even if there are thousands of enemies, I will still fight. Yes. Brother Fan. After hanging up the phone, I smiled and continued to peel an apple for my wife. Just a few billion US dollars. To be honest, I really can't stand it now. After all. I opened my mobile banking app and took a look at the balance on my golden sunflower card. Account balance, 611 billion yuan. More than 600 million. This is just the cash reward I drew from the system in the past few days. Not to mention the 100 million bet that Lin Tianyu paid me and his personal assets worth more than 1 billion. Not to mention my Second World gaming company that is about to change the world. It can be said that I am now. When everyone still thought I was a useless son-in-law who depended on my wife for support. I have already quietly become a billionaire. Hidden billionaire. Moreover, my little treasury is still expanding crazily at an extremely terrifying speed. Just as I was happily admiring my long list of asset numbers, my cell phone rang again. I picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. I answered the call casually. A greasy, hypocritical voice of surprise came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Is that Xiaogu? Oh. Finally, I got in touch with you. I frowned. Why did this voice sound familiar? Who are you? Hey. You are so forgetful, my dear child. There was an exaggerated laugh from the other end of the phone. I'm your brother Zhang. The project manager of your previous company, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei? My stupid former boss who exploited me every day and stole many of my achievements? He called me, why? I didn't have time to speak. Zhang Wei on the other end of the phone started talking enthusiastically. Xiaogu. I really didn't recognize the great man. I watched the news yesterday. Your good brother, Fatty Wang, has become quite successful now. That thing called Second World is all over the internet right now. I heard that even Google is offering tens of billions of dollars for the acquisition. TSK, what a young man with so much potential. What a young man with so much potential. He boasted for a long time and finally got to the point. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly in a seemingly casual, tentative tone. That little goo. I remember you mentioned a similar game idea when you were in our company? I helped you at that time and gave you some advice. Look, this. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? Chapter 61, the mean former boss comes to you and wants to get a piece of the pie? Look, this. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? The greasy, suggestive, and greedy voice of Zhang Wei, my stupid ex-boss, on the other end of the phone reached my ears and made me almost spit out the apple one had just eaten. I laughed. I was so fucking pissed off at his shamelessness that I almost laughed. Similar ideas? When I was working like a slave in that half-dead company of theirs, I did propose a preliminary idea for VR games. What's the result? He criticized me as worthless in front of the whole company. They say I am too ambitious and dreaming. He even tore my plan into pieces in public. They said they were afraid that I, and in turn, would affect the company's pragmatic atmosphere. And now, when he saw that Second World became an overnight sensation and even Google offered a sky-high price of tens of billions of dollars for it, he actually has the nerve to call me. He even wants to bite me back and say that this idea is his? And also gave me advice? Fuck you. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Oh? Really? I suppressed the disgust in my heart and became a little playful. Brother Zhang, now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of it. So, what do you think should be done about this? When Zhang Wei on the other end of the phone heard what I said, he became excited instantly. There's hope. This kid is really scared. 2. How could he, a young boy who had just graduated from school, have ever seen such a scene? Whatever, just scare him and he will give up the money, right? He cleared his throat and put on the airs of an elder who was speaking with great earnestness and sincerity. Xiaogu, don't be nervous. We are colleagues after all. Even the eldest brother won't let you. It's too difficult. He paused and finally bared his greedy fangs. Let's do this. Don't mention the Second World project, it was your idea alone. Even if it was developed jointly by our company and you. Our company will take 90% of all future profits. You take 10%. How about it? That's nice, isn't it? He said such shameless words in a condescending tone, as if to say, I'm doing this for your own good. You don't think it's too little. You have to know that without our company's platform, you are nothing. Now, I am willing to give you 10% because of our past friendship. Puff. I can't bear it anymore. I just laughed out loud. What sins did I commit in my previous life? Why would I need so many self-satisfied idiots? What? What are you laughing at? Zhang Wei on the other end of the phone frowned and his tone became a little unhappy. Boy, I'm warning you. Don't be shameless. I have the evidence of the plan you submitted to the company. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for taking you to court. By then, not only will you not get a penny, but you will also be ruined. Oh? Really? The smile on my face gradually faded. Instead, there was a hint of icy coldness. Well, I really want to see it. What on earth is this so-called evidence of yours? You. Zhang Wei was choked by my sudden tough attitude. He never thought that I, and in turn who he always thought was a coward and could be bullied, would dare to speak to him like that? Good. 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 He laughed out of anger. Boy, you have guts. Just wait for me. I'm going to your shitty studio right now. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. After saying this, he hung up the phone with a click. As I listened to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, there was no expression on my face. I just stood up slowly. I walked to the window and looked out at the vast estate. I laughed. That smile was cold and cruel. Want to play with me? Still want a piece of the pie? Zhang Wei, Zhang Wei. You may not know it yet. What kind of existence have you provoked? I took out my cell phone and dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. A shrewd and capable voice came from the other end. "Hey, boss, what can I do for you?" "Help me, check a company." My voice is calm. "What's it called?" "Shihan Network Technology." "I want all the information about this company, including all the evidence of their tax evasion and all the dirty laundry that can't be exposed to the public. Send it to my email within 10 minutes. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then came a voice full of confidence and admiration. "Not 10 minutes, boss. 3 minutes is enough." Chapter 62. Let me tell you, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to me now. 3 minutes is enough. A young voice full of absolute confidence came from the other end of the phone. That was Han Feng, a genius hacker codenamed K, who I had just recruited from a vast crowd using my god-level hacking technology. Of course, he is my subordinate now. After hanging up the phone, a cold arc appeared on the corner of my mouth. Zhang Wei? Shihan Network Technology? Just wait. Soon, you will know. What is true despair? Half an hour later. Second World Game Studio. Fatty Wang was pacing back and forth in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with an anxious look on his face. His face was full of worry and anger. "Brother Fan. What the hell does that idiot Zhang Wei want to do? He actually has the nerve to come to you? And you dare to turn around and say that Second World was his idea? Bah! Why didn't I realize that this grandson was so shameless? Brother Fan, don't be afraid." He patted his chest, which had gained weight due to his recent better life, and said indignantly, "If he dares to come, I will be the first one to throw him off this roof." I smiled as I saw how he was willing to go through fire and water for me. I patted his shoulder and signaled him to calm down. "Don't worry, Fatty. You don't even need to deal with this kind of garbage. It's getting your hands dirty. Just sit here and watch the show." Just then, the office door was roughly pushed open from the outside with a bang. Zhang Wei rushed in aggressively with two men who looked like lawyers. His face was full of pride and arrogance. It looked as if he was not here today to blackmail people. "But I came here to attend my own celebration party." As soon as he came in, he sat down on our guest sofa with his legs crossed. He crossed his legs and scanned our luxurious office, which was decorated like something out of a science fiction movie, with eyes full of greed and contempt. He let out a tisk-tisk sound in surprise. "TSK, TSK, TSK, sure, Fatty Wang," he said sarcastically. "It's been a while since I last saw you upgrade your weapon. For such a large office, the rent alone must be quite expensive per year, right? It seems like you two have made quite a bit of money using our company's creative ideas." He deliberately emphasized the word "we." Fatty Wang was so excited to see the smug look on that villain's face that he clenched his fists. "Zhang Wei, you're fucking bullshit." Fatty Wang couldn't bear it anymore and started cursing while pointing at his nose. "Does this idea have anything to do with your crappy company? Do you still have any shame? Face?" Zhang Wei looked like he had heard some huge joke. In front of money, face means nothing. He sneered and ignored the furious Fatty Wang. He set his eyes on me. That look was full of condescending charity. "How is it? Gu Fan." He took out a contract that had been prepared long ago from his briefcase. "Throw it in front of me. Have you thought it through? I just signed this equity transfer agreement obediently. Then, take your 1% dot. Or do you want to meet us in court?" He pointed, and the smiles on the faces of the two top lawyers behind him became even more smug. "I forgot to tell you. The evidence I have has been notarized by a notary public. By then, you won't have any chance of winning the lawsuit." I didn't say anything. I just looked at him calmly. It's like watching a clown performing on stage. In Zhang Wei's view, my silence means I am guilty and afraid. The smile on his face became even more arrogant. "Boy, don't be so shameless. I'm being kind by giving you 10% today. If you dare to show off to me again, believe it or not, I won't let you get a penny." And just at this moment, the cell phone he placed on the table suddenly started vibrating wildly. It was a number he noted as company front desk. He frowned and answered the call impatiently. "Hello? What's going on? Can't you see I'm busy?" On the other end of the phone came a young female voice filled with fear and panic. "Boss Zhang. Something bad has happened. A lot of people in uniforms have come downstairs at the company. Yes, from the Tax Bureau. And the Industry and Commerce Bureau. And even the police. They said they received a real name report and they want to shut down our company and all our accounts. They also said you were suspected of multiple commercial frauds and embezzlement. I need you to go back immediately and assist in the investigation. Boom. These words were like a thunderbolt, more terrifying than a hydrogen bomb exploding in Zhang Wei's ears. His face, which was originally extremely arrogant, suddenly turned as pale as paper. The cell phone in his hand fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. He collapsed on the sofa as if all his strength had been drained away. His eyes were gray, filled with endless fear and disbelief. Seize? Scam? Employment? How is this possible? He obviously did it perfectly. How could it be exposed so suddenly? Moreover, all departments jointly enforce the law? This is fucking going to beat him to death. And just when he was about to be completely swallowed up by the huge fear, a calm, emotionless voice like a devil's whisper slowly sounded in his ears. Yes, me. I slowly walked up to him. I looked down at his deathly pale face. I laughed. That smile was cold and cruel. I picked up the equity transfer agreement on the ground that he was so proud of just now. Then, he slowly tore it to pieces in front of him. I sprinkled the confetti all over his completely stunned face. I looked at him, speaking slowly and enunciatingly. Now, do you still think you have the right to talk to me? Chapter 63, Acquire your company just to make you clean the toilet. Now, do you still think you have the right to talk to me? My voice was cold and cruel. It was like a red-hot iron branding Zhang Wei's already fragile heart. He suddenly raised his head. Look at my smiling face that is so close to me. In his opinion, that smile was 10,000 times more terrifying than the devil's grin. He finally understood. From the beginning to the end, I was like a clown being played around by this man. What creativity! What evidence! What court! In the face of absolute power, it's all bullshit. This man doesn't play by the rules at all. He wants you dead and doesn't even bother to reason with you. He will overturn your table. Then I'll throw you, the table and everything else into the trash can. I was wrong. He couldn't hold on any longer. The last bit of his dignity was completely crushed into powder by me at this moment. He slid down from the sofa with a thump. Kneeled down in front of me. He hugged my legs and cried, wailing. That voice was shrill and desperate. Mr. Gu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I am not a human. I am a beast. I can't recognize a great man. Please. Please, have mercy on me and spare me this time. I will never, ever dare to do that again. I swear. The two so-called gold medal lawyers behind him, whom he had hired at great expense, were now so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs went limp. They watched the scene before them that could be described as magical realism. I feel like I've learned nothing but shit about law over the past few decades. Law? In this kind of battle between gods and demons, what does the law mean? Fatty Wang looked at the dramatic scene in front of him. His face, which had turned red with anger, gradually returned to calm. Instead, there is endless emotion and a touch of admiration from the heart. He knew, from today on, he and Brother Fan are no longer from the same world. Brother Fan has transformed into a dragon and is about to soar above the sky. All I can do is hold tightly onto this incredibly thick thigh. I ignored the crying dog under my feet. I just pulled my legs out of his arms with disgust. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, put my hands behind my back and looked at the bustling city below me. I spoke slowly without any emotion in my voice. You want me to let you go? No, you can't. My words were like a ray of holy light from heaven that instantly illuminated Zhang Wei's desperate heart, which had fallen into endless darkness. He suddenly raised his head. As if he had grabbed the last straw, he kowtowed to me frantically. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I will never forget your kindness. I will serve you like a slave. But I interrupted his disgusting speech, gratefully. I turned around and looked at him and smiled. That smile was cold and playful. I have one small condition. You tell me. You tell me. Don't just name one. Even if it's 100. I will agree. Zhang Wei said without hesitation. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. My conditions are very simple. I want to acquire your company. Ah? Zhang Wei was stunned. Buy his company? Although Chihan Network Technology is just a small, half-dead company. But that is also the foundation of his life. But, does he dare to say no? He doesn't dare. I agree. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words. My heart is bleeding. Very good. I nodded again with satisfaction. As for the purchase price? I stretched out a finger. $1. Puff. Zhang Wei couldn't bear it anymore. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth. $1? What's the difference between this and stealing for free? This is too much. This is simply too much. But he still didn't dare to resist. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. It's just $1. His voice was trembling violently due to humiliation and anger. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction for the 3rd time. I walked up to him slowly and squatted down. I patted his face, which looked as pale as death. I looked at him and smiled. Don't be so sad. The company is mine, though. But you can still stay in the company and continue working. After all, we are old colleagues. I am a person who still remembers the past. My words were like a ray of light that instantly gave Zhang Wei a glimmer of hope. He suddenly raised his head. Look at me in disbelief. He was actually willing to keep me? Could it be that he wanted to? Let go of past grudges and reuse yourself. Yes. After all, I am also a veteran of the company. Most familiar with the company's business. As a hands-off boss, he definitely needs a capable person like me to help him manage the company. Thinking of this, the flame of hope was rekindled in his heart. He had even begun to imagine the beautiful scene of himself making great strides in his new company and reaching the pinnacle of his life. The look in his eyes when he looked at me was filled with endless gratitude and enthusiasm. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones. I will work like a slave for you, till my death. You're overthinking it. I ruthlessly interrupted his fantasy that was full of self-indulgence. I looked at him, and my face, which had been frozen for a moment, smiled. That smile was cold and cruel. Full of cat and mouse banter. I didn't buy your company because it was valuable. It's not because you're talented. I bought it just because. I paused, then spoke slowly, word by word. I'm short of someone to clean the toilet. And you. I patted his face, which was completely stunned. I think it's very suitable. From now on, the company's toilet will be handed over to you. Remember, clean it up. Chapter 64, Dream Scene, Back to School Days. After dealing with that disgusting clown Zhang Wei, my life returned to its previous peace. During the day, I went to the hospital, talked to my mother, and used my amazing, God-level massage technique to help her regulate her body. Her complexion is getting better day by day. Even Director Li was amazed and said that the patient could be discharged from the hospital soon. I spent the rest of the time in the Su family manor, guarding my wife, Sleeping Beauty, who was still sleeping. Of course, I was not idle either. Every night, when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, I would enter her spiritual world on time and perform our unique night drama as a couple. And after the last successful case of The Big Devil and the Little Maid, I found that Su Qingying seems to be very fond of role-playing. That's easy. Man, I don't have much else, but I have a lot of cool ideas. Today, we want to play those exciting games. Today, let us play something innocent. Play something that can remind her of the excitement of youth. With a hint of mischievous anticipation, I closed my eyes and skillfully clicked on Spiritual Link. After the familiar feeling of dizziness, my consciousness came back again. And this time, what greets me is no longer the fairyland with singing birds and fragrant flowers. Not really, that demonic territory filled with the smell of sulfur. But a burst of noise filled with youthful atmosphere. There was a bang-bang sound as a basketball hit the ground. There are the shouts of young people who are sweating profusely on the court. There were also girls cheering for their sweethearts on the sidelines, with crisp cheers. The air was filled with a mixed smell of sunshine and grass. I opened my eyes. I found myself standing in a huge playground covered with green grass. Not far away are several red brick teaching buildings that are full of age. There is also a red banner hanging on the wall that reads, "Study hard and make progress every day." Here. It turned out to be a high school campus? And I also looked down at myself. The Armani suit he was wearing was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a somewhat loose blue and white sports-style school uniform. On his feet, he was wearing a pair of washed-out Huili canvas shoes. He looked like an ordinary high school student who had just woken up from a nap and was about to go to physical education class. I laughed. I know this is a new scene automatically generated by my subconscious mind based on my script for tonight. It seems that this dream world is becoming more and more obedient to me. I walked leisurely with my hands in my pockets on this tree-lined path filled with golden sunlight, while enjoying the campus scenery full of youthful memories. While looking for my heroine for tonight. Soon I found her in the quiet little garden downstairs of the teaching building. She also changed into a clean school uniform. But it's different from my sports model. She was wearing the kind of excellent student style of white shirt and plaid skirt that only real academic masters and school beauties were qualified to wear. She tied her 3,000 black hair into a neat ponytail. A few knotty strands of hair fell in front of her smooth and full forehead. She doesn't wear any makeup. But that delicate face without makeup is 10,000 times more beautiful than any heavily made-up female celebrity I have ever seen before. She just sat quietly on the bench in the garden, holding a thick collection of Shakespeare's poems in her hands. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light on her body. It gave her a golden, holy halo. She looked so pure, like an angel who accidentally fell into the mortal world. I was a little dazed by what I saw. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, calm down. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, peace. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuation detected, joy. Emotional value plus 30. Damn it! Even reading a book can bring joy? It seems that my wife is a real academic master. I didn't bother her. I just quietly walked over and sat down in the empty seat next to her. She seemed to be too fascinated by what she saw. She didn't even notice that I was sitting next to her. I turned my head to look at her perfect profile, which was almost transparent in the sunlight. Looking at the corners of her mouth that were slightly raised because she saw the wonderful poem. My heart is soft. Perhaps this is her truest side? There is no halo of a billionaire president. There was no ice-cold, biting, commercial approach. She is just an ordinary little girl who likes to read quietly in the afternoon sunshine. And this one is beautiful. However, it was ruthlessly destroyed by a damn car accident. A cold murderous intent surged in my heart again. Lin family. Lin Tianyu. Just wait. I will definitely not let you have a good ending. It seemed that he sensed the murderous aura that flashed across me. Su Qingying finally came back to her senses from the book. She slowly turned her head. When she saw me so close to her, a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful big eyes. Then, a touching blush quickly climbed up her snow-white cheeks like the sunset in the sky. When did you come? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's feet, full of girlish shyness and a hint of panic at having her little secret disturbed. That look is so cute. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuation detected, shy. Emotional value plus 50. Ding! Target's emotional fluctuations detected, panic. Emotional value plus 40. I looked at her cute look like a frightened deer and smiled. I didn't answer her. I just imitated the handsome male protagonists in the movies and reached out my hand to gently touch her smooth and plump forehead. Then, in front of her eyes filled with shame, anger, and astonishment, he slowly said something that made her heart skip a beat. Hey, deskmate. Teacher, we're already at chapter 3. Why are you still reading extracurricular books? Chapter 65, Make Up for the Regrets of Youth, we are your deskmate. Why are you still here, reading extracurricular books? My voice, full of teasing and mockery, slowly rang out in the quiet little garden. Su Qingying was completely dumbfounded. She sat there blankly and let me flick her forehead. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with incredible shock and a kind of confusion called panic that she herself had not even noticed. Deskmate? This extremely familiar yet extremely distant name was like a rusty key, suddenly opening the floodgates of her long-forgotten memories. She has been a favored girl since she was young. Yes, a model student in the eyes of the teacher. They are what parents call other people as children. Her youth was filled with endless learning and various elite trainings. She has never had a real deskmate. I have never experienced the kind of youthful throbbing that belongs to ordinary boys and girls. This is the only and biggest regret in her otherwise brilliant life resume. And now, this man always breaks into her world in an extremely domineering way. It turns out, he appeared in front of her in such an unexpected way. And became her deskmate? What is this? Is she trying to make up for the regrets of her youth? An unprecedented strange feeling suddenly surged into her heart. Yes, shy. Yes, panic. But more than that, it was a feeling that even she herself couldn't explain clearly. A little sweetness and anticipation? Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, heartbeat weak. Emotional value plus 30. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, sweet. Emotional value plus 40. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, looking forward to it. Emotional value plus 50. Damn it. A new variety is out. Heartbeat? It seems that my trick of evoking youthful memories is very effective. I looked at her beautiful face, which was red with shyness and seemed to be bleeding, and smiled. I took advantage of the situation and moved a little closer to her. I can even smell her fresh and elegant girlish body fragrance, like an orchid. I lowered my voice and whispered in her ear in a tone full of magnetism and temptation. Hey, Sue Daxweba. The next class is physical education. The teacher said we need to measure 800 meters. Are you afraid? The warm breath blew on her sensitive earlobe. Su Qingying's body suddenly trembled. Like getting an electric shock. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She subconsciously wanted to hide to the side. But her body seemed to be out of control and she was frozen in place, unable to move. I am not afraid. She mustered up the courage to speak stubbornly. But her pink and tender skin, which had turned red all the way to her neck, betrayed her deeply. Yeah? I laughed. I suddenly reached out my hand. In the eyes filled with shock, shame and indignation, he grabbed her soft little hand. Then he pulled her up from the bench. Then, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. If you don't go now, you'll be late. After saying that, I pulled her towards the playground full of laughter and joy without saying anything. Sunshine, just right. Gentle breeze, not dry. The boy's white shirt and the girl's plaid skirt fluttered freely in the wind. That scene was like the most beautiful scene in all youth movies. Su Qingying was just held by me in a daze. She felt the immense peace of mind coming from my broad, warm palms. She looked at my profile, which looked particularly handsome in the sunlight. She listened to the noise filled with youth. Her mind was blank. She even forgot to struggle. She just let me pull her and run on this tree-lined path filled with golden sunlight. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted up slightly, a sweet arc that she herself did not even notice. Perhaps. Just keep running like this. Yeah, pretty good? The next time. I completely overturned Su Qingying's entire understanding of high school life. I took her to play basketball. Amid her gaze filled with worry and admiration, I won the cheers of the entire audience with a stunning three-pointer. I pulled her and climbed over the wall to skip class. Amid her screams filled with tension and excitement, I helped her avoid the headmaster's pursuit and blockade. I took her to the back hill of the school, to the deserted grove of trees to watch the stars. I even bought her the cheapest lollipop from a roadside store. Su Qingying just followed me blankly. She is like a curious baby stepping out of the ivory tower for the first time. Experiencing a madness and rebellion that she had never experienced before. She felt that her heart, which had been frozen for more than 20 years, was being completely melted bit by this domineering yet gentle classmate. It's late at night. The time for spiritual connection is approaching. She and I sat side by side on the empty playground stands. The evening breeze gently blows our hair. No one spoke. However, the atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme. Gu Fan. After a long while, she slowly spoke, breaking the silence. Her voice was soft and gentle. Like the moonlight on the horizon. Thank you. She turned her head and looked at me. Those beautiful eyes that looked particularly bright in the moonlight were filled with sincerity and a little bit of dependence that I had never seen before. I'm very happy today. This is the happiest day of my life. I looked at her beautiful face that was so close to me. Looking at her pink and tender red lips, which looked particularly attractive in the moonlight. My heart suddenly moved. An irresistible impulse instantly surged into my heart. I slowly moved towards her. Getting closer. Getting closer. I could even feel her breathing becoming a little rapid due to nervousness. She didn't hide. She just slowly closed her big eyes that were full of shyness and anticipation. And just at that moment, our lips were about to touch. My figure, like bubbles, slowly began to dissipate. No. She suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at my body that was about to disappear, those beautiful eyes were filled with endless reluctance and loss. Subconsciously, she reached out to grab me. But he only caught a piece of empty air. And just a second before I was about to disappear completely, she suddenly summoned up all the courage she had in her life. She used all her strength to let out a cry full of girlish shyness and expectation towards my back, which had become extremely unreal. Hey! Deskmate! Will you come tomorrow? Chapter 66. This time, she took the initiative to hold my hand. Hey! Deskmate! Will you come tomorrow? Su Qingying's cry filled with endless anticipation and girlish shyness echoed in my consciousness that was about to fade away. I didn't answer her. I just gave her a mysterious smile full of tenderness and pampering just before I disappeared completely. Call. In the real world, I suddenly opened my eyes and let out a long breath. Oh shit. Almost. Just a little bit. I can kiss my wife. Although, it was in a dream. But this is also historic and a huge breakthrough. System, you old man are so evil. Every time, it fails at the most critical moment. As I was doing this, I was complaining madly in my mind. I couldn't wait to open the system interface and start taking stock of this sweet harvest. As expected. Another wave, an epic explosion. Heartbeat, sweetness, expectation, shyness, reluctance. All kinds of positive emotions filled with pink bubbles came like a tide, completely flooding my emotional value account. This time, it actually contributed directly to me, more than 800 points. The warm and sentimental route, YYDS Eternal God. I looked at my emotional value, which had become extremely abundant again. I feel so happy in my heart. With so much ammunition, I feel like I can go to Golden Roulette again. But before that, I have one more important thing to do. That is, strike while the iron is hot. Let us elevate the revolutionary friendship that has just sprouted between my husband and me. I didn't hesitate at all. Once again, I closed my eyes and clicked on Spiritual Link. Anyway, I have plenty of emotional value now. It's worth the 10 points of ticket money. Tonight I'm going to be a free-spirited spender. The familiar feeling of dizziness came over me again. When I opened my eyes again, the scene before my eyes is still the high school campus full of youthful atmosphere. And I am still that cool and handsome boy wearing a blue and white school uniform. But, this time, I didn't show up on the playground. Instead, he appeared directly in a spacious and bright classroom. The classroom was full of students who were writing furiously. On the podium, a teacher wearing glasses was talking about functions with saliva flying. The sunlight shines in through the clean windows. The air was filled with a mixed smell of sunshine and chalk dust. Everything seemed so real. And I sat in the last row of the classroom, in the golden position by the window. And beside me, Su Qingying was sitting there quietly. She is still wearing the same white shirt and plaid skirt, looking like a top student goddess. But at this moment, she was not listening to the class. She just stared blankly at the blue sky outside the window, not knowing what she was thinking. There was a hint of loss and melancholy on her breathtakingly beautiful profile. I laughed. I know she is thinking of me. I feel regret for the unfinished kiss just now. I didn't bother her. I'm just imitating the classic moves of the male protagonists in all youth movies. I reached out and gently poked her slender back from behind. Su Qingying's body trembled violently. She turned her head around suddenly like a frightened deer. When she saw the familiar smiling face that had just lingered in her mind, an expression of disbelief and great surprise instantly burst out from her beautiful big eyes. You. She pointed at me and her voice was trembling violently because of extreme excitement. Why are you back again? I raised my eyebrows and put on an extremely naughty smile. I'm always here, right? My desk mate. Boom. These words instantly struck Su Qingying's heart like a sweet electric current. Her face turned red in an instant. Like a ripe peach. It makes people want to take a bite. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuation detected, ecstasy. Emotional value plus 100. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, sweet. Emotional value plus 120. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, heartbeat medium. Emotional value plus 80. I felt so happy when I saw my emotional value skyrocketing again. It seems that my comeback attack was really fucking brilliant. And Su Qingying experienced the initial huge surprise. She seemed to have remembered the extremely shameful scene that had just happened on the playground. Her pretty face, which was burning hot, collapsed in an instant. She suddenly turned her head away and stopped looking at me. Point your head back at me. She looked just like a girlfriend who was having a tantrum. I laughed. I know she is shy. I am too lazy to tease her anymore. I just quietly looked at her cute earlobes, which were slightly red because of shyness. My heart is soft. Time passes by minute by minute. The teacher's hypnotic voice at the podium became the best lullaby. I yawned and felt a little sleepy. I lay down on the table and prepared to take a nap. But at this moment, a soft, boneless little hand with a slightly cool touch suddenly reached out from the side. Then in my eyes filled with astonishment and surprise. Gently and firmly held my big hand on the table. I was shocked. Suddenly, turn your head. I only saw Su Qingying, still not looking at me. She just stared straight at the blackboard and pretended to listen to the class carefully. But her snow-white skin that had turned red all the way to her neck and her slightly trembling long eyelashes betrayed her inner unrest. This is my wife, He actually took the initiative and held my hand? Fuck. What the hell is this, a magical plot? Ding. Target's emotional fluctuation detected, shy extreme. Emotional value plus 150. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, nervous extreme. Emotional value plus 150. Ding. Target's emotional fluctuations detected, admiration medium. Emotional value plus 100. I felt the wonderful touch of jade in the palm of my hand, which I had never experienced before. I looked at the stubborn girl next to me who was obviously almost dying of shyness but still held on and refused to let go. My heart was instantly filled with something called happiness. I laughed. I, with my backhand, tightly wrapped her cold little hand in my palm. Then I followed her example and turned my head to look at the blackboard, pretending to listen to the class carefully. But the upward curve of my mouth, which I couldn't suppress no matter what, revealed my extremely proud mood at the moment. And just at this moment, a voice full of majesty and anger suddenly rang out at the door of the classroom. It's the math teacher who is giving the lecture. He pointed at us, the couple who were secretly having a puppy love affair, and shouted. The last row, those two students. What are you two doing? You're not paying attention in class, you're just messing around. Get out here and stand in the corner. Chapter 67, The relationship heats up, and the reward is the incredible skill, eye of delusion. Get out and stand there as punishment. The roar of the math teacher filled with endless majesty and anger exploded in the quiet classroom. All the classmates turned around in unison. Dozens of eyes filled with gossip and gloating instantly focused on us, the dog and bitch who were caught on the spot. Puff. Su Qingying's face turned red instantly. Like a big ripe apple. She tried to pull her little hand back from my big hand like a cat whose tail was stepped on. But it's too late. How could I possibly let her have her way? I used my backhand to do a cross-clasp and held her soft, boneless little hand even tighter in my palm. Then in her eyes filled with shame, anger, and astonishment. In the eyes of the whole class filled with shock and envy. I pulled her and stood up from my seat with a swagger. That look doesn't look like the embarrassment of being caught by the teacher at all. He is clearly a triumphant general who has won a battle. What are you looking at? I looked around at the group of classmates who were just watching the fun and looking for trouble. I raised my eyebrows and said arrogantly, have you never seen a handsome guy and a beautiful girl in love? After I finished speaking, I ignored Su Qingying's violent struggle, which was almost a shame to death. I pulled her and walked out of the classroom in a cool manner amid everyone's exclamations of "Oh my god! Awesome! The corridor is sunny." Su Qingying and I stood side by side against the wall, like two elementary school students being punished. But our hands are still tightly held together. No one let go. "It's all your fault." Su Qingying lowered her head and didn't dare to look at me. Her pretty face was filled with shame, anger, and a hint of sweetness that she herself had not even noticed. "Now I've been caught by the teacher. It's so embarrassing." Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's foot and full of girlish coquettishness. "Shameful?" I laughed. I turned my head and looked at her adorable and shy look, and my heart softened. I reached out my other hand and gently scratched her small, straight nose. "My deskmate. Didn't you notice? This is real youth." Su Qingying was shocked. She raised her head suddenly. "Look at my smiling face that looks particularly handsome in the sun. Look at my dark eyes that are full of tenderness and pampering." Her heart completely fell at this moment. Yes. This is real youth. There is a throbbing sensation. There is rebellion. There is sunshine. And there is this young man beside her who makes her love and hate him. An unprecedented sense of happiness and satisfaction instantly overwhelmed her completely. She couldn't bear it anymore. She stood on tiptoe, in my eyes full of astonishment and surprise. She gently pressed her pink, tender, and red lips, which were as soft and cool as jelly, onto my cheek. A dragonfly skimming the water. Instantly separate. Then, she turned around like a frightened little rabbit and faced me with the back of her head. That pretty face, which was already red enough to bleed, was now even hotter, almost smoking. And I was completely dumbfounded. I stood there in a daze, subconsciously touching my cheek, which still felt surprisingly soft and had a faint orchid scent. My mind buzzed and went blank. Fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. My wife forcefully kissed me? Even if it was just a kiss on the cheek. But this is also a huge historic breakthrough. Bite. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. It has been detected that the favorability of the bound target Su Qingying towards you has successfully exceeded 10 points. Unlock, milestone achievement, first love experience. System Mall has officially opened. To celebrate this historic moment, the system hereby rewards the host with the incredible skill, Eye of Delusion. A series of dense, heavenly-like system notification sounds washed over my eardrums like crazy. And the last skill, called Eye of Truth, was like a nuclear bomb exploding in my mind. God-level skill, Eye of Delusion. Explanation: you will possess the divine eye that sees through all the falsehoods in the world. Any disguise, any illusion, any lie will be exposed before you. You can even see a person's destiny, fate, and future. What the hell? Look at the future? What the hell is this incredible, divine skill? This is 100 times more awesome than mind reading. A cool and mysterious energy instantly poured into my eyes. I felt a stinging pain in my eyes. It was as if there were two little suns burning in my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the whole world has become different in my eyes. I saw colorful elemental particles floating in the air. I saw the energy lines flowing slowly in the wall. I even saw the purple gold luck that soared into the sky above Su Qingying's head and condensed into the form of a noble and cold ice phoenix. And in that purple gold, huge aura, I also saw a wisp of black death energy that could not be dissolved. That must be the cause of her car accident. My heart moved. Eye of Truth, activate. I want to see my wife's future. Next second, countless chaotic and broken images of the future rushed towards me like a tide. There is a scene of her waking up from the hospital bed. With her, I gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. There is a picture of the two of us, even though we are old and gray, still holding hands and watching the sunset. But in these beautiful pictures, but mixed with it is a fragment of an extremely terrifying bloody future. It was a stormy night. Su Qingying fell into my arms covered in blood. There was a hideous dagger stuck in her chest. Her eyes are quickly becoming distracted. She looked at me and moved her lips as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, it drooped down helplessly. No. I suddenly woke up from the horrible illusion. My back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. My face was filled with unprecedented fear and overwhelming murderous intent. What's wrong? Gu Fan. What's wrong with you? Su Qingying seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with me. She suddenly turned around and looked at me with a worried look. Her beautiful big eyes were full of concern and nervousness. You look so ugly, don't you? Are you feeling unwell? She reached out her hand to touch my forehead. But I grabbed her hand. I stared at her intently. Those dark eyes were filled with a madness and paranoia that made her heart palpitate. I watched her speak slowly, word by word, in an unquestionable and domineering tone. Su Qingying. From today on, without my permission, you are not allowed to leave me even a step. Chapter 68. The Su family invited a master who said that the manor's feng shui was bad? You are not allowed to leave me. My order, filled with endless tyranny and paranoia, was like a thunderbolt that struck Su Qingying's already panicked heart. She was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly as I held her hand tightly. Looking at my eyes that had turned a little blood red because of seeing the terrifying future. There was no disgust or resistance in her heart. Instead, she felt an unprecedented sense of security and a sweetness that she herself hadn't even noticed. This man. Is he worried about himself? Are you afraid of losing yourself? This thought was like a sweet candy that instantly filled her heart, which had been frozen for more than 20 years. And couldn't say a word anymore. Just staring at me blankly. Then he nodded slowly and firmly. Call. In the real world, I suddenly opened my eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. My back is still cold. The scene of the bloody future just now is still vivid in my mind. It's like a most poisonous thorn piercing my heart. No. I absolutely cannot let that happen. Absolutely not. Who dares to touch a hair on my wife? I will destroy his soul and make him fall into eternal damnation. An icy, chilling, murderous intent spread uncontrollably from my body. The temperature of the entire medical room seemed to have dropped several degrees because of this. And just at this moment. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on my door from outside. Then, Uncle Zhang's respectful and old voice came in. Uncle, have you rested? The lady has invited a master and would like you to come down and listen to him. Master? I frowned and suppressed the murderous aura in my body. What era is it now? Are you still doing this? Is this feudal superstition? But I didn't refuse. After all, I'm feeling irritable right now. It's just right, I'll go down and see which blind charlatan dares to come to the Su family to cheat. I straightened my clothes and went downstairs. Standing in the huge living room was a Taoist master with a goatee and wearing a Bagua Taoist robe. He was holding a compass, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Beside him, Xiaolan and Su Jinghua were accompanying him with nervous expressions. That look must be so respectful, so respectful. Seeing me coming down, Xiaolan hurried over and waved at me. Gu Fan, come here quickly. She took me to the master and respectfully introduced me. Master, this is my son-in-law Gu Fan. Then he said to me, Gu Fan, this is Master Li, the most famous feng shui master in Hong Kong. He's amazing. Master Li? I looked him up and down. Above his head, the faint white light representing luck was mixed with a hint of gray-black moldy air that could not be dissolved. At first glance, he is a swindler who has done too many evil things and is about to face disaster. He is a con man. And my divine eyes, which had evolved into the eyes of truth, could easily see through all his secrets. Name, Li Gue. Occupation, charlatan. History, after dropping out of elementary school, he joined an obscure Taoist temple and learned a bit of fortune-telling. He was expelled for fraud. He later fled to Hong Kong Island, where he became a so-called feng shui master through his eloquence and impressive attire. Today's fortune, very bad. There is a possibility of bloody disaster. I laughed. I was so amused by his legendary resume. He is just a charlatan who has not even graduated from elementary school and whose name is fake. How could he even fool Su Jinghua and Xiaolan, the smartest of the smart people? It seems that there are so many fools in this world that there are not enough scammers. And that Master Li seemed to have noticed me, his eyes full of teasing. He frowned and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. He looked me up and down in a pretentious manner. Then he counted on his fingers, shook his head and sighed. Oops. This little brother, you are amazing. His voice was filled with compassion and regret. Your forehead is dark and the top of your head is full of evil spirits. You are doomed to be a lonely star. A typical sign of a man who will bring misfortune to his father, mother, wife, and children, and will be lonely and widowed for the rest of his life. And he changed the subject and his tone became extremely solemn. He pointed at me and said to Xiaolan and Su Jinghua, who looked nervous, Mrs. Su, Mr. Su. IMHO. The reason why your Su family keeps getting into trouble. The problem lies with him. He is the calamity that destroyed the feng shui of your entire manor. His words are very powerful, full of unquestionable allure. Xiaolan's face turned pale in an instant. She subconsciously took half a step back and moved a little further away from me. The look in his eyes was filled with fear and a hint of sudden realization. Yes. It's him. It was after this man appeared that the Su family encountered troubles one after another. First, Xingying had a car accident. Then there is family infighting. Now even the company is almost ruined. So he really is a disaster? Su Jinghua also had a frown on his face and a gloomy expression. Obviously, he was also confused by what this charlatan said. And I looked at the scene in front of me, which could be described as a charlatan teaching scene. I can't bear it anymore. I burst out laughing. I laughed so hard that I almost cried. My laughter seemed so abrupt and harsh in the solemn living room at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on me. Why are you laughing? Xiaolan pointed at me and shouted. Master Li is giving guidance to our Su family. What qualifications do you, an outsider, have to act so presumptuously here? And that Master Li's face darkened. He pointed at me and scolded me righteously. You ignorant brat. Do you know that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed? Gods cannot be blasphemed? Don't you dare disrespect me again. Don't blame me for taking in a monster like you. Oh? Really? I stopped laughing. I looked at his pretentious, sage-like appearance and laughed. The smile was cold and playful. I walked slowly up to him. I looked at his eyes, which were full of pretense and a hint of guilt, and spoke slowly. My voice is not loud. But it was like a thunderbolt, striking him hard on the top of his head. He was instantly struck by lightning and turned pale. Li Gue. I said that, didn't I? He hasn't even graduated from elementary school. What a charlatan. How dare you talk nonsense about the secrets of heaven in front of me? Chapter 69, Under the Eyes of Delusion, all monsters and demons have nowhere to hide. A charlatan who didn't even graduate from elementary school. How dare you talk nonsense about the secrets of heaven in front of me? My voice was cold and playful, like an extremely sharp scalpel, which instantly cut through the disguise of the fake Li's immortal appearance. His dirty and bloody true face was exposed in front of everyone. Boom! Li Gui's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He was struck by lightning. The whole person was frozen in place as if he had been cast under a spell. His face, which was originally full of pretentiousness and compassion, instantly lost all color. Become as pale as paper. He looked at me with his cloudy triangular eyes filled with incredible fear and horror. It's like looking at a demon crawling out of hell. How could he know? How did he know his real name? You still know that you didn't even graduate from elementary school? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Apart from himself and a few of his old family members who had long lost contact with him, there was no way that a third person would know about these things. This young man. What kind of monster is he? Could it be that he can really read minds? Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were completely stunned by my sudden and earth-shattering words. They stared at me blankly. He looked again at the Master Li, whose face was ashen and sweating profusely. Their minds were in a mess. A fake? Didn't even graduate from elementary school? A charlatan? What the hell is going on? You're talking nonsense. After a brief silence, Li Gue finally reacted. He pointed at me and roared in a timid manner. The voice was trembling violently due to extreme guilt and fear. You're a bastard, full of nonsense. How dare you slander me? I am the 36th generation disciple of Longhu Mountain. I am a master of the way. How can we allow a common person like you to act so presumptuously here? As he spoke, he quietly moved backwards. Obviously, he thinks that the best strategy is to escape. Longhu Mountain? I laughed. I looked at his funny look full of panic and fear and laughed. The smile was full of playfulness like a cat playing with a mouse. As far as I know, Longhushan doesn't seem to accept illiterate people who haven't even graduated from elementary school, right? Besides. I paused and my tone became extremely cold. Did I let you go? Before he finished speaking, my figure moved suddenly. Fast as a ghost. Appeared in front of him in an instant. Then in his eyes filled with fear and horror. I kicked him. Bang! A muffled sound. Li Gui's fat body flew backwards like a broken sack. It hit the expensive Persian carpet in the living room hard. The rosewood coffee table next to it was knocked over to the ground. The purple clay tea set above, which was worth $1 million, shattered to pieces with a loud crash. Ah! He immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He covered his stomach, which was constantly leaking acid, and rolled over on the ground in pain. Where is the trace of the immortal-looking master demeanor he had just now? He is even more miserable than the beggars on the street. Presumptuous. Su Jinghua finally reacted. He slammed the table and shouted angrily. Gu Fan! Do you still have me in your eyes? Master Li is still a guest of our Su family, no matter what. How can you take action here? And Xiaolan also pointed at me with an angry look on her face. That's right. You ungrateful thing. We kindly asked the master to come and exorcise evil spirits for the Su family. And you, not only don't appreciate it, you even dare to hit someone? I think you are a disaster. Apparently in their opinion. Compared to me, a son-in-law with unknown origins. They still prefer to believe the Master Li who looks more professional. I laughed at their stubborn and foolish appearance. I shook my head. I'm too lazy to explain anything to them. I just walked slowly to the Li Gui who was still groaning in pain on the ground. I looked down at him. My eyes were cold and indifferent, as if I were looking at a lowly ant. Li Gui. My voice was emotionless. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to say it yourself or do you want me to say it for you? Me. Li Gui looked at my devil-like, cold eyes and was so scared that his heart and liver broke. He knew that he had hit a wall today. No. He had kicked a diamond plate that was powerful enough to crush him into powder. He no longer dared to take any chances. He rolled and crawled to his knees in front of Su Jinghua and Xiaolan, cowed out madly. The sound was so loud. Mr. Su. Madam Su. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He wailed with tears and snot. I'm not Master Li. My name is Li Gui. I'm just a charlatan who didn't even graduate from elementary school. Everything I said was completely fabricated. It was all just to cheat you out of your money. Please, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. His words were like thunderbolts that struck Su Jinghua and Xiaolan on the top of their heads. They were completely dumbfounded and just stood there in a daze. His face was full of disbelief, shock, and absurdity. Fraud? They spent a lot of money to invite the so-called feng shui master from Hong Kong Island. He is actually a liar? And Gu Fan, he actually saw through it with just one glance? What the hell is going on? I ignored their completely petrified expressions. I just walked up to Li Gui and slowly squatted down. I looked at him and smiled. That smile was cold and playful. I patted his frightened, pale face. In a voice that only the two of us could hear, he whispered. Go ahead. Who sent you here? Who sent you here to slander me as a disaster star? Chapter 70, Expose your scam in public and ruin your reputation. Who asked you to slander me as the disaster star? My voice was cold and playful. Like a red-hot iron, it branded Li Gui's already fragile nerves. He was shocked. Raise your head suddenly. He looked at me in disbelief. How could he have known that? How could he know that he was instructed to come here today? What kind of monster is this man? Could it be that he can really read minds? Me. He opened his mouth and trembled for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. He dare not say it. Because he couldn't afford to offend the person who ordered him to come. But don't say. This young man in front of him is more terrifying than the devil, and he will never let him go. For a moment he was in a dilemma. Going in means death. Retreating means death. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were completely confused by my sudden question. Instigated? Slandered? What the hell is going on? Could it be that today's so-called exorcism conference was a conspiracy against Gu Fan from the very beginning? Gu Fan? What the hell are you talking about? Xiaolan was the first to react. She pointed at me and shouted. Although she had lost all face because of Li Gui's surrender. But she still didn't want to believe that she was being used as a tool by a liar who hadn't even graduated from elementary school. This is a great humiliation for her. Master Li is clearly the master I spent a fortune to invite back from Hong Kong Island. How could he be under someone else's orders? Yeah. I laughed. I looked at her stubborn and foolish look and shook my head. I'm too lazy to explain anything to her anymore. The best way to deal with someone who won't cry until she sees the coffin is to carry the coffin directly in front of her. I ignored her. I just looked at the Li Gui lying on the ground who was still hesitating. I slowly took something out of my pocket. That was the seemingly useless special item I had drawn before. Truth serum. In front of everyone, I opened the small bottle that looked no different from my drops. Then in his eyes filled with fear and horror, I pinched his mouth open. He drank the whole bottle of medicine. What did you give me to drink? The fake one was scared out of his wits. He frantically scratched his throat with his hands, trying to spit out the thing. But it's too late. The medicine melts in your mouth. It had already flowed down his throat and throughout his limbs. He only felt his brain go blank with a buzzing sound. His eyes instantly became extremely empty and dull. Like a puppet with its soul taken away. Now. I stood up and looked down at him. My voice was emotionless, like an oracle from the netherworld. I ask, you answer. Your real name? Li Gui. Li Gui replied expressionlessly. Your profession? Charlatan. Why did you come to the Su family today? For the money. Who sent you here? Yes, yes. An expression of painful struggle appeared on Li Gui's face. Apparently, his subconscious was still resisting saying that name. Explain. I shouted coldly. That sound was like a morning bell, striking hard on his soul. It's second master. He can't hold on any longer. He roared out everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. It's Su Genoa, second master. He gave me $1 million. Let me slander my son-in-law. Say he's a star of misfortune. A calamity that will destroy the Su family's feng shui. He also said that as long as I can kick my son-in-law out of the Su family, he will give me another $5 million. Boom. Li Gui's words exploded in the entire living room like a thunderbolt more terrifying than an atomic bomb. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were completely dumbfounded. Transfixed. They looked at the fake Li Gui lying on the ground in disbelief, like a walking corpse. Then he looked at the young man who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if he had already seen through everything. Their minds were completely blank, filled with only endless shock and horror. Su Genoa. It turned out to be Su Genoa. He still has evil intentions. After being locked up in the ancestral hall by the old man, he still dared to do such despicable things behind his back? Did he really want to kick Gu Fan out of the Su family? Did he really want to put the Su family to death? An unprecedented surge of rage instantly surged into Su Jinghua's heart. He clenched his fists tightly. The knuckles turned white from the force. Good. 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 Su Genoa. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. The voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air. I really underestimated my good brother. And Xiaolan was struck by lightning. She collapsed on the sofa. His face is as pale as paper. She looked at my calm face, her eyes filled with endless guilt and fear. She had actually just been speaking up for an outsider who was trying to murder her son-in-law? She almost became that bastard Su Genoa's accomplice? When she thought of this, her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. I ignored their completely devastated expressions. I just walked slowly to the Li Gui who was still struggling in pain. I looked at him and smiled. The smile was cold and playful. I took out my phone and turned on the video function. I spoke slowly to his face, which was filled with fear and despair. My voice is full of the devil's temptation. Come, Master Li. Smile at the camera. Repeat exactly what you just said. Well said, I might consider letting you spend fewer years in prison. Chapter 71. The old man gave me a jade pendant with a hidden meaning. An exorcism farce carefully planned by Su Genoa behind the scenes ended in an extremely absurd and dramatic way. The instigator, Li Gui, the feng shui master who hadn't even graduated from elementary school, was clearly exposed by me using a bottle of truth serum. Not only did he sell out Su Genoa, he also sold everything. He also recorded a 10-minute confession video in front of my mobile phone camera with tears in his eyes. This video has now been sent anonymously by me to Director Sun of the Jianghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. I believe that soon this Master Li will receive a pair of shiny silver bracelets and a tears behind bars gift package with free food and accommodation for the next 10 years. What awaits Su Genoa will be the Su family's strictest family rules and Su Jinggua's immense rage. The living room was a mess. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were still in great shock and fear and had not yet recovered. Their faces were filled with shame and embarrassment. Especially Xiaolan, she lowered her head and didn't even have the courage to look at me. She has completely lost face today. He was almost used as a gun without even realizing it. He even helped outsiders deal with his savior. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with endless regret and self-blame. And I ignored them. I know that after what happened today, they will never dare to act like the heads of wealthy families in front of me again. I am too lazy to argue with them anymore. My eyes fell on Mr. Su Wenshan, who had a calm expression from beginning to end. This person, the mainstay of the Su family, seemed to have seen through everything from the very beginning. He just sat there quietly watching us, a group of young people making trouble. In those cloudy old eyes, there flashed a wise light that could see through people's hearts. Do you understand everything? After a long time, he slowly spoke, breaking the awkward silence. His voice was calm. But it was like two loud slaps in the face of Su Jinghua and Xiaolan. Make them blush instantly and feel ashamed. Dad, Su Jinghua opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But I couldn't utter a word. Snort. Su Wenshan snorted coldly. He shook his head in disappointment. The two of them are almost 100 years old together. I'm not as insightful as a young man in his early 20s. If my Su family's fortune were really handed over to you, you would squander it all sooner or later. Su Jinghua and Xiaolan were scolded so hard that their heads almost buried in the ground. Don't even dare to fart. And Su Wenshan ignored them. He turned and looked at me. Those deep eyes were filled with unprecedented appreciation and satisfaction. Gufan, come here. He waved at me. I nodded and walked over. He took my hand and asked me to sit next to him. He slowly took off an ancient jade pendant strung with a red rope from his neck. The jade pendant was dark green in color and carved with a lifelike qilin. The jade is warm, smooth, and delicate. You can tell at first glance that this is no ordinary item. This jade pendant is a family heirloom of my Su family. Su Wenshan slowly put the jade pendant around my neck. His voice was full of solemnity and entrustment. Back when my Su family was still a small, unknown clan, I was fortunate enough to save a wandering Taoist master. This jade pendant was given by that master. He said that this jade has the effect of calming the mind and soul and bringing good luck and avoiding misfortune. It can also ensure that our Su family's incense continues to flourish at a critical moment. I have been wearing it close to my body all these years. Today. He looked at me with unprecedented trust and expectation in his old eyes. I'll give it to you. From today on, you are the legitimate heir of my Su family. I hope you can wear it and protect this hard-earned family business for me and Xingying. I lowered my head and looked at the ancient jade pendant on my chest that exuded a hint of coolness. A huge wave rose in my heart. I know that this jade pendant represents more than just the identity of the Su family's heir. It also represents the wise old man's unreserved trust and entrustment in me. He is putting the entire Su family's future on me. I took a deep breath. I looked at his eyes full of expectation and nodded heavily. Don't worry, old man. As long as I, Gufan, am here, the Su family will never fall. Okay. 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 Su Wenshan laughed heartily. He patted my shoulder with great comfort. With your words, I feel relieved. And just at this moment, the cold mechanical prompt sound that had not appeared in my mind for a long time suddenly rang out without any warning. Bite. Host detected, contact with a mysterious object with high energy reaction. The system is being analyzed. Analysis completed. Item name: Qilin's Soul Jade incomplete. Item description: this protective magical weapon was crafted by a powerful ancient being using the soul of a fallen Qilin. It contains a faint trace of Qilin's divine power. It nourishes the wearer's soul and body. This item has been detected to be from the same source as the system. Do you want to consume 10,000 emotional points to activate the mysterious secret hidden within? Chapter 72: The murderer of the car accident Ghostface appears and he wants to silence him. Do you want to consume 10,000 emotion points to activate the mysterious secret hidden within? The tempting notification sound from the system in my mind made my heart, which had already become extremely excited because of the old man's entrustment, start beating wildly again. Qilin's Soul Jade. Ancient magic weapon. From the same source as the system? What exactly is hidden inside? A shocking secret. It feels like there are 10,000 cats scratching my heart. I can't wait to use up my emotional points to find out the truth. But my reason once again overcame my impulse. No. Not yet. I now have tens of thousands of emotional value deposits. But curing Chengying is my top priority. I must use all my resources to the best effect. Let us wait and explore the secret of this jade pendant later. I took a deep breath and forced myself to suppress the curiosity in my heart. I bowed solemnly to the old man again. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't let you down. Okay. 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 Su Wenshan looked at my eyes full of determination and confidence and felt very gratified. He knew that he had made the right bet. There is hope for the future of the Su family. A farce carefully planned by Su Genhua behind the scenes came to an end. As a result, the Su family carried out an unprecedented purge. Su Genhua was completely stripped of all his power and locked up in the ancestral hall, not allowed to go out for the rest of his life. And all the followers of his faction were completely wiped out by Su Jinghua with thundering means. The entire Su family and Tianxiong group have been completely renewed because of this. It's also completely changed to Su. No, I should say. Yes, the surname is Gu. Because everyone knows. Now Su Jinghua is no longer the one who has the final say in this family. Not really, Su Wenshan. But it was the young man who looked calm and composed from beginning to end, as if he was staying out of the matter. Gu Fan. And after I finished dealing with these trivial household chores. So, he locked himself in the medical room on the second floor. I am about to start my 3-day mission to save my wife. First day. I used the 7-star life-sustaining needle, combined with the marrow cleansing pill, to completely expel all the toxins and impurities from Su Qingying's body caused by long-term bed rest. Let her complete it once, perfectly reborn. The next day. I use a heaven-defying acupuncture method called Golden Needle Soul Ferrying from the Divine-level medical skills. Start repairing her cerebral cortex and neurons that were severely damaged in the car accident. This is an extremely delicate and demanding job. If you are not careful, all your efforts will be wasted. It may even cause irreversible damage to her. But, for me, a hacker who possesses God-level medical skills and eyes of truth. But it is not difficult. It only took me 1 day. So, her damaged brain was almost repaired. And now, it is the 3rd day. This is also the most critical and final step. Awaken her soul that has been sleeping for half a year. I sat cross-legged beside the bed, adjusting my breathing and heartbeat. My entire energy and spirit are climbing towards the peak at an extremely terrifying speed. I am ready to enter her spiritual world again. This time, I'm not going to date her. I will use my most powerful mental power to forcibly awaken her sleeping soul. Take her away from the dream that has imprisoned her for half a year. Let her return to the real world. However, just when I was about to enter that ethereal state where I forgot about everything else in myself, a bone-chilling sense of deadly crisis suddenly struck me from behind without any warning. Like a poisonous snake hiding in the darkness suddenly showing its poisonous fangs. All the hairs on my body stood up instantly. God-level fighting technique, that beast-like fighting instinct is passively triggered at this moment. Without even thinking, my body suddenly shot up from the ground like a spring. A very cool lazy donkey rolled to the side and rolled out. Laugh. With a sound, an extremely slight sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air almost brushed past my scalp. A few strands of cut black hair slowly fell in the air. And on the precious Persian carpet where I was sitting just now, there was a terrifying knife mark so deep that you could see the bone. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. What a fast knife! What a cruel heart! If I had been slower, 0.01 seconds. I'm afraid I'm already beheaded. I turned around suddenly. I saw that the window behind me, which should have been closed, had been opened quietly from the outside at some point. A mysterious man wearing a black nightgown and a hideous evil ghost mask on his face stood there silently like a ghost. In his hand, he held a Mitsubishi bayonet that was flashing with a cold light. The tip of the bayonet was still dripping with black venom. It was obviously tempered with a deadly poison that kills instantly when it comes into contact with blood. He exuded a cold murderous aura that was as solid as a substance. That murderous aura was stronger than any other person I had ever seen before. All of them, pure. This is a real professional killer who crawled out from a sea of corpses and blood. Ghost face. My pupils suddenly shrank. I recognized his identity instantly. The culprit who caused Su Qingying's car accident. That, the gold medal killer of Longmen. How could he appear here? Could it be that he is here to silence us? GGG. Ghostface looked at me with eyes full of shock and vigilance and let out an ugly horse laugh like a night owl. The kid reacts pretty quickly. You managed to dodge my fatal attack. It seems he's not as useless as the intelligence said. He walked towards me slowly. The eyes hidden beneath the mask were filled with teasing and cruelty, like a cat playing with a mouse. But the game should be over. Originally, the higher-ups wanted you to live a few more days. But what a pity. He shook his head with a tone full of regret. Who told you not to find out about that loserly Gooden? So? He paused and his voice became extremely cold and eerie. Today you and your vegetative wife must die. Chapter 73 The Top Killer Attacks, the First Life and Death Crisis. Everyone must die. Ghostface's words, filled with endless chilling and cruelty, were like the death sentence from the netherworld, echoing for a long time in the quiet medical room. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly moved and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Fast. It's almost as fast as it can be. It was so fast that even my eye of truth could barely catch a fuzzy afterimage. All the hairs on my body stood up again. An unprecedented sense of fatal crisis instantly enveloped my whole body. Powerful. This guy is very strong. Stronger than any opponent I've ever encountered. They are even 100 times stronger than the so-called gold medal fighters from Longmen that Su Mingzhi invited. This is the real top killer. I don't have time to think about it. God-level fighting skills, my beast-like fighting instinct was brought to the extreme at this moment. My body responded in the most correct way almost subconsciously. 1. Extremely swift side move. I narrowly avoided the fatal blow that appeared beside me like a ghost. Laugh. The three-pointed bayonet that was tempered with a deadly poison almost grazed my ribs. The sharp wind from the knife even cut my clothes. It left a shallow white mark on my skin. I can even smell the disgusting stench coming from the blade. Ha! Ghostface uttered a sound full of surprise. He didn't seem to expect that I could dodge his fatal blow again. Interesting, it seems you are really something. But he changed the subject and his tone became extremely cold and confident. In the face of absolute speed and power, any technique is just a futile struggle. Before he finished speaking, his attack comes again. This time, it's no longer a tricky sneak attack. Instead, it was a frontal attack like a violent storm. The poisoned bayonet in his hand turned into countless dark lightning bolts. Completely block all my space to dodge up, down, left, and right. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Every move hits my vital points. For a moment, the whole room was filled with the sharp sound of blades breaking through the air. And that chilling, murderous aura. And after experiencing the initial passivity, I also gradually adapted to his attack rhythm. Although I don't have his well-honed killing skills. But I have the marrow cleansing pill, which has transformed my body into a strong one. There is God-level fighting technique, which combines the fighting instincts of all schools in the world. There is also the Eye of Truth, a divine skill that can see through all illusions and defy all heavenly powers. Under his fierce attack, I am like a leaf, a small boat drifting in the storm. It seems like it may be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. But it always happens at the most dangerous moment. He narrowly avoided the fatal blow at an incredibly tricky angle. Bang! When? Laugh. In the room, the sound of fists, feet, and sharp blades clashing with each other could be heard continuously. All kinds of valuable precision instruments were smashed to pieces in our ghostly fight. The entire medical room became a mess in an instant. It's like being hit by a typhoon. Damn it! Ghostface couldn't defeat the enemy for a long time and gradually became a little anxious. He just couldn't figure it out. He is a top killer who can be ranked among the top 100 killers in the international killer list. How could I be forced to this point by a little-known young man today? What kind of monster is this kid? His speed, his strength, and his reaction are not like that of a normal person at all. Especially, his eyes. Those strange eyes that seem to be able to see through everything. Every time, his killer move, which he thought was perfect, would be predicted by him in advance. Then resolve it in an extremely frustrating way. This feeling drives him crazy. It made him almost vomit blood. And I am the same, I know my own suffering. Although I can barely keep up with his pace. But the spirit has always been in a highly tense state. Eye of truth, although it can predict his attacks. But the drain on my mental energy is also extremely huge. If you keep doing this, it will drag on. Sooner or later, I will be exhausted to death by him. No. We must act quickly and decisively. My mind is racing. Looking for his weakness. No move is perfect and has no flaws. As long as you are a human being, there will be one. And just at this moment, Ghostface seemed to have lost all his patience. He suddenly jumped back a step. Keep distance from me. When he looked at me, a hint of madness and cruelty flashed in his eyes hidden under the mask. Boy! You should be proud of yourself for pushing me to this point. Next, this move. This is a killer move I prepared specifically for those so-called ancient martial arts grandmasters. I can die from this move. It's yours, an honor. Before he finished speaking, his entire aura suddenly changed. A cold, murderous aura that was 10 times more terrifying than before suddenly burst out from his body. His body actually began to spin at a very strange speed. Like a black, spinning top of death. The poisoned bayonet in his hand turned into a deadly black whirlwind. Sweeping towards me. Secret technique, Death Tornado. That moment, I felt like my body was firmly locked by an invisible huge suction force. I can't even move. I could only watch helplessly as the black whirlwind, which was powerful enough to crush even steel, rapidly expanded in my pupils. Enlarge. Zoom in again. At this moment, the shadow of death completely enveloped me like never before. I can even smell the sulfur from hell. And at this critical moment, life and death. The cold mechanical prompt sound that had not appeared in my mind for a long time suddenly rang out without any warning. This time, its voice carried a hint of unprecedented anxiety and contempt. Bite. I say, host, are you stupid? Have you forgotten that you have a skill called invulnerability to all poisons? Facing a poison assassin. What kind of swordsmanship are you going to use against him? Just go up and chew up that broken knife with your mouth. Chapter 74, God-level fighting skills show their power, beating the killer into a dog. Just go up and chew up that broken knife with your mouth. The official complaints in my mind, filled with contempt and disappointment, struck me hard on the top of my head like a bolt of lightning. I was shocked. Suddenly woke up. Yes. Am I fucking stupid? I have, immune to all poisons. Why should I be afraid of the poison on his broken knife? How can I compete with him in terms of skills? How can I play positioning? I can just rush in and it's done. One force can defeat 10 skills. In the face of absolute power and absolute defense. Any techniques are fucking bullshit. After figuring this out, my heart, which had been in my throat due to the crisis of death, instantly fell back into my stomach. Instead, there is endless confidence and a hint of an extremely showy smirk. And at this time, the death tornado of the Ghostface, which is powerful enough to crush steel easily, has already swept in front of me. The cold, poisoned blade was less than 3 inches away from my throat. His eyes hidden beneath the mask already revealed a cruel smile of success. He seemed to have seen my miserable end as I was twisted into a pile of bloody mincemeat by his death tornado. However, next second, The smile on his face completely froze. Just facing that fatal blow that is enough to scare any master of ancient martial arts. I actually didn't dodge or evade. I even took a step forward to face the deadly blade. Then, in his eyes full of astonishment and absurdity, I opened my mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Crack! A clear and loud sound of metal breaking suddenly rang out, loud enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The space seemed to freeze at this moment. Ghostface stood there blankly. He lowered his head in disbelief. I saw his indestructible Mitsubishi bayonet made of meteorite mixed with special alloy. At this moment, I actually used my teeth to bitten it off alive? Only a small bare piece of the hilt remained, still held in his hand. I held the sharp tip of the knife, which was soaked in poison, in my mouth as if I were eating a crispy chicken-flavored French fry. Dead silence. Deathly silence. Ghostface, stupid. He looked at my knife-like mouth that was chewing. He looked at the bare hilt in his hand again. His state of mind, which had never been disturbed in the killer world for more than 10 years, completely collapsed at this moment. What is going on? Is he still a fucking human? Using teeth, he bit off his own weapon? And the fuck, it was eaten? Are they filming a fantasy movie? Even the top-level master of horizontal training couldn't possibly have such abnormal teeth and stomach, right? Pooh. I spat the tip of the knife in my mouth, which had been chewed into iron slag, onto the ground. I also made a serious comment. The taste is not very good. A smell of rust. And a little bit of bad breath. Puff. Ghostface couldn't bear it anymore. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth. He wasn't injured. I made him so angry that he got internal injuries. Humiliation. What a huge humiliation. He, Lingue, had never suffered such a great humiliation since his debut. And at the moment when his mind lost control. My chance has come. Now. It's my turn. The corner of my mouth curled up into a cold and bloodthirsty arc. My figure suddenly moved. God-level fighting technique, activate. My body was like a fully drawn bow, and it shot out in an instant. Even faster than before, 3 points. Ghostface's pupils suddenly shrank. Subconsciously, he wanted to pull back. But it's too late. I appeared in front of him like a ghost. An iron fist carrying tremendous force rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Bang! There was a terrifying muffled sound like a heavy hammer hitting a drum. The speed and skills that Ghostface was so proud of seemed so pale and powerless in front of my absolute strength. He didn't even have time to react. The whole person felt as if he was hit head-on by a heavy truck traveling at high speed. Crack! Countless ribs on his chest were broken in an instant. The whole person sank inward. His body flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom! A loud bang. He crashed right through the thick reinforced concrete wall behind him, flying to the corridor outside. All the valuable decorations in the corridor were smashed to pieces. And I didn't, not even a pause. Don't show mercy to others when you are in a powerful position. Give the enemy a beating when it's down. My figure flashed again. In an instant, he caught up. Bang! 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 A series of dull and terrifying thuds of punches hitting flesh, like a piledriver, rang out crazily in the empty corridor. I transformed into a violent god of war from hell. My fists my feet, my elbows my knees. Every part of my body has turned into the most deadly killing weapon. Crazy, he rushed towards the top killer on the ground who had completely lost the ability to resist. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking and the Ghostface's shrill and painful screams intertwined together. It formed the bloodiest and cruelest symphony of death. Final. I stepped hard on his completely deformed chest. I looked down at him, looking at his evil ghost mask that was completely stained red with blood. My eyes were cold and indifferent. It's like looking at a humble ant. I slowly stretched out my hand. With one move, he removed the mysterious evil ghost mask on his face. A pale face was revealed, completely distorted by intense pain and fear. It was an ordinary face of a middle-aged man in his 40s. But on that face there was a hideous centipede-like scar extending from the forehead to the chin. It made him look extremely ferocious and ugly. But at this moment, that ugly face was filled with endless fear and pleading. He looked at me as if he was looking at a real devil. Don't kill me. His voice was weak and full of fear of death. I am wrong. I am willing to tell you everything. I am willing to testify against the one behind the scenes. No. I interrupted him ruthlessly. I looked at him and smiled. That smile was cold and cruel. Because. I paused, then spoke slowly, word by word. I already know. And. I don't like this person, leave him alive. Having said that, I no longer hesitate. My feet suddenly exerted force. Puff. There was a dull sound like a watermelon bursting. Be at ease and get on your way. I will avenge you.